Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Luffy get trained by Garp and ate Devil's Fruit together part 1. Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Slickstick for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. My first coherent thought that I can honestly say was my own. Why is this old man eating a cookie while holding me? My second thought? Why does this boat have a dog mast? My next thought, after realizing that I somehow understood about 4 concepts that no almost 2 years old was supposed to know, or the fact that I understood that I was nearly 2 years old? Why am I surrounded by Marines? Took me a little longer to realize and connect the dots, as it were, since I kept blacking in and out of consciousness. I later realized that it was merely mental degradation due to the inflexibility of a child mind being unable to keep up with the intricate thought patterns I currently possessed. Ain't that a mouthful? At least I finally had justification as to why kids acted like they had ADHD and or are on a sugar high for the first few years of their life. The fact I was somehow aware of this should have been the more prominent warning sign. Unfortunately, that was overshadowed when I saw the old man, who I finally recalled was my grandfather, oddly enough, punch out a giant sea snake, which was part of the ever-present sea kings in the world's oceans. They say sea snakes. I strangely think Leviathan. The audacity of Garp laughing and having the nerve to call it a baby didn't go over too well with the rest of the Marines. Or me. Although that could be because I finally realized that I was in a manga universe. Don't know how I understood that it was a manga. All I knew that it was outside the norm of my previous life. Few things went through my brain as my mind settled. Most of it was expected, like realizing that I must have been some kind of reincarnated person, and by extension that I died. That, or that I was a 2-year-old who was a genius with delusions of unparalleled grandeur, imagining myself as someone who got reincarnated from a different world to make sense of his present reality. Occam's razor made short work of the latter notion. Seeing nothing that could change the present situation, I accepted my place. What's done is done. The issue of who I was before being reborn was much more vexing. I don't know if it was something that happened after I saw the light, or if the shock of dying had something to do with it, but I could not for the life of me remember significant chunks of my previous life. Shishishi death pun. There were snippets of things here and there, but the people's faces were usually featureless, and didn't use names. Best I could figure, more would come with time. I was able to piece together a few things though. I died of old age, so plus there must have meant that I went willingly and accepted my death. Managed to figure out that I was married and had a happy family, if the many picture frames in my home were any indication. That was debatable at times, since I also realized that I was a veteran of some who became a teacher after being honorably discharged. Some of the photos could have been my old war buddies, and some of them could have been students who I must have befriended to a significant extent. That made me happy. It must have meant that I was an important figure in their lives and maybe the community. Made me think that I was a beloved figure or something. That wasn't narcissism stroking my ego, just a nice feeling. Nothing wrong with being proud of being wanted and liked. Maybe that's why I reborn? Too much good karma gave me a chance at a new life? That, or the things I did during the war I was in were so depraved that I tried to bring as much life and good into the world to make up for it. Sounds too much like the Bushido code samurai followed. Kind of weird that I can't determine which war I was in. I have snippets of a few, but I can't tell if those are memories or just bits of knowledge. And that actually surprised me more than I care to admit. More so than being taken care of by the few female Marines that were on my grandpa's ship when he was busy, as infrequent as that was. Took me a few months to piece together at least the bare bones of my existence, and the world I was in. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. I was born on May 5th, making me a Taurus. I am almost 3 years old, I can walk and talk with some difficulty, and I am the grandson of Monkey D. Garp, a Marine Vice Admiral, otherwise known as Hero of the Marines, and Garp the Fist. Cool. The Marines on the ship, and their skulls were very familiar with the latter title. In his own words, I was still too young to accept his fist of love, but he was giving me glares. I know the man loves me, but he reminds me too much of parents waiting for their kids to screw up so he can dispense some negative physical reinforcement. He isn't malicious about it, more like he just believes in tough love and letting people learn from their mistakes. Not the worst teaching style. For some odd reason, I have a strange hatred of anyone who coddles their kids and blames everything on others than being at fault themselves. People need to be inside at times to learn, damn it. You don't need a participation trophy. You keep count or it doesn't count. I think I may have had a giant ruler that I used to intimidate students and troublemakers. Must have worked though. Anyway, speaking of parents, I think I came close when I asked him about them since no one else was able to tell me. I only managed to squeeze out of him that my mother passed shortly after I was born, and that he doesn't like talking about his son. He is alive, but I think they had a falling out or something. No one questioned Garp's bluntness and straightforwardness when responding to a child about something so depressing, dead mother and all, but I liked it. He didn't bullshit the truth, he withheld things, but I suspect he has good reasons. The military man in me understands this. The kid in me still wants to know though. Ain't that an odd dichotomy to deal with? Being the grandson of the ship captain, plus, being a kid, gave me the leeway of going wherever I want, albeit slowly due to my short legs. Sneaking into Gramps' personal office? Slightly more difficult. Going through his books? Very informative. Took me almost a month of skimming through what few books on the world and its history to slowly assemble the pieces available to me. It did not paint a pretty picture. Plus, I realized I would need a journal or something to keep track of it all, which I did get after the first 2 days from the ship nurse. She thought I was going to draw in it. Gave me colored pencils and everything. I used them as pseudo-highlighters. I was already somehow aware of how to write in kanji, but for safety reasons, I decided to write in English. If anyone ever got their hands on my notes, they would pass them off as very neat doodles. I still took lessons from the staff to keep up appearances. Kanji was more descriptive at times, even if it was a headache to memorize everything. In any case, getting over the shock of a world basically having 6 seas, a weird as hell equator of chaos, and from what I could figure so far 6 species of human, the world history left little to be desired. Specifically, 2 things left a rotten taste in my mouth: the Void Century and the Celestial Dragons. The sheer fact that the world literally has a whole century of history removed, or unaccounted for, screamed cover-up, primarily since the world government formed from the rubble under the unifying hold of the Council of Kings. And I say cover-up since the study of poneglyph stone blocks that literally have history written on them became illegal. And that just screams the truth is here, to me. My past experiences just can't help but understand that when something is illegal or removed, it means that only those in high power are aware of why and want to keep it that way. Although seeing as how the language to read the poneglyphs has been lost to time, as well as the demonization of the world nobles over the centuries, makes me think that even they have forgotten the real reason as to why the Void Century is not studied. Royals, regardless of worlds, can hold grudges for centuries for the stupidest of reasons. The fact that the royals in this world were blatantly dumb just made it worse. Although the creation of the ancient weapons may be a reason, and damn if that wasn't terrifying in itself, for it to have only taken 3 weapons, albeit overpowered ones, to destroy the old world order, spoke volumes. Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus. Pluton, the ship to end all ships, one either destroyed or lost to time. Seeing as it was a ship though meant that plans must either exist somewhere or are lost to the ravages of time. I doubt that the bastards in Mariehua would keep that hidden and not display it for the peasants of the world to fear. Poseidon. I don't know why, but some voice in the back of my head told me that the fishmen had this one. There was not much on it in Garp's books, but the pattern made sense. 1 weapon to control the seas, 1 weapon under the seas, and 1 weapon above the seas. Speaking of the last one, Uranus, not even the Marines seemed to have anything on this bad boy. 2 things do to come to mind from my previous life. A Pluton is a body of intrusive igneous rock that is crystallized from magma slowly cooling below the surface of the planet, and that Pluto was the god of the afterlife and wealth that was below the ground. In any case, this just shouted death from above. For some reason, Blitzkrieg came to mind. Eventually, however, I managed to break into Gramps' desk and find his logbook/journal, the thing that everyone Marine and pirate captain alike have. It was his latest one since, in his long life of service, he accumulated a few of them, which I was yet to find, but based on the first heading, it was dated a little after I was born. That was as far as I got since it was in code. The sheer shock of my grandfather, who had trouble keeping his mouth shut and getting focused on any task, being able to remember such a thing scared me more than I would like to admit. This was going to take time. Maybe someone on board has a cryptology book that I could borrow. I doubt they would ask questions about it. About 1 year later, when Luffy is a little over 4. Damn paperwork. If I knew sailing the East Sea was going to involve so much inter-island disputes, I would have punched Sengoku in his golden Buddha face for even suggesting it. Despite his somewhat angry thought, hindsight being 20/20ths, Garp was justifiably annoyed. It was the middle of the night, and despite all that he managed to put into the out pile to his left, an ever-looming and soon-to-be once more growing pile of paperwork stood to his right. He sighed in exasperation. Well, it's worth it, I guess. Being out the hell zone known as the Grand Line did do him some good. Say what you will, but his bravado can only cover up so much. He may be an idiot at times, but even he couldn't ignore the fact that he was in his 60s and time was creeping up on him. And despite his, and Sengoku's, efforts, he was yet to find a successor. He had hope in Dragon, but that went out the window pretty quickly. Sengoku claimed he may have found a possible son, but Garp has been out of the loop too long to check up on that. Unfortunately, he put all his eggs in one basket, known as his own son, and now he had nothing to show for it. The Marines he has seen after Roger's death just didn't measure up to his standards, and with the ever-growing number of deranged and despicable pirates entering the Grand Line, he needed a successor, and soon. And then Luffy came along. There were no words to describe the happiness he felt at being a grandfather. His own son's birth came close, but that was shadowed by the death of his wife soon afterward. And wasn't that the cruelest of ironies? Both father and son lost their wives soon after their own son's birth. At least that's what Dragon told Garp when he asked for him to take care of Luffy on his behalf. Garp's gut told him that he wasn't lying, or telling half-truths, so he let it go. They did share sake in her memory. He accepted immediately, burying all information about the exchange, except for telling Sengoku, and immediately requested for him and his crew to be transferred to the East Blue, the weakest and in turn safest of seas. He also wanted to be close to Fusha where Luffy was born should he need to drop him off at Dayton's if anything went screwy. The fact that Ace was there was just an afterthought. Still, he couldn't argue that it wasn't enjoyable. The somewhat lax standards of the East finally gave Garp time to really step up his crew's training. Oh, he was pragmatic enough to know that not all would come close to learning all the 6 powers or even mastering them, but the side benefits were worth it, even if most of them ended up in the med bay after every workout. Luffy seemed to enjoy watching them practice, and that was a particular logic puzzle Garp didn't want to play with. Garp hated puzzles, but Luffy's behavior at times just seemed to set something off in his gut, and his gut has never led him astray. Garp raised Dragon, and despite his demeanor and height, he has been around many kids, and they loved him. So he could say with some degree of certainty that he knew how kids were supposed to act. It happened around the kid's 2nd year when he mellowed out. The crying tuned down, and he just seemed to mature. Talking and walking quickly followed. The voracious reading followed soon after, but Garp wasn't against that. The Marines on deck swore that if the kid wasn't eating, sleeping, or watching them train, he was reading something or studying kanji. The lack of hyperactivity is probably what set him off. He wasn't sure if it was a monkey family trait, but they all had their faults. Garp can control his when times call for it, and dragons spend years eliminating his. But the keyword here that it took time. Garp wanted to chalk it up to his mom's genes, but he wasn't sure since he never met the woman. Still, he couldn't really complain. Luffy was polite, he smiled, he was quiet when the time called for it, and was very sociable with the rest of the Marines that served under him. He had his bouts of childlessness, but they were never on the level of where he needed to introduce his head to the fist of love. That actually unnerved him a little. Luffy was already 4, and Garp feared that he wouldn't be able to handle his training when the time came. He liked using his fist to get his students acclimated to pain and the sensation of low-level Haki being released. He wasn't a sadist, even if his students claimed that his training was straight out of hell. Garp couldn't help but chuckle at that though. "I'll make a Marine out of you yet, pipsqueak." He was slowly indoctrinating, pushing the idea of Luffy into joining the Marines. He knew his crew represented the epitome of the Marine ideals: loyal, just, hardworking, with the mission of protecting the sea from elements that wished its people harm. He hoped they would inspire him on their own. Garp was always proud to admit that no one on his boat was a bad apple. If they were quickly removed as to avoid spoiling the batch. As Garp chuckled while he continued his paperwork, the door to his office creaked open. Before he had a chance to even look up and ask, his grandson had already closed the door, locked it, and was getting up on the seat facing his table. He was about to reprimand him for being awake past his bedtime until he registered his face. Luffy was always bubbly and smiling, not from ear to ear like Garp usually did, but it was a smile. Right now, the face of seriousness his toddler grandson displayed set off all the alarms in both Garp's head and gut. His words sealed it. "I finished decoding your logbook." Garp was not a superstitious man. However, after living through the craziness known as Paradise and the New World, he couldn't disagree against at least admitting that at times, he could sense the world shift. Sengoku becoming the fleet admiral, a kind of becoming an admiral, O'Hara he felt that those events radically shifted the currents of history. Tsuru and Sengoku always chuckled at his gut feelings regarding those events. They stopped laughing when he was right a few too many times and started to take them seriously. And right now, he could say with utmost certainty that the current just shifted again. Realizing this was going to be a long talk, he put away his ink, pen, paperwork, sighed, and looked at his grandson's face. How long did it take? Longer than I would like to admit. With the books I managed to get from some of the crew and with the library on deck, I managed to get a handle on cryptography. Unfortunately, your particular cipher stumped me. I was stuck for some time until I finally realized you were using a keyword cipher as a base. Took me some time after that to brute force the word used, devil fruit. I would have figured it out sooner, but nowhere in any book on deck were the fruits mentioned, at all. I eventually resorted to reading discarded newspapers to find out about them. Well, that's another topic to discuss. I would have finished sooner, but keeping my research secret and only sneaking in when you were preoccupied elsewhere to make copies of your journal took time. Garp crossed his hands. I see. I never noticed you rooting through my desk in all this time. To be fair, I always made sure to put it back exactly where it was before I took it. Locking the cabinet was always harder since I couldn't leave any scratches. Plus, I am a kid. Who suspects a kid carrying out such levels of espionage? Probably why. Garp sighed. So seeing as you read my log, can I assume you are aware why you are on this ship with me? No point leaving anything out. The fact he managed to do all of this without anyone realizing it means that he isn't a child anymore. Not for a long time. Better treat him as an adult instead of a kid, at least in private. Luffy worked up his nerve. Yes, I am. While I can accept as to why you made sure to cover up who my father is, there is still one thing that bothers me about this whole situation. Garp raised his brow. Oh. What's that? Why you keep trying to convince me to become a Marine? Garp, that not expecting that question. What? How can you even say that? Haven't you seen the work the Marines do? Haven't they and I set a good example for you? Oh, don't take it the wrong way. Your guys are decent Marines. Decent? But Grandpa, using just your crew as an example isn't exactly a good idea. Garp started sweating. What do you mean, Luffy? All Marines are like my crew. Stop it, Grandpa. I read the books in your office, and I listened to the crew chatter. We are one of the better ones out there, and you know it. The history books and newspapers only confirmed it. Garp couldn't help it when he muttered damn it in front of Luffy. He tried his best to show the world what good Marines could be for the people's well-being and Luffy's benefit. Besides, I wouldn't have made it far in the Corps anyway. Garp looked up. What do you mean? Gramps, I am his son. You really think the higher-ups will look the other way, even if they have your recommendation? That never crossed my mind. Sengoku would have. Sengoku is the same age as you, Gramps. He has maybe 15 to 20 years left in him before he finally runs out of strength and is forced to pass the mantle to one of the admirals. And reading the current world climate doesn't leave with my hopes up as to who it will be. I give you 3 guesses, and 2 don't count. You really think the next guy is going to take your word for it? Garp wanted to reject the idea, but Luffy kept pushing. I mean, sure, you can drop me off at a base somewhere in the East Blue in 10 years so I can work my way up from chore boy without someone shouting favoritism for me working under you. And maybe I can work my way up to captain before Sengoku retires by the time I am in my early 20s. But after that? I am either never going to be promoted, or I am going to meet an unfortunate accident. Luffy, how can you even consider such? I've read murder mysteries, Gramps. I am his son, and no matter how much you argue, blood is blood. Hell, the world government searched the blues high and low for 20 months trying to find the rumored child of Gold. Roger. Just because it was his blood. Thank Oda that I wrote that down in the last log book and not this one, sweated Garp mentally. I can, however, promise you something else instead. Oh? Asked Garp hopefully. What can you promise me since you won't become a Marine? I am not going to push it. I'll bitch about it, try to convince him otherwise, but he is a monkey, N.A.D. His mind is set. I guess no one is going to succeed. I'll never be a good pirate. I will be a decent pirate. Silence. What? No. I know your opinion on pirates, Gramps. I read the news, and even I can tell that this isn't what Roger wanted, and I am a freaking child. A well-informed one, but a child nonetheless. Okay, what? Where's this going? I don't know what Roger had in mind when he told the world that he left all of his gold at the end of the line, but I doubt that it was this. Luffy said the last word as he took out a folder of paper cutouts. Garp quickly noted the content as Luffy pushed: pillaging, robbery, rape, senseless destruction. This is not what Roger would have wanted. The only ones who seem to be embodying the original pirate credo are Whitebeard and Red-Haired, with a splattering of non-violent crews who only end up in the news after they have been removed. Garp was shocked at this. Why those 2 Yonkos? I'll ask about the credo later. Because Kaido destroys and Charlotte demands, but Newgate protects and Shanks enjoys. Can't hate a guy who considers every member of his crew as his children, nor a guy who simply lives every day as if it is his last. Plus, both own islands but yet demand nothing from them, despite the protection it brings the people? Heck, I can't find any reference to them outright going on killing sprees, robberies, and wanton destruction, yes, but no mention of civilians' deaths or the like. Marines from time to time, but despite the propaganda, it seems more like they were being attacked than the other way around. Garp paused. He feared the worst when Luffy admitted to becoming a pirate, but something about that last statement seemed to leave a glimmer of hope. Go on. I don't know if it's true or not, but something in my gut tells me that the original pirate credo was about freedom and adventure, not law-breaking and meaningless murder. Somewhere along the way, the message got twisted up, and now we have this. Luffy waved his hand in front of the clippings. This is not what I want to be forced into, and I know I will because I don't see myself living in a quaint little island somewhere for the rest of my life. If I am going to be a pirate, I am going to be a pirate that inspires a better generation, like you inspire a better generation of Marines. The ember was growing. If I am going to be a pirate, there's no way I am going to leave so much muck in the world. I am not going to leave people of the world in fear, afraid of one day being attacked by an unjust and corrupt force. I plan to do something and make the original message spreads once more. My words will be justified, my actions unquestioned, my credo unchallenged. Garp listened, and caught the double meaning of some of his words. Luffy, your words are rather open to interpretation. Garp couldn't control himself as he cracked his hands and released some of his haki. I've read your files, Gramps, and I can read between the lines in the news. Luffy slammed his hands on the desk and looked straight into Garp's eyes. Tell me, right now to my face, that the Marines don't have those who abuse their powers and who represent the wrong side of justice. Say it truthfully, and I'll abandon my plans right here and now. Garp clenched his hands. He wanted to so badly to tell Luffy that the Marines were a force of justice and truth, but, no. Garp looked down in shame. There are bad Marines in the Corps. No, Gramps, there are no bad Marines. There are good Marines out there that make a bad example of decent Marines. Garp looked up, the ember he sensed growing even more. I have watched you, Gramps. I have seen the way you treat and train your crew. I've heard whispers of your feats from others, and I've read what I could regarding your actions. You don't follow some laid-down rules of justice. You don't claim to do good or persecute and hunt down evil. You do what you perceive is right, and you persecute those who have done wrong, regardless of where they stand with the law. The ember grew into a campfire. I don't understand why whoever is in charge is allowing such a mentality to form within the Corps, or why they are allowing the celestial dragons to get away with all the crap they want, but no more. The world has too many good Marines that need to be either re-educated or removed so the decent ones can change the Corps from the inside. The cleansing of the good pirates will follow in tandem for the decent pirates to come out of hiding. And Garp asked, and how have you defined a good Marine from a decent Marine? Luffy sat back in his chair and considered his next words. I don't know if I am wrong, but these words feel right. Good Marines follow their rules to the letter, and will sacrifice all for the sake of justice. Decent Marines, Marines like you, they sacrifice everything for the sake of all. Even justice, if it comes down to it. The fear that Garp felt at the beginning had nearly dissipated at that, but he needed one last confirmation. And the pirates? Luffy clenched his tiny fists. Yes, the pirates that are currently sailing the blues are not what I want pirates to be seen as. There are decent pirates out there, those who seek adventure and freedom, but are painted under the same black brush as their good pirate counterparts. No matter how wrong it will seem, they need to be removed. A change must happen, and it must happen soon while the Marines are still idle in their retribution, before the changing of the guard occurs. And Garp finally asked the question, so what will you do? Will you lead this revolution, this changing of the guard for both sides? And with a force that Garp was all too familiar with, Luffy spoke with absolute conviction. No, I will teach a better generation so they can forge a better future. My only privilege will be lighting their way and starting the furnace that will forge them into a great katana. Garp couldn't help it. He smiled as he stared at his serious grandson, and laughed like there was no tomorrow. He couldn't help himself. The irony of someone with Conqueror's Haki of not wanting to lead was just too rich. Oh, it's not what I wanted for him. His hands, like mine and his father's, will be plastered in blood. But damn, if it isn't close to being what I wanted out of him as a Marine. Luffy stared in shock. This is not what I expected when I had this speech planned out. Garp stopped wheezing. Oh? And what did expect to happen? I expected you to hit me with your fist of love at some point, and convince me I was sleep-deprived and you were hallucinating after so many sleepless nights, deadpanned Luffy. Luffy quickly clenched his aching head after an angry Garp did just that. Don't think you are getting away without being punished. For what? Garp sat down smugly. For breaking into my desk, of course. Luffy rubbed his head. But what about what I just promised? I basically said I was going to be a bloodthirsty pirate. Garp turned serious. No, you promised me you wouldn't be a bad pirate. Or a good pirate, in this case. A man going around and removing the bad elements isn't a merciless killer. As far as I am concerned, that's what decent Marines are supposed to do. Granted, not the future I would have wanted for you, but I can't argue with what you plan to do. We will have talks about your nonchalance of jumping immediately to killing, however. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, said Luffy without thinking. Garp pondered the phrase, not something I've ever heard before, but I can't disagree with the meaning. Still, you realize that even if you have Conqueror's Haki, you won't be able to carry out this crusade alone and without training. I am aware of that. It's what I have you for. Also, what's Conqueror's Haki? Anime's sweat drop. I'll address it when we get to it. You're almost 5 anyway, a good age to start some light training. Luffy froze at the mention of the word light. Garp leaned in, smiling. You are aware that I will hold you to the same standards I hold my Marines, right? You mean you will break me, fix me up, and break me again until I stop breaking? Deadpanned Luffy. I don't know where you got that sense of humor from, but damn it if it isn't perfect for dealing with the crazy. That is the grand line. I thought crazy was just another word for applied bullshit. It seems to work for you. Snarked Luffy. That earned him another fist. I don't know where you learned such language from, but either you stop it, or I will wash your mouth with soap. Ah well, sorry, Grandpa, spoke Luffy as he rubbed his sore head. You're forgiven. Now go to bed, Luffy. I have a lot to think about. Plus, your training starts tomorrow. I expect to see you up and ready by 0700. Luffy smiled and did a salute. Sir, yes, sir. Garp raised a brow. She got to present an image of a good future Marine. Got to give you an excuse in the future when the higher-ups question you as to why you trained such a kick-ass pirate. Wahahaha, plausible deniability. The monkey family motto at its finest. Good night, scamp. Good night, Gramps. Garp waited for Luffy to close the door as he left his office before returning to his paperwork. He couldn't help but think about Luffy's decision. He was going to be a brutal man, but it isn't exactly a world of roses and daisies out there. That, and his gut kept telling him that Luffy would stick to his promise to never be a good pirate. Garp can deal with that. At least he didn't trick him to demand training with false hopes of being a Marine in the future. Garp froze at that thought. Did I just promise to train someone who will destroy the Marine Corps as we know it? Luffy got ready for bed, wiping off the sweat he didn't know he had after his talk with Garp. I don't know what this Haki thing is, but if it is the sensation I felt when I spoke with him, then maybe it's something important like these devil fruit things. I still find it odd that I had to find out about it by word of mouth. For such a powerful and key thing in this world, you'd figure there would be more research done into it. In another world, where Luffy was the lovable clueless dork we all know and love, his dream of wanting to find One Piece always rubbed Garp the wrong way since he never justified it. Screaming it louder and louder wasn't going to win any argument between the two, but that was as articulate as that Luffy was going to get. Sure, he got wise to the fact that Luffy wasn't an average pirate, but it was too late by that point. Actually explaining as to why he couldn't be a Marine and what he wanted to accomplish as a pirate actually clears up a lot of issues with Luffy being a pirate for Garp. Besides, Garp was going to get his successor, one way or another. If he wasn't going to get the right hand of a Marine to change the world, he was going to get the left hand of a pirate to stab in the back those who pollute it. Besides, who's ever going to suspect a pirate of doing the work a decent Marine? Garp expected to get the chance to use his fist of love to wake Luffy up for their training session. Unfortunately, Luffy seems to have either set up a few alarm clocks or he seemed to have skipped the monkey family deep sleep issue. Yes, that is a trademark there. Garp walked into the usual Marine training room at 0645, but Luffy was already there, waiting for him, legs crossed. Good, you're early. Good habit to get into, smiled Garp, arms crossed. Surprised you never learned that lesson, smirked Luffy. Just because I am your grandfather doesn't mean I won't hurt you, Luffy, smiled Garp as he cracked his knuckles. Noted, ceded Luffy nervously. Now, said Garp as he sat down in front of Luffy, you've watched enough of the trainings I've supervised to know what's expected of you. Any question? Only 3, less than I expected. I am guessing the first is regarding the Rokushiki? You've seen me train the higher-ranking guys in them. Rokushiki? Also referred to as the 6 powers. They aren't actually powers, more like very specialized martial arts. Popularized by the Cypher Pole guys since they needed a way to weaponize themselves without actually carrying around weapons. Eventually, it bleed through to the Marine Corps. Now, you can't make Admiral without knowing them, and Haki keeps the ones without conviction out of the higher ranks with justifiable reason. Luffy nodded his head. So that's what they are. You just always tell the guys what power to work on without ever explaining to them as to how to do it. I only figured how to do 3 of them. Garp raised a brow. Geppo, Tekai, and Soru. Luffy nodded. Expected, those are the basic 3. Garp gathered his thoughts. The reason you didn't hear their explanation is because the training for them is considered top secret. To avoid pirates and possible infiltrators of getting their hands on these techniques, they are only taught by word of mouth. I gathered all the people who had potential in a locked room and told them the basis of all techniques once. After that, they are on their own. I tell them the mistakes they make, but that is it. The only reason you, unlike others, managed to figure out the basis for 3 of them is because you watched them practice, especially since they are taught not to write notes about it. Somewhere in the world, a CP9 Zoan Wolf user sneezed but continued writing in his scroll about his Rokushiki. Luffy nodded, accepting the reasoning. If pirates did have knowledge of such techniques, the damage they could bring about would be monumental. Now, in order, Luffy sat up straight. Geppo, or moonwalk, allows the user to actually jump off the air itself. Rankyaku, or tempest kick, turns air pressure produced by leg kicks into air blades. Soru, or shave, allows the user to move at extremely high speeds by kicking off the ground at least 10 times in the blink of an eye. You can do more kicks for faster speeds, but it's difficult. As you can imagine, these 3 techniques require ridiculous length strength to carry out. As such, to use them in the future, I will be strengthening your lower body. A good foundation is needed for a strong house. Luffy nodded, understanding the analogy. Tekai, or iron body, hardens the user's muscles to the level of iron, to nullify damage taken from attacks. I've seen people get rather creative with the density and limb hardening aspect of this power, so don't overlook it because of its weakness of preventing movement. Also, it's needed to learn Shurgon, the finger pistol. As implied, the training required is to simply strengthen your endurance and muscle control. Finally, there's Kemi, or paper art, which makes the user's body extraordinarily flexible to avoid any attacks, float, and bend their body like a piece of paper. That one is more mental than physical, so leave it alone for now. Luffy was about to nod, but Garp pushed on. There's also the 7th power most don't know about since it requires mastery of the other 6. Luffy observed as Garp got up, turned to the side away from Luffy, and took an odd yet specific stance, fists facing opposite one another, and ready at his side. The only reason I'm showing you this is because the mentality to perform this technique actually points out nature of the 6 powers, so pay attention. It may save your life one day if you ever see anyone take this pose. Despite how long I've had to practice it, I still can barely perform this thing. Garp breathed in and out. The iron body is the root of it all. It teaches the body to be strong so that it might withstand all forms of punishment, and not rend itself apart. This must be brought to terms with the paper arts, so that one's muscles remain flexible even while staying inflexible. Shave comes next. It teaches swiftness and speed, so that one may act decisively and in an instant, all thanks to a simple motion. Moonwalk and Tempest Kick are a dual lesson of how to put one's full body into affecting the air around them, as well as how to weaponize the very air. Finally, Finger Pistol is not about technique, but mentality. One's whole body is put into use in the attack, all muscles are exerted in the motion, and thus to perform it, one must effectively transform their body into a weapon. Luffy sat paralyzed, at full attention. This sounds like something Bruce Lee would say or a Shaolin monk in a demonstration to civilians. Where did that come from? Individually, these techniques are all incredibly powerful, but when brought together in a single instant and action. Luffy watched as Garp put his arms out, fists still in position. Luffy saw no muscles clench, nothing that indicated any form of movement was performed other than changing the placement of the arms to Garp's front. The air shockwave said otherwise. The cracks on the opposing wall confirmed it. Holy! No wonder the world government keeps a lid on this. If every soldier on the battlefield had access to this shit, this would eviscerate a person inside out. The sum total known as the Rokugan is so much more. Garp placed his hands down, but he heard Luffy mutter, 1-inch punch. Garp took out a wipe for his forehead. It's actually called 6 King Gun, but that actually seems appropriate as well. To an uninformed observer, it would look like the user generates an ungodly amount of strength in a short amount of space. In reality, it's more like transferring energy from the very soles of your feet across the body through your fists, kind of like a spring releasing. Luffy panicked. Is this why the 6 powers are monitored? So people don't learn that technique? Garp nodded, thankful Luffy realized the danger of that technique. It was a factor, but thankfully, I only know one person alive who can perform this technique flawlessly, and I suspect it's more because of his fruit than all the training he put into it. Luffy tilted his head. Devil fruit? Garp nodded his head. Was that one of your questions as well? Yeah, right after what Haki is. TCH, shouldn't have made that gaffe last night. Garp sat down again. The other reason as to why the world government keeps such a tight lid on Rokushiki is that it can be taught. Haki can't, or rather, it can be, but only if awakened. Luffy tilted his head to the other side in confusion. In the simplest of terms, Haki is willpower personified and weaponized. That caught the kid's attention. Haki is found in every living being in the world, more so in animals and us humans. It is not that different from the typical senses. However, most people do not notice it or fail to awaken it. Those that awaken them usually only gain access to two of them, Kanbunshoku, which is observation, and Byusoshoku, which is armament. Most people? Inquired Luffy. Caught that, didn't you? The third Haki is called Haoshoku, otherwise known as Conqueror's Haki. You either have this Haki, or you don't. People who have this power are said to have the disposition of kings. Unlike the other two, it can't be trained, it is entirely contingent on your strength of will. In the presence of those with a weaker will, yours will dominate theirs and cause them to pass out. However, those with stronger wills can resist or even ignore the effects. It also has two unique uses: taming of wild beasts and unlocking the Haki of others. Really? Garp nodded. Under controlled conditions and bursts, one can trigger the opening of another's floodgates, allowing them to access and in turn achieve their Haki much easier. Unfortunately, it's hazardous since the amount of Haki released has to be fine-tuned to each individual with each exposure, or you risk breaking the person. Luffy flinched at that. You've seen that happen before? I have, and frankly, it's the only reason a teacher needs to take the slow and steady approach to Haki activation with his pupils. In a one-on-one setting though, especially between two Haoshoku Haki users, the risk is mitigated somewhat and actually allows the strengthening of each other's wills. Luffy gulped. And let me guess, you have it as well? Garp smiled. Nope, but I suspect your dad does. That or your mom did. He may avoid using it though. Knowing him, he may feel that it represents losing control of the situation as to resort to simply browbeating others into obedience. I guess that makes sense from an honor and respect point of view. Being the head of the Revolutionary Army means that his people have to trust him without the possibility of them doing anything under threat of Conqueror's Haki. Garp was actually surprised at that. It took the psychoanalysts at headquarters weeks to come to that realization as they tried to profile him. Guess father and son do think alike. Luffy smiled. In any case, back to the basic two. The most common form of Haki in all the blues is Byusoshoku Haki. It allows the user to use their spirit to create, in essence, an invisible armor around themselves. A particular advantage of this Haki is that it allows the user to harm a devil fruit user whose body has been changed by their fruit. I will explain later. The armor can also be used as a weapon by coating one's limbs or weapons being used. You can spot its use by the apparent darkening of anything to which said Haki is applied, with dark black coloring being the highest recognized rank. I should mention that coating one's body is significantly harder than coating a weapon. On the other hand, with practice, one can coat one's entire body in armament Haki and turn themselves into an impervious shield within limits. It does, however, come with a catch though. Garp raised a finger on one hand to emphasize this. Byusoshoku Haki is subjected to depletion if used for long periods of time, as Byusoshoku Haki is proportional to the amount of spiritual life force an individual possesses. After the threshold is reached, one will be unable to use it for a certain amount of time. Also, the more Haki is used, the faster it will deplete. One can get around this by learning to properly control one's Haki, but it takes time. Useful, but not really something I feel like I will put much emphasis on for now. Too much of a risk unless you are confident that your opponent doesn't have it or has a weaker will than you, though Luffy before considering all his options. Finally, there is Kanbunshoku Haki, which allows the user to sense the presence of others, regardless if they are hiding with natural or enhanced means and if too far away. Its most common usage, however, is predicting an opponent's moves shortly before they make them, thereby making the attack much easier to evade with enough skill. I've even heard tales of some people mastering observation to the point where they see moments into the future. Wow! That definitely sounds much more useful, especially if it doesn't have any cost. It also has two other uses that are usually overlooked. First, it allows the user to sense and empathize with the emotions and nature of others. Very useful in negotiations and speaking, and deadly when mixed with conquerors if done right. Second, it can be used to sense the strength of others as well. It's actually what I used to pick out my crew. I may lean more towards armament than observation, but I've trained the latter enough to accurately guess the latent potential of most. Some exceptions do apply, primarily for children and anyone before eating a devil fruit. Just what the hell are these devil fruit things? Sounds like an excellent skill to have, especially since it doesn't have cost. You would think so, but it has 3 significant weaknesses that are easy to exploit. Garp lifted a finger for each point. First, it can only predict direct attacks. If it's random, it won't work unless you trained it to the point where you can hypothetically see the future. Second, it requires a calm state of mind. You lose your focus, you lose the effect. The third weakness, and I can't emphasize this enough, is that unless you can dodge the attack, it's useless predicting it. If it's too big to avoid or you are held down, then there's no point in knowing it's coming. Luffy smacked his fist into his open palm. Oh. So a widespread attack or restraints is the way to go against an observation user. Yup. Catching on quite nicely. Do you know why I am explaining this to you so openly? Because it will be a long time before I get to even learning how to use Haki. You're actually just too young to truly use them yet. Haki may be the weaponization of will, but it relies on one's life force to fuel them. Basically, you need to mature a bit before we really start training. Luffy nodded in understanding. Is Rokushiki training applicable to Haki training? Only circumstantially. Tekai can spill over to armament, and Kami to observation, but that's about it. Rokushiki is about weaponizing the body, while Haki is about weaponizing the soul. Knowing one or the other is a must for those commanded to captain, but knowing both is a must for Commodore and above. Having Conqueror's thought, they find a way to streamline you all the way up to Rear Admiral and up. Is that what happened to you? Garp laughed. Bwahaha. Yup. Those idiots in HQ thought I had it. By the time they realized that I was just a stubborn bastard, I was too well known and connected to demote. Luffy couldn't help but laugh before calming down. So devil fruit? Garp sighed. Devil fruits are a difficult topic to explain. The reason you found nothing about them in books is that the world government regulates the spread of that information. Luffy almost whistled in awe. That's terrifying. So much effort for these things. Why? Because they can make a man into a monster, or worse, a disaster. Silence. What? Garp held up his hand. Calm down, Luffy. It's an extreme interpretation, but not a wrong one. What the hell are these things? Garp smacked Luffy's head. Calm down and I will tell you. 1 minute later. Now, for lack of a better word, they are magic fruit. Magic fruit? Magic fruit, nodded Garp. Didn't really bother with the mumbo-jumbo some professors and researchers spew since that's usually classified as it is. All that matters is that eating one grants the eater a special ability. This caught Luffy's attention. Legend has it that devil fruits are said to be the fruits of the sea devil and that the secret to their power is hidden in the Grand Line. These things are so damn rare though that most people don't believe in them. Hell, there's a good chance that if we ask the average person in the East Blue if they are real, they will claim that they are a myth. Really? Is that due to a lack of information or lack of confirmation? Garp waved his hand back and forth, mix of both. All Marines are taught that they are a real thing, and we mention them specifically when writing bounties. But unless people see them in real life, it's out of sight, out of mind with them. Luffy pondered this. Is there a way to identify a devil fruit? Easier than you think. Just find a weird colored fruit with spirals or patterns on it, and you have a devil fruit. Oh. How do you make them then? You don't. All devil fruits that currently exist are all that there are out there. How does that work, Grandpa? Simple. When a devil fruit user dies, their ability is reborn into another fruit of the same kind. Does that mean that all the fruits have been collected and classified? Wahaha. Not even close. We may have a devil fruit encyclopedia, but I know for a fact that we haven't discovered all of them yet. I also know that the same power of a devil fruit can exist more than once, though no 2 devil fruits of the same kind may exist at the same time. How does that work? Usually context. It will make sense later, and sometimes because some powers just overlap. Wow, wait, there has to be a catch. No power comes without a price. Garp smirked. Correct again, Luffy. The key weakness of any devil fruit eater is that all forms of water reject them. Reject? Well guys, I meant describe it more like losing all their energy and sinking to their death since they also lose the ability to swim. I should also specify that it only applies to all water but only if it is stationary. Rain and waves don't weaken them, but seawater is particularly devastating. For some reason though, it only kicks in if it's higher than one's knee. There are odd exceptions though since I have seen them take baths, showers, and lay in hot springs without any issues. Weird thought Luffy. Maybe it's a mentality thing. Seastone, a special substance that emits the same energies of the sea, can also cancel out devil fruit powers through physical contact with the user. Luckily, only Marines have easy access to the stuff, so that avenue is closed to most pirates. Does Haki count as a weakness? Only armament for a certain class of devil fruits, but it helps out. Are there any other weaknesses? Garp raised 2 fingers. One is that unless someone has already catalogued the fruit, The special ability is unknown. It can be something useful, or something so useless it would have been better off not to eat the damn thing. I know that some researchers pay civilians and Marines to consume unknown fruits so that they can catalog them, but that's neither here nor there. Finally, this is more of a warning than a weakness. Never eat more than one fruit. Don't know why, and no one is willing to confirm if it's true, but basically, it kills the eater. Legend claims it's because of the devils and the fruits fight within the eater for superiority. Okay, so fruit classes? Oh right. Well, devil fruits are broken down into 3 classes, with some subclasses within them. The rarest are the logia, which gives the eater the ability to transform themselves into an element, ranging from various states of phase to even abstract concepts. Their greatest advantage, other than becoming an element, is that they can effectively become intangible. They also gain every ability related to that element, and the skill to disperse, control, and rejoin any part of their bodies while conscious and in control of their powers. Gives whoever eats them a bloated head until they fight someone with armament. Then suddenly they are as weak as kittens unless they bother training with their fruit. They may also gain a unique weakness based on said element, like say Metalogia being highly affected by lightning attacks. Makes sense. I wonder if they have plutonium in this world. Akaku no Mi sounds downright terrifying. The next rarest are the Zoan, which give the eater the ability to transform into an animal and acquire every trait affiliated with said animal. This includes the ability to shift from human to hybrid to animal form at will. This one has the most subclasses since it has so much to choose from, but they are broken down into 4: normal, carnivorous, ancient, and mythical. Luffy's eyes bulged. Mythical? Like dragons and phoenixes? Garp waved his wand. Dragons I am not sure about, but the first division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates is a phoenix, and Sengoku, the fleet admiral, is a Buddha. Luffy stared deadpan at Garp. If you are bullshitting me. Garp waved his hands in a panic. No, it's all true. I'll get you the encyclopedia and show it to you later. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Fine, grumbled Luffy. But if you playing with me, not in this case. Now, where was I? Oh right, Zoans. They can also be given to weapons. Now I am certain you are screwing with me. Nope, real thing. Studied, documented, and proven by Dr. Vegapunk and everything. Never read it, but it gave some of the higher-ups heart palpitations when they looked it over it. Luffy stated, I'll withdraw my previous 2 comments after I see the proof. Anime Sweat Drop noted. He is really not acting like an average monkey D. Out of the 3 classes, I guess Zoans are the most useful for combat. Really suited for anyone who prefers combat up and personal. Got an annoying drawback depending on which animal you get. Animal instincts? The carnivorous group gave it away, huh? Yeah, all of them outside of normal get particularly heightened instincts, but the carnivorous are more predatory and bloodthirsty than others by nature and as such, tend to be better adapted for combat. Unfortunately, unless they have extensive training and control, they can potentially go on berserk rampages. It's happened enough times for there to be data on it, so take what you will from it. Luffy nodded. I guess the last group is the most common and weakest? Yes and no. Yes in that they are plentiful, no in that they are the weakest. When you get the chance, read up on Shichibukai when you get the chance. Warlords? Okay, I guess. Good. Now, the last group are the Paramecia. These fruits give the eater a power that can affect their body, manipulate the environment, or produce substances. Basically, if it doesn't turn you into an element or an animal, it's a Paramecia. Although they do not include powers that allow elemental or animal transformations, some of them are capable of other forms of transformations, as well as creating substances. That's rather broad. Yet the Paramecia fruits also contain the greatest variety of powers, but they, unfortunately, have a particular nickname associated with them. The gag fruits. Really? They give people superpowers, but they are still considered a joke? I know of a guy who can transform their body into a multitude of spheres, another who can transform his arms and legs into wheels, and my close friend Tsuru, a vice admiral, can literally wash and hang out to dry people and objects as if they were clothes. Deadpan Garp. Luffy stared in shock at Garp. I want to call bullshit, but trust me, so did I when I met the guy who gained the power to control his hair. Being attacked by nose hairs measured in feet really makes you wonder what else is out there. You're joking. Hair? No better than the Shichibukai. Of the 7 of those monsters, 4 have Paramecia fruits for love, string, paw, and shadow. Wait a minute, something seems off here. Are the fruits really that powerful? Garp shrugged. Truthfully, I can't say. I know from talking to others that certain Paramecia fruit can be exploited and manipulated in a variety of ways, but with so many useless ones, no one has really looked into it. I can, however, say that the Paramecia can be categorized into 2 classes. those which are based on a characteristic or an object. Take what you will from that because unlike the other two, the researchers haven't bothered looking into this class. Luffy nodded, but his brain went into overtime. Objects and characteristics? That can't be right, that's just too broad. Logia and Zoan are specific, one element, one animal. These paramecia are too open to interpretation. I mean strings? Does he mean actual string or the more metaphysical concepts like string theory or the red string of love? I have to look into this later. This has potential. Garp stared at Luffy, who seemed to be thinking about something very intently. I guess something about the paramecia fruits set him off. Garp reached to check his pocket watch. Only 0730 faster than I thought. Hey Luffy! This snapped him out of his thought. Yes, sir. Garp smirked. Still got it. You want to go eat breakfast before you start training with the rest of the crew? Yeah, sure, but can I train alone for a while? Until at least I get to their level a little? Sure, fair enough. Just don't do anything crazy like wearing weights while training. The extra weight will offset your growth. Only cardio and body weight exercises. Garp noted his grandson's confusion. Cardio is mostly running and anything that gets the heart going. Body weight is any exercises that use your own body weight against you. I'll get you a book on it later to see if there are any you think you can do on your own. Luffy nodded. I think I'll read that book after breakfast. Good. Make a list of some sort and give it to me afterward. We will start your routine tomorrow. Go while I find that encyclopedia. I know I bought one with me just in case. Luffy got up and smiled. Garp in turn smiled and waved as the boy left the room. When he did, the demented smile he put on would have scared convicted criminals. Soon I will make a man out of you yet, Luffy. Wahaha. Luffy shuddered. I don't know and I don't know why, but I've made a huge mistake. The next 2.5 years were hell. Garp's definition of training was something straight out of some deranged lunatic's survival guide. Oh sure, he started off nice and easy. Some repetition exercises, squats, push-ups, running, the usual spiel. Then he, and I, both realized I was progressing a little too quickly. Weights were soon added over shorter periods of time. My reading time increased ever so slowly as I completed my schedule faster and faster. Garp stubbornly waited till I was 5 before he really let loose. I should mention that Garp's crew makes frequent island stops due to their importance. Garp just calls it fancy paper pushing. Granted, it's somewhat spot on. His name is so famous even in this blue that he hasn't gotten a good fight in some time now, and all he has been doing is passing around cargo and dossiers. Still, it gave him access to some unique training environments when I came of age. Being thrown into valleys, left alone in dangerous forests, and tied to balloons over high altitudes, all for the sake of making me stronger. Now I don't know if this world had child endangerment laws, but honestly, it didn't seem as bad as other Marines made it out to be. Oh sure, if you weren't mentally ready, the shock would paralyze and cripple your thought process, but otherwise, it was like extreme camping. I think I've done similar things when I was training during the war. The guerrilla tactics I employed to fight off animal herds and gather food implied as much. When Garp inquired, I just told him I read it in a book somewhere. It did, however, get me 2 pets out of it a little before I turned 6. How in the blazes did you get your hands on 2 wild den mushies? Garp, as well as the other Marines, shared similar faces of surprises when I emerged after my 3-day excursion from a tropical island. On my shoulders I carried, or is allowing them to ride me, 2 different den mushi. Interesting animal, the mushi. When I was trying to figure out the technology level of this world, I found it odd that phones, fax machines, and televisions seemed to be ignored. Took me a while to realize that the mushies took that role in this world. The books claimed that they could be found almost anywhere on the Grand Line, but they were somewhat rare in the other blues due to their environmental requirements. Plus, the Marine Corps regulates the growth and trade of these things somewhat. Civilians can open businesses to sell the things, but there's a lot of regulation and paperwork involved to keep track of all the numbers. I think some odd taxes are required as well. There was also the small issue of the different species cross-mating and diluting their specialized tasks. I say dilute since the select breeding done by the marine researchers is probably what caused the species specializations. In any case, the evolutionary steps these things took must have been either beyond coincidental, or some civilization got involved early on and made them like this. Still, it's a unique survival mechanism, the ability to communicate with each other telepathically through radio waves. The people of this world take advantage of this ability by attaching buttons and receivers to them to strengthen these connections artificially. According to the texts, this process is quite simple, non-invasive, and harmless to the snails. The face mimicry is a little unnerving, but at least they have natural volume control and a silent mode. Regardless, Snagging the two I found was completely an accident. Around the end of my first day, I found the two baby snails hiding under a large canopy, frail and apparently dehydrated, coming to the conclusion that one of the island's native birds must have eaten their parents, as the mushies were a communal species who took care of their young. I felt pity for the guys, at least I think they are guys. Snails are hermaphroditic if memory serves. Took me some time to coax the two with some small fruit slices and water, but they came around eventually. The shoulder thing was merely because it was easier for them and me, since I doubt they wanted to be in my pocket. Anywho, I found them abandoned in the jungle. Can I keep them? Garp rubbed his nose bridge. You know, I had this talk all planned out in the future when you'd bring a stray dog aboard. I'd make a whole issue about how you would have to be a responsible kid and take care of it until you got lazy, and I order one of my men to take over. How am I supposed to do that when you pick up snails as pets? Everyone flinched as he raised his voice, and a few smart ones covered their heads. But I shot back. And what's wrong with having snails as pets? What if I wanted to keep a bird as a pet? Or a monkey? Monkeys throw poop, not if they are wearing a diaper. This went on for some time until eventually I jumped him. He, of course, quickly beat the snot out of me. Hey, sue me, I was still a kid. Some urges are just too strong. Still, I managed to convince Garp to keep the two as pets. Helped me build a habitat for them, but they strangely preferred to be on my shoulders. I doubted their natural stickiness will last against more strenuous activity, but the communication head convinced me that nothing can get a snail off a surface unless they want to, or if they are asleep. He also happened to figure out what the two snails were. The tailish white one with black stripes seemed to be communication-related den mushy. However, as the Marine believed, its coloring made him think that its ancestors included a black and white mushy, with black being the older ancestor. When asked, I was told that black mushies are bred as listening devices or wiretaps to intercept calls between pirates or other miscreants, while the white mushy can send out psychic waves that prevent calls from being intercepted. In a way, the opposite of the black. He wasn't sure if that particular skill would come up, but he still said that this snail would be more difficult to intercept and detect when making calls. The shorter gray one was a visual-related den mushy. He was too mixed to identify any dominant ancestry, but he was definitely part Proko and Kamiko. Neat, a projector and a camera all in one. Wonder how good his memorization is? In any case, when Garp eventually asked what their names were, two immediately came to mind, Pinky and the Brain. Obviously, I wasn't going to actually call him the Brain. Why? Because the taller snail was a little goofy at times, while the shorter one was more stoic and paid attention to everything in his surroundings. Plus, their odd ancestry made them mutants among their brethren, which made me think lab experiments, which led me to the rat duo. Only Garp got the joke somehow. The man terrifies more and more every day. Speaking of terrifying, Garp finally upgraded my training to include Haki and the 6 powers. He told me immediately that Conquerors was outside of his expertise, but he was already giving me more than I asked. He showed me the same thing he would have shown the other Marines, except I already had a year to read up on the body to prepare myself mentally, as well as physically. I grasped Moonwalk well enough, once I adapted to the leg cramps. Couldn't do it for more than 30 seconds, but I had time. Same for Shave, couldn't do it for long. Tempest Kick was impossible. For one, my limbs weren't long enough. Secondly, I was still a kid who lacked muscle mass. Stubbornness can only get one so far. Gramps did say that Tempest Kick could supposedly be done with arms, but only if the dimensions were right. Translation? He was too buff to do it. Iron Body was scary easy to figure out. Oh sure, there was a trick to it that most civilians wouldn't discover until normal circumstances, but once you did, suffice to say, armament training became more bearable. Paper art I understood, but I still couldn't clear my mind for it to work. I didn't bother practicing the finger pistol, yet. Haki was a different beast though. Garp said that there was an accepted method of training observation, hitting the person blindfolded until they could predict it, but he claimed that it was bullshit. His argument? No two people are the same, and as such specialized skills couldn't have such a generalized training method. We tried brainstorming for a while, but we resorted to the true tested method. Had to put Pinky and Brain off my shoulders when we training, but I noticed that the two were particularly interested in observation Haki. Out of curiosity, I asked Gramps, who admitted that certain animals have been known to use Haki. He mentioned an animal called the Kung Fu Dugong who are well known for mastering human fighting styles and techniques. With a name like that, they better. Great, now I want one now. Armament was easier to train, just fight someone using it until the body figured out the feeling. Blunt, but so was armament. Unfortunately, the only one Gramps trusted in training me in both groups was himself. Oh sure, he pawned me off to some of his better students, but most of the time it was him. The worst part was how he got into habit of surprise attacking me with a wooden sword at the worst of times. The Year of Hell, second rendition, had its charming moments though. Garp seemed to have gotten into the habit of actually relaxing on the islands now since he no longer felt throwing me into the wild would do me any good. It gave me a chance to get to know the locals as well as ease up the tensions of the other Marines on board. Since most have been on the boat with me from the beginning, we became a pseudo-family, with them collectively acting as an older sibling, watching out for me when Dad got too crazy. It was still a productive year. I got a good grasp on Iron Body, along with Shave and Moonwalk. Tempest Kick and Paper Art were outside my reach, and the finger pistol I left alone. I was waiting for a particular moment to try it. Observation Haki was actually progressing nicely, since Garp managed to activate it in me in a month. He was very aggressive in his surprise attacks. Still, results are results. Couldn't get a good grasp on my range, omnipresence for the win, but predicting the attacks of most people was getting easier and easier. I was yet to make progress on the other skills for observation. Armament was an embarrassment, especially for Garp. He figured that despite my displeasure for it, I would have gotten it by now. Other Marines usually got it after 6 months after his frequent fist of love, but I just couldn't break through the wall. I started to think that I may have accidentally made a mental block against it, but Garp argued that such a notion was impossible and that the more logical explanation is that I lack enough will to weaponize currently. I wanted to call bullshit since I had conquerors, which meant I already had more will than most, but even I could see the strain of Gramps for putting up a smile for me. The snails must have sensed my feelings regarding it, since they rarely left my side after that point, even when I was sleeping. Eventually, the time came for all good things to end. A specially marked coup arrived one day a little after I became 7 with documents for Captain Eyes only. I remembered what that usually meant. Some was finally fed up with Garp slacking and was redeploying him elsewhere, probably back to the Grand Line, meaning that I had to be hidden. Garp wasn't surprised when I told him this, but he had to check up something before he settled on a place for me to hide in. He did tell me that he was going to most likely drop me off in Fusha Village, the place where I was supposedly born. Hey boss, yeah Beck? How come we are going to the East Blue again? Thought you said we were never returning to that blue ever since we picked up Yasop. I know, but something is telling me to go there. What, you think we will get a better price for the fruit we found? I don't know, I know the fruit will be involved, but still something important will happen there soon. What? The birth of the next pirate king? Boss, I was joking. I know, but I just can't bring myself to say no. Fusha Village was nice. I didn't care for the Dawn Island Kingdom. My hatred for nobles was still strong. The farther away I was from the royal palace, the more likely they were going to stay alive. Oda, damn it, I thought I got those thoughts in order. Garp dropped me off 2 days ago, telling the town mayor, some guy named Whoop Slap, that it would be for a month at most and that I wasn't going to be an issue. The look Whoop gave Garp left nothing to the imagination. He was apparently used to the monkey family crazy TM. Yes, that's a trademark. Honestly, it was nice, relaxing even. Whoop Slap wasn't a bad guy per se, more like Cranky from his age. He seems to be a nice and admired person within his own village, as he managed to maintain his position as mayor for a decade democratically. Wasn't that a shock to me? In a world full of nobles, some places actually allowed democratic elections, as long as they aren't important. Kind of see where Dragon is coming from. In any case, Whoop decided to place me with Makino, a very prominent figure in the village despite her age. They say it's because she is kind, caring, and beautiful. I say it's because she is the only bartender at Party's bar. You never piss off the bartender, especially one strong enough to shatter wood with her bare hands and shoot a flintlock without looking. I'll let you guess which method she prefers. Anyway, she lives in the bar since she is close with the owners and has nowhere else to be. I read the subtext, orphan. I never asked for confirmation, but her smile and personality says she must have grown past it. She took care of me despite my insistence on being able to do things myself. I was 7. We argued for the whole first day. We didn't argue on the second day. I think Garp taught her his fist of love. I thought I was finally away from that crazy bastard's machinations. Still, a routine did form. Wake up, wash, eat, train for a day, talk to the villagers, etc., etc. This went on for a week before. I guess the best word of it is that I heard a voice. Bothered me a little since neither Pinky nor Brain seemed to have reacted. Yes, I still carry them on my shoulders despite Makino telling me otherwise. But I didn't ignore it. Never asked Garp why I had urges and feelings at times about things. I chalked it up to Conqueror's Haki since he admitted that there are things about it that even he still didn't understand. Seeing as how he knew almost literally everything about Haki and the Rokushiki, I took his word for it. It was because of this voice in the back of my head that I cut my training early and ran from the jungle back to the village. It didn't take an idiot to notice the pirate ship docked at the bay. It wasn't waving a flag, but it was pretty obvious. You are either a marine-approved vessel, or a pirate. Could be a privately owned vessel, but that's rare in this blue. And yet, the town wasn't in a panic. Meaning one of three things: everyone was dead, they are held hostage, or the pirates were from this village. My observation Haki wasn't up to snuff yet, but I could still feel people moving around in the village and not huddled together, so the first two options were out. Easing my tensions, I decided to follow it. I quickly realized it was leading me back to Party's bar. I didn't need to be deaf to hear the party that was happening there. I opened the bar doors to see the rowdiest, and ironically stereotypically dressed, pirate crew drinking along merrily, exchanging stories, eating meat on a bone, slapping each other on backs, and otherwise being merry with the civilians. As I began approaching the bar stool to talk with Makino, I started profiling the people here. None really stood out, well, except for two. One was a tall man with black hair and a ponytail smoking a cigarette in the back, conveniently near the window, probably at Makino's request. The second was a rotund man eating a meal for four wearing goggles and a white striped green shirt. I could have sworn I've heard about those two somewhere. I sat down next to a man with red hair and a straw hat, calmly eating his meal. I decided to leave him alone, even if the voice in my head was practically screaming at him, and the small chest at his side. Makino finished wiping her glass. Hello, Luffy. Guess you've heard the commotion from the forest? These guys have been known to get rowdy at times. I shook my head. Not really, just felt like finishing training early today. I panicked a little when I saw the ship, but no one was in a tizzy, so I figured the pirate crew was from this village. The man next to me chuckled. Tizzy? Not a word you hear every day from a kid. I smirked, one edge of my mouth rising. Not every day you meet a pirate crew that actually welcome to a village. He paused, chewing a little but smiled nonetheless as he drank his sake. Touché. Yeah, some of the idiots in the East Blue have been giving us free spirits a hassle. Had to avoid 2 marine ships on the way here just in the last 3 days. Seeing as you made, I can only assume it wasn't my Gramps' ship. He looked at me with interest. Really? You, a marine brat? No one in this town has joined the Marines in ages. Your dad must have left to join long before I started visiting these parts. He did, replied Makino, beating me to the punch. Guess that answers the question whether or not she knew who my dad was. Yeah, I guess. Never met my dad before. Gramps says he has his reasons. Been raised on a ship my whole life. Trained on it as well. The red-haired man smiled as he cut up his meat. Guess I can't really call you a kid then. Is that how you got the 2 snails on your shoulders? I smiled as I petted the 2. Nah, found these 2 a year ago during one of my 3-day jungle training trips further up west in the blue. This is Pinky, and this is Brain. The man noted my smiling snails. Not every day you meet such well taken care of mushies. Most Marines just treat them as nothing more than equipment. I shrugged. Maybe other Marines do. My Gramps' crew are decent Marines. He slowed a little. I wasn't facing the rest of the pirates, but I caught their reflections in the bottles behind Makino. Some were still rowdy, but a few of the older ones were nonchalantly paying attention to our conversation, especially the 2 I noted earlier. The man went on. Oh? And what makes them good Marines? I waved a finger in his face. No. I said decent Marines, not good Marines, decent. The man placed down his utensils, leaned on his folded hands, and gave me a somewhat lazy yet serious glare. And what is the difference between a good Marine and a decent Marine? I stared at him, equally serious. Good Marines follow their rules to the letter and will sacrifice all for the sake of justice. Decent Marines sacrifice everything for the sake of all. Even justice, if it comes down to it. Unfortunately, the latter category is a misunderstood minority in the Marines. This actually froze the chatter. Makino had already heard this from, and agreed. On my first day here. Don't recall how that talk started, but I think she too tried convincing me not become a pirate. Not at Garp's insistence though. He gave up on that a while ago. The red-haired man was first to break from his shock. He laughed. A full-throated, from the bottom of his belly laugh. It slowly spread to the rest of his crew. You know, for a Marine brat, you sound suspiciously like a pirate wannabe. What would your Gramps say? Asked the red-haired man as he was wiping his tears. I smiled as I drank the juice Makino put out for me. Please, Gramps gave me his wholehearted approval. Says maybe I can go and cleanse the blues of the more moronic idiots out there so he would have less paperwork to deal with. Hell, He's been training me for the last 2 years just for that occasion. Oh? Does that mean I should expect a rival out of you in a few years' time? I waved my hand nonchalantly. Nah, maybe a decade. If you last around till that point. A man with yellow dreadlocks behind me laughed. Damn. I wish my kid had the coins to speak to his elders like that. The boy needs some courage in his bones. The man in front of me turned. Oh, shut up, Yassop. We just left Syrup Village. You had a whole week to knock it into his head. Instead, you taught him how to use that stupid slingshot. Well, Ban China wouldn't let him hold a gun. How else was I supposed to pass on my legendary marksman skills? Someone else laughed from another table. Marksman skills? Please, you missed the toilet half the time. Everyone, me and Makino included, laughed at that barb. We would have gone on singing and eating had someone not entered the bar, by smashing the door in. Someone not part of the Redhead's crew. Sorry for the interruption. Silence answered in turn. Everyone stared, but the red-haired man next to me just kept on eating. I noted the man had a small following behind him. So these are the so-called pirates. They look like idiots. The man walked across the room, straight to the bar area, almost smashing into the straw hat man next to me. Welcome, answered Makino calmly as he walked up to the man. I noted the man carefully. X-scar on the right side of his forehead, a weird orange necklace thing, a goatee and top knot, a tragedy-looking cloak. It all screamed, we are bandits. Knew it. We're not here to destroy your bar. We need 10 barrels of sake. I counted the turban-wearing men behind him. 15. Much smaller than the pirate number in the bar. I'm sorry, but we're out of sake at the moment, calmly answered Makino. That's strange, the pirates are drinking something. Is it water? All the sake we have is out there. Red Hair looked up from his meal. That's no good. We drank everything. He turned smiling to the bandit leader. Sorry. If you want, you can have this bottle. I haven't opened it yet. The bandit reached out for it, but he quickly formed a fist. He smashed the bottle, spraying the liquid and the fragments onto the man, and indirectly, me. I'm a wanted man. I'm worth 8 million belly. 1 bottle won't be nearly enough. Don't take me so lightly. The arrogance was literally spewing out of him. A perfect example of a good pirate or bandit in this case, but there is no such thing as a decent bandit. I felt a sense of foreboding from that thought. I thought the redhead would have gotten angry. Instead, damn, now the floor is all wet. Sorry about that, Makino. Do you have a mop? I watched, somewhat surprised, that the man in front of me leaned down and started to slowly gather up the glass shards and wipe the alcohol with his towel. I'll take care of it, said Makino as she started to come out from behind the bar. The bandit took out his sword and slashed across the table, getting more fragments on me, as the rest fell on the floor and in turn, on top of the redhead. Looks like you enjoy cleaning up. You'll enjoy this even more. No point of wasting time here if you don't have any sake. Let's go. Makino approached the man and started helping him up and drying him. I did something else. Are you going to apologize? If it was silent before, not it was quiet enough to hear a mouse fart from within the walls. The bandit slowly turned to me. Did you not hear what I said, boy? I am Higuma the Mountain Bandit, a wanted man, and I am Monkey D. Luffy, a child who you got glass shards and alcohol on. Now apologize and pay for the damages. Higuma and his crew laughed at that. The red-haired man next to me though was trying his best to hide his shock. Guess he figured out who Gramps was. Higuma finally stopped laughing, or what? Are you going to go cry to your mommy? I finished my juice, wouldn't if I could, she's dead. No, what I am going to do is give you to the count of 3. If after I finish counting you haven't apologized and started reaching for your bellis, I'm going to knock you out. If you still don't, it'll break your fingers. After that, well, I am not really familiar with interrogation techniques, but there's enough of you here to experiment with. Higuma looked at me with a mixture of pure confusions, surprise, and anger. You must be one of the stupidest kids in all the blues to think I will. When I raised a finger. Did you hear what I said? To another finger followed. The redhead started getting up in panic. Kid, what the hell are you doing? His crew started getting up as well, drawing swords and pistols. They wouldn't make it in time anyway. Higuma just got mad and started drawing his swords. You damn annoying. He was just about to slice me. 3. I let out my haki. Believe it or not, maintain constant control on Conqueror's haki is hard when you start practicing it. Letting it out felt nice. I thought I lost control and spilled it on the pirates, but they didn't seem to react. Some shook and sweated, but that's it. Makino was behind me, so she was safe, as was the redhead man. The bandits, though, took them all less than a second to faint. I got off my barstool while everyone else looked in shock at what I just did. I kicked Higuma a bit. Neat. I wonder if I turn him into a bounty office, would I get the 8 million? That apparently broke Makino out of her stupor as she went up to me and smacked me in the head with her own fist of love. Damn it, Luffy! Shanks had it all under control. Oh, damn it, Makino! The bandits destroyed cutlery and cut up the bar. Who exactly was going to pay for it, did you say, Shanks? This actually surprised her, didn't you know? I slowly turned to the now named Shanks as he finished cleaning up the mess while his crew was tying up the bandits. I turned back to Makino. We never actually said our names. He couldn't be. I turned back to the people I noticed before. As if the synapses in my brain finally fired, I remembered the wanted posters that hung up on Gramps' ship. The tall man with black hair, Ben Beckman, the smartest man in the blues. The rotund man, Lucky Roo, the man who could out-eat giants. The dreadlocked man, Yasopp, the man who could snipe wings off flies. I slowly turned around, facing the man who was, by my own admission, the man who epitomized decent pirates. I turned in shock slowly, then you. Shanks slowly got up. I just realized how tall he actually was, and took off his hat, parting his red hair, revealing the 3 scars on his face. And you, my little Haki-using friend, are the grandson of one Monkey D. Garp, the most decorated marine out there, who you just openly admitted allowed you to become a pirate. Must be a good story there. I snapped. What the hell is a Yonko doing in the East Blue? Do you know the ramifications of you being here? I would have kept shouting had he not covered my mouth in a rush. Calm down, kid. We came in incognito. If we took a ship from our actual fleet, we would have stood out like a sore thumb in this blue. Also, you might want to get stitches for that scar. It looks like it's turning nasty. I quickly checked my reflection, moon-like scar under my eye. Makino sighed. I'll get the kit. Looks like he needs stitches. I calmed down as I started disinfecting the wound. So what is a Yonko doing in the East Blue? As the rest of his crew carried the bandits away, Shanks sat down and faced me. Well, if you asked anyone other than my hands, they would say we were visiting their families. A lot of my crew is from the East Blue. But? I asked. He reached for the chest at his side. I had a sudden urge to go to the East Blue with this. Even as he opened the lid, I already knew what it was. The voice in my head pounding away. Before Shanks even said anything, I already registered what I saw. A violet, spherical-shaped fruit with a stem sprouting out of the top, with swirls that go in a curly S-like pattern. Its overall appearance greatly resembles a Yubri king. This here is, started Shanks, the Gomu Gomu no Mi, a devil fruit that gives its eater the properties of rubber, turning them into a rubber man. I have never actually seen a DF before, so my surprise clearly showed. The ringing in my head was finally less clawing and more soothing. Shanks turned serious. How did you know what fruit this was? I looked at him and spoke truthfully. I read the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia cover to cover, but honestly? A voice in my head told me. The surprise on Shanks was actually palpable. However, it quickly turned into a smile as if he suddenly struck oil. I think I realize why I came to this sea. Had Shanks known of the ripple effects his decision would cause the world over in a decade, he would have laughed all the way to the heavens and praised Oda. For the rubber Tenma was born that day, and the world will fear his wrath. 10 years later, thunder, lightning, and winds of fury frayed the dark skies. Only a madman would be caught dead in such tumultuous seas, or someone like Monkey D. Luffy and his lone ship. Oda, dammit brain, I told you and Pinky to keep watch for storms. Well, pardon me for being unable to detect the rapid shift in weather currents. Narf. Sorry, Luffy, I didn't hear any of the telltale signs of a storm coming. Pinky, are you pondering what I'm pondering? Woof, oh, I'd have to say the odds of that are terribly slim, brain. True. I mean, really, when have I ever been pondering what you've been pondering? To my knowledge, never. Exactly. So, what are the chances that this time I'm pondering what you're pondering? Next to nil. Well, that's exactly what I'm thinking too. Therefore, you are pondering what I'm pondering. Point, I guess I am. Will you two stop pondering and just tell the rest of us here what the hell you are pondering? Diddy, how's the storage coming along? Almost done, boss. Need a moment more. Sorry, Luffy. What we were pondering is that this weather change is not natural. So what? A weather-based fruit? The notes said that such a fruit was impossible. What about a sudden cold or hot front, brain? Don't you be saying that's a factor as well? Please, Pinky. Do you know the magnitudes of temperature displacement needed to achieve such weather manipulation? Akiji or Akainu? Bloody bananas, boss. What the hell did we steal? How did we get the Iceman cometh on us? Never mind now, Diddy. Just open that damn barrel. Anything is better than dying at sea. Poik, brain? What are the odds of us surviving? Surprisingly high. The odds of a ship passing us by once this storm passes are 74.56%. Good enough. A 3-mast ship was passing by a swirling whirlpool. Two low-ranked Marines were topside, watching the seagulls fly by one of the whirlpools that remained from last night's storm. Hey, Griff. Yes, Simmons? You ever wonder why we're here? It's one of life's great mysteries, isn't it? Why are we here? I mean, are we the product of some cosmic coincidence? Or is there really a God watching everything? You know, with a plan for us and stuff. I don't know, man, but it keeps me up at night. Both stare at each other in silence. What? I mean, why are we out here, on the top deck outside? Oh. Yeah? What was all that stuff about God? Nothing. You want to talk about it? No. You sure? Yeah. Hey, look, a barrel coincidentally floating near the whirlpool we were staring at. Let's pick it up and never discuss what just transpired between us ever again. In the hall within the ship, a party was occurring with the nice folks dancing their day away, unconcerned with the whirlpool outside. Most of them. Please don't be concerned. A whirlpool like that won't affect this ship. Nami faced the large windows in a stolen dress, eavesdropping on the captain's assuring speech. She watched an island pass by, noting it by force of habit, charting it in her mind's map. She needed a distraction. Miss, may I have the honor of this dance? He will do. Griff and Simmons finally hooked the barrel and dragged on the deck, when suddenly, trouble to the starboard. There's a pirate flag on top of the mast. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In the panic of the spotter's words, Griff and Simmons dropped the barrel, causing it roll down the stairs further into the ship as the enemy cannonballs hit. Somehow, by some odd stroke of luck, said barrel ended up in storage among other barrels in the kitchen. Lucky. Nami needed a distraction, and she got one. Granted, it was a pirate raid, but pickers can't be choosers. Rather than going with the panicking crowd, she quickly slipped away, heading instead in the opposite direction from them. She left her partner on the floor all in a tizzy. Damn nobles. Money to spare, and they didn't bother buying any courage. Kobe, asked the lady captain. Behind her stood a crowd of some of the worst-looking degenerates imaginable. In between stood a small boy, well, smallish for his age, wearing glasses and with pink hair. Why, wise, who's the most beautiful woman in the seas? It's you, of course, Captain Alvida. Cody looked like he was rubbing the back of his head in worry when he was really pinching it to near bleeding levels. It was the only way to cover his tics and lie convincingly to the landlocked whale. Said albino freckled whale slammed her mace on the floor of the ship, laughing smugly. Giant coat, cowgirl hat, red dicky, flannel shirt and all. Well said, thank you. One of the pirates walked forward. Captain Alvida, it's been a while since we last raided a whale, hasn't it? Indeed it has. I feared the storm would have caused those rich pasty bastards to avoid this path. But I guess they were as foolish as they were rich. She turned and faced her men. All right, boys, you know the drill? We pull up to the ship, shatter their masts with some iron, board them, and drain them dry. Leave everyone alive until the end. Do what you will afterward. Another man walked up, miasma just leaking off of him. Anything? Kobe shuddered. He thanked Oda every day that no man on the ship tried taking advantage of him, and in the last 2 years he has been forced to stay on this accursed ship. He had only just recently managed to convince Alvida to remove his leg manacles. All he had to pay was sleeping in the room with her. The whale snored so loudly that no alarm could wake her, and her conditioning made sure she wouldn't kill the one man on board who could read stolen maps when he woke her. Alvida smirked. Consider this your shore leave, boys. Just take the girls to other rooms after we take everything. No need to spook the men and cause them to do something foolish. Cody didn't need to turn to sense the hyenas. He couldn't refer to the men behind him as people. Practically drooled as they drew their swords and pistols. Yes, ma'am. Alvida stood proudly as her ship approached, hooking themselves to the sides of the much larger prey. Men! Show them the power of Alvida, the female Iron Club pirate. A few minutes later, in the dancing hall. Don't know who this nobody is, but she got their attention. Nami had just finished knocking out some weird lackey as she finished changing to a pirate outfit. She figured it would help her blend in while she pilfered the captain's office, which it did. Now all she needed to do was swing across to the pirate ship while they weren't on it, pilfer them, and stow away to live another day. Damn Alvida and her kicks. I was just about to swing across myself. Cody avoided the rest of his crew as he started searching below deck. He quickly found the kitchen for one reason only. Need to find a knife. Need to find a knife. Despite being off the manacles, Alvida still watched Kobe like a hawk. On her ship, he couldn't get his hands on anything to aid him or help him escape. His best chance was currently somewhere on this ship. But first, he needed to find a knife or at least a sword to cut ropes. He just needed to drop off the side boats and row away. Sure, he was in the middle of nowhere, but it was better than nothing. The rocking of the ship made it seem like a tornado went through the kitchen, but Kobe quickly spotted something glint in the mess of the barrels to the side. As he was about to pocket the knife, "Hey, you coward! Are you hiding and doing nothing again? Damn it, so close." Kobe turned to the three men, pushing the closest barrel towards the three men as they stood by the door. "Not at all. I just didn't have anything on me to hold anyone hostage, so I decided to start bringing up supplies instead. I mean, I found this wine barrel here." The three men chuckled. "Goodman, Cody. Taking the initiative. Here, we'll help lighten your load." Kobe caught the subtext. "I'll keep quiet, guys, but you know how Alvida always knows anyway." The third man shrugged. We'll just say it fell overboard during transfer. "Now let me open it." The largest of the trio propped the casket up and cracked his knuckles, preparing to punch his way through. "Idiots. We are in a kitchen, there must be a hammer or a crowbar around here, but no. Machismo demands it." Kobe backed away and watched as said oaf reared his fist back. Just as he was about to punch through the barrel though, Oto burst. "Say what now?" Said barrel exploded outward, shooting shards of wood and metal everywhere. Kobe had enough sense to hide behind the kitchen island. The other three, however, Kobe didn't need to check their pulses after estimating the number of holes they had and blood they were dripping. Hell, one guy was missing a third of his face. Kobe quickly noted something in the epicenter of the explosion. He watched in fascination as a 6-foot-tall man, scratched that teen, stood up, hand on his straw hat holding it. He was wearing a red vest that had the sleeves end somewhere between his elbow and shoulder. His blue shorts reached to his knees, his sandals trapped tightly and woven securely. On his shoulders, Kobe noted 2 snails. One looked like a black and white communication mushy with a rig on his back. At least it looked like a standard rig at first glance. The other shoulder seemed to have a weirdly colored visual mushy, with a rig of his own. On his back, he saw a monkey. At least Kobe thought it was a monkey. Its arms and legs, while long, seemed proportional. It had hands for feet as well, and a long tail to boot. The red shirt threw him off a little. Must have been a mixed breed of some sort. What he heard made him topple. "Damn it, Pinky! I could have punched my way out and dealt with the pirates myself." The communications snail shrugged. "Sorry, Luffy, I panicked." Kobe's jaw dropped. "It can talk. May we discuss this at a later time?" "Diddy, are you alright?" Diddy rubbed his ears in annoyance. "Thank for asking, Brain. A little ringing, but I think I can stave off tinnitus for another day." "How droll," deadpanned the visual snail. Kobe approached from behind the counter, as Luffy was dusting himself. Excuse me? Why were you in that casket?" Luffy turned and faced Kobe, surprised. "Oh, you survived. Guess you reacted faster than these knuckleheads." "And my friends and I were in the casket because we got caught in the storm and hiding in the barrel was our best chance of survival. Guess we got pulled up onto this ship." Kobe smirked. "I call them oafs myself." Diddy jumped on the island, leaning and staring straight at Kobe. "Who are you supposed to be?" Kobe Hannah." Luffy chuckled. "Blossom, really? It was the name the nuns gave me when they saw my hair." "And Kobe? That's what was written on the paper they found me with on the church steps." "Then mind you explaining how someone like you ended with rapscallions such as these?" inquired the visual snail. Kobe was about to reply when he heard for stomach's growl. "Come on, I'll take you to storage. Must be some food there. While there, you mind telling me how your animal friends are talking?" "Narf," said the communication snail as they all followed Kobe. "You can thank me for that." "How?" "I mean, sure, mushies are smart and all, but I've never heard of one being able to translate animal speech before." They entered the storage room, each quickly finding something to soothe their hunger, Kobe included. The other snails spoke. "I understand your confusion, boy. Indeed, most mushies wouldn't possess such impressive capabilities. However, most mushies don't consume devil fruits." Kobe stared in awe. "Really? He ate a devil fruit? What kind of fruit does that?" Diddy looked up from his banana. "You don't seem surprised about the possibility of devil fruits. I figured you folks in the East Blue pass it off as fairy tales." Alvida the whale and her crew once docked at a pirate island further up north. "We saw a guy there who ate some fruit that gave him the ability to cause surfaces around him to become slippery as hell. Could apply it to weapons too. Most laughed at him until he started a brawl. None could get up when he applied it to the floor, so he kicked them all in the balls." Luffy looked up from his apple as he was chewing. The subari no mi. Aspect opposite of the sub no fruit." "Aspect opposite? Never heard that about devil fruits." Luffy waved his hand. "Sorry, personal classification. In any case, you don't seem like you are with the pirate folk, but they knew you. What gives? I mean, you called your captain a whale." "She is not my captain." Luffy, Pinky, Brain, and Diddy all flinched at the rage Kobe displayed. "That leviathan of a woman kidnapped me from my island and has been using me as her personal slave and navigator for 2 years. Luffy finished his food and paid Kobe his undivided attention. Go on. I was 13 when I tried applying for the Marine Corporation. I knew I was young, but I studied and prepared myself extensively with whatever books I could get my hands on at the orphanage. I was well taken care of, but us orphans don't have a lot of options in regards to career prospects. In any case, one of Alvida's men overheard all that I could do and kidnapped me on the way back to the orphanage. I've been forced to serve as her navigator and worker for the last 2 years. I would have tried escaping sooner, but they have only recently trusted me enough to leave me unsupervised and without shackles. Luffy nodded along to Kobe's story, anger evident but well hidden in his eyes. So you wanted to join the Marines for money? Inquired Luffy with a raised brow. I would be lying if I said no. Marine Corp at least provides some form of financial stability and housing. No, it's not the main reason. When I was younger, the orphanage was being harassed by a bunch of bandits. We didn't have much, but the sisters could only resist for so long. One day, however, a single Marine came. He was passing through the area and heard about the bandits harassing us. I don't know his name. He just showed up when they were outside and punched them all into comas. Took them away, gave the nuns some extra belly, and told them to call on the Marines next time. Luffy rubbed his chin and thought, did he say anything else? He said that it was his duty as a decent Marine to uphold justice and do the right thing. Kobe noticed Luffy's smirk. I think I know who you met. He is a decent Marine to follow. Brain? He has been telling the truth the whole time, Luffy. His heart rate didn't rise, his pupils didn't dilate, nor did his sweat production increase. Kobe was flabbergasted. He was being tested. But Luffy beat him to the punch. Alright, I guess I can help you out by getting rid of this Alvida woman. She's robbing this ship, right? Who's on board, nobles? Kobe shook his head. Maybe a few lower class ones with no real power, but it's mostly rich merchants and traders. Luffy sighed a little. I guess I can be a little less stingy then. Diddy, pack up some food and water. Oda knows how long we will be traveling afterward once we got off this thing. Sure thing, boss. Kobe wanted to ask where Diddy was going to store everything when he noticed the monkey make a hoop with his tail. A hoop that suddenly had a dark film within it, one that said monkey was dropping foods and items into. Cody stared bug-eyed at Luffy as he was looking through the crates, with Brain telling him what was in each one without opening them. But Pinky turned to look at the stuttering boy. Poink. Should we have mentioned that all of us have eaten devil fruits? Kobe's mouth almost reached the floor in shock. Really? But I thought devil fruits were rare? Luffy froze for a second as memories flashed through his mind. Cages, screeching, foul smells and noises, men in lab coats, filling cabinets and shelves, books as far as the eye can see, paperwork haphazardly lying everywhere, boards with diagrams and numbers, Diddy and something larger huddled together in the corner of a prison cell, rows and rows of chests, one slowly opening to reveal a blue-orange with swirls. You could say that I was at the right place at the right time. Luffy turned to give Kobe his undivided attention. Diddy over there ate the Chozo no Mi, which made him the storage man, or monkey in this case. Handy little thing, especially if one wants to travel with their items hidden away in a little subdimension. Really handy in a fight as well if you can use it right or store the right thing away. Kobe thought about it. Does he need to form a circle with his tail to use it? Good catch, but no. He uses his tail since it gives direct access to his own personal space. Otherwise, he has a general space he uses for combat, and to hold something momentarily. And your mushies? Luffy pointed to each snail for their respective explanation. Pinky here ate the Oto no Mi, or the sound fruit. Seems redundant for a snail to eat it, but boy would people be mistaken. Other than boosting his natural communication abilities to the next level, it gives him a few unique support functions, as you have already noticed why his translation function. Wow, how big is his range, if he stretches it to his absolute limit? About 2 miles. But his range to maintain sanity and hear everything of pertinence? A little closer to half a mile. Granted, of course, he has time to practice and raise his circumference. When we first ate the fruit, he spends a week or 2 hiding in his shell getting used to all the new sounds he was hearing. Kobe hissed. Must have been horrible for him, hearing all that noise at once. Luffy showed a comforting smile as he petted Pinky. He had me and Brain at his side to help him through. Speaking of which, Brain here ate the Bijin no Mi, or the vision fruit. Wow, you must have been the luckiest bastard in the blues the day you found those 2 specific fruits. A sound fruit for a communication mushy and a vision fruit for the visual mushy. Luffy chuckled. You could say that. In any case, the vision fruit did the same thing to Brain as sound fruit to Pinky. As I like to joke, he can see for miles and miles. Neat. Can I also assume he has X-ray vision as well? That and more. As a bonus though, he developed a perfect photographic memory. Combine that with his projection capabilities and voracious reading habit, I have my own personal library of books and movies to watch whenever I get bored. The hard part is getting him to record some stuff that I like. Brain rolled his eyes. I am sorry, Luffy, but I can't demean myself as to even trying to watch those horrible cartoons you are so fond of. Hey, those cartoons give me ideas as to how to experiment with my fruit. Kobe raised a brow. Your fruit? Oh right. Luffy hooked his cheek and pulled, showing Luffy the stretchiness of his skin. I ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi about a decade back, turning myself into the rubber man. Luffy could actually see the sparkle in his eyes. That means that you're immune to bullets and blunt objects, right? Yeah? Asked Luffy as he unhooked his cheek and Diddy was finishing up. Well, Alvida's primary weapon is her giant club. As long as we get rid of the sword users, you should have no problem with the rest. Kobe watched in shock as everyone sans him started laughing. What did I say? Something wrong? Brain controlled himself first. Mr. Kobe, I believe you are giving this Alvida, who I just spotted and can acknowledge to be a rather rotund woman, too much credit in her capabilities. Narf. Luffy, why, even any of us, can handle any of the scum up top. Yeah, jumped in Diddy, and unlike us animals, Luffy doesn't even have to use his fruit to beat them. So you'll help me escape? Luffy smiled ear to ear. Kid, I was going to help you the minute you led us to the food. Alvida watched proudly as her men were carrying and sending the chest filled with treasure across the ships by pulleys. Get going! Move everything before the Marines get here. Anyone who slacks off meets my iron club. She did a quick head count, making sure everyone was present. Has anyone seen Kobe? We are keeping watch of the water, Captain. He hasn't escaped anywhere. She shrugged, slightly annoyed. Must mean he is somewhere below deck. Remind me to search him and make sure he doesn't stash anything on his person. Nami wiped her brow, smiling fondly as she looked at all the stash she managed to pilfer from the chest Alvida left behind unprotected. Granted, what pirate actually expects to be boarded and pillaged while they, in turn, were robbing and plundering another ship? Now how will I get away? Alvida started tapping her club on her shoulder. She had gathered everything of value of this vessel, and her men were getting antsy, ready to play with their toys. She was about to shout for Kobe when she saw him emerge from below deck, with a flintlock in his hands. Oh? Were you doing some killing down below, little Kobe? Or is that gun for me? Kobe raised his head, allowing Alvida to see his face. She knew that the boy was carrying rage at being kidnapped, but his eyes clearly convey it all. Unlucky boy. Too soft for his own good. His raised, unstitching hand was something else though. Alvida chuckled. Guess you finally got the nerve to. 2 years. Huh. I have been your prisoner for 2 years ever since your men kidnapped me from my home. PSSHH, what home? You were an orphan. You had no home. The orphanage was my home. Shouted Kobe. The nuns, my friends, the island. That was my home. You took me away from it all, letting them all think I was dead. Alvida shrugged nonchalantly. So what, you going to shoot me now to make yourself feel better? Please. Even if you do manage to him beautiful old little me, my boys will get you and heal me up lickety split. Kobe smirked. Beautiful? Please, what crooked funhouse mirror have you been using to stare at yourself, you giant tub of lard? Silence. You could hear the iron mace crack as the enraged Alvida held it. Say that again? Oh, I'm sorry, didn't you not hear me? I was calling you an albino whale, Freckles. Alvida slammed her club into the ship floor, cracking and denting it. I am Iron Mace Alvida, the most beautiful woman of the seas. How dare you mock me in such a manner? Well, how would you like me to mock you then? I take requests. Although, seeing a Narwhal walking on 2 feet is shocking enough as it is. What did you call me? Kobe smirked. Not a fan of that one? I have others. How about you look like a corpse that was left floating out of the sea for too long? Like 12 inches of face stretched over 4 inches of skull, like a moldy jack-o'-lantern that some frat guy barfed in and then crushed against his forehead because he was super drunk and thought it was a beer can and immediately regretted every single life choice he ever made. With each insult, the men backed more and more away from Alvida as her rage intensified. Silence. How dare you? Are your last words going to be those outright lies before you fire that gun? Fire the gun? Kobe asked with genuine shock. Oda, no. It's not even loaded. To the shock of the men and Alvida, Kobe showed that the flintlock was indeed empty. But why? I've never held a gun before in my life. In what plane of existence would I actually be able to fire it and hit you? No, I just took it off the 3 mooks that died looking for me. I was just a distraction. Shock registered on Alvida's face. Distraction. Before pushing further, The floor underneath one of the larger gathering of her men broke under them, causing them to fall a few floors down as something shot out into the air. Everyone watched as a man landed onto the deck, with a monkey by his side. Nice distraction, Kobe. Plus, kudos on the insults. I had Pinky listen in. Kobe smiled. Thanks. Are the passengers safe? Yup, smiled Luffy as he faced Alvida. And her men downstairs have been taken care of. Alvida was enraged before she noticed the splotches of blood on the boy's arms. Didn't take an idiot to realize what he meant. Men! Attack this fool and his monkey. Zarp! Don't forget us snails. Brain face Kobe. I would cover your ears, boy, for your own well-being. Kobe did as he was told when he spotted Pinky breathing in deeply as Alvida's men jumped, swords and dagger drawn toward Luffy. Odo sickness. Kobe couldn't really hear it, but a weird cacophony of sounds was being emitted from Pinky. He didn't know how, but he watched as everyone around him, sans Luffy, Brain, and Diddy, became green to the gills and started tripping, swaying, and falling over. Some even threw up. Only Alvida and people on her ship seemed mostly immune. How in the blazes? Luffy smirked as he cracked his knuckles. Neat, huh? Pinky here overlays a bunch of sounds outside of the human hearing range and bombards them onto people, causing temporary vertigo. Has a small range, but useful in dealing with mooks. Diddy want to handle the fools on the bitch's ship while I deal with her? Diddy drew 3 swords, one for his tail, and smiled, with pleasure, boss. The last thing Kobe heard as Diddy ran across the tightropes to Alvida's ship was someone asking where the monkey got the swords. Famous last words indeed. Kobe, go hide for now. Luffy pulled back his arm. I have some Piritesto dispose of. Nodding, understanding that he was a liability in this situation, Kobe ran off to the sidelines, still keeping his eyes on Luffy. Dodging left, right, bending backward, punch, kick, head spin, nut shot, lean back. Luffy was not even bothering to pay attention to the fight happening around him, just reacting and acting on reflexes more than anything else. The bastards working for Alvida must have been the lowest of the low. Could barely swing a sword properly, always missed their shots, didn't dodge the ones that he rubbered back. Wasn't that a surprise for them? In general, was weak. Alvida seemed at least smarter than the rest. She was watching and analyzing him, trying to figure out his weakness. She figured his snails would be a liability, but the tall one just kept on laughing while the shorter one kept flashing anyone unsuspecting with his eyes, blinding them, giving their owner a shot at them. She was losing men left and right, some literally, as the Luffy boy either knocked them out, punched and kicked them overboard, and even worse, actually killed them. She kept hearing people's necks crack whenever he chopped at them, kicked them, or just outright twist them, all with that demented smile of his. Such battle rage. What is this monster they poked at? Hearing the screams of men on her ship being slashed up, dying by a monkey of all things wasn't helping. She finally lost it when Luffy grabbed one man who tried slashing him from behind by the head and throwing him a group of others, like some demented version of bowling. Enough! Shouted Alvida, as she rushed forward, swinging her club straight down on this Luffy head. She smirked as he didn't bother dodging. Said smirk was quickly replaced by panic when she realized that the floor underneath him didn't crack from the force, nor did his skull, and that his legs were squishing downwards like jelly. Shishishi doesn't hurt. What? How the hell is he? 'Cause I am made of rubber. Alvida watched in outright shock as the boy backhanded her weapon away, causing her to lean and almost topple over. Rather than stopping, his hand kept on stretching. By the time Alvida registered how far off in the distance it was and that he was using his other hand to hold her in place, she had only one though. Oh phooey, Gomu no pistol, shouted Luffy as his fist rushed back, hitting Alvida straight in the stomach, and pushed onward, reaching beyond the ship, further into the sea, eventually stopping, disconnecting from her massive gut, the backlash shooting her even further past the horizon, skipping along the sea like a smooth stone. You did it, Luffy! Shouted Kobe, rushing toward him, grabbing him a hug, crying his pent-up tears. Thank you so much. Luffy cranked his arms back and forth, relaxing his shoulder a bit. Was nothing. That bitch had it coming. Before either could talk any further, cannonballs started erupting around the waters. Shit, Luffy quickly uttered. Brain? 3 marine vessels to the north-northwest. They seemed to have responded to whatever distress call was made from here. Damn it. Hey Kobe, you want to join the Marines? I can leave you here for them? Are you insane? The minute they hear that I was part of Alvida's crew, they'll have me in the brig faster. Luffy waved his hands back and forth in worry. Okay, don't bite off my head. Diddy, are you finished over there? All taken care of, the loot stored, all safe and sound? Kobe looked at Luffy. Wait, you pilfered the passengers' stuff. Brain, Pinky, survivors? Zoinks. The passengers are safe and sound below, getting their wrists bandaged and whatnot from the ropes. The pirates have been taken care of and are knocked out. Those you haven't killed, that is. Luffy rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, got a little too rough with them. I figure that could present at least some challenge. In any case, any way to escape from this mess? Brain smirked. I believe your answer is currently stowing away on Alvida's ship. Nami was doing her last inspection of the dinghy she managed to lower from the side of Alvida's ship during the fighting. Don't know who that was, but I do not want to be around when the Marines get here. She was about to unfurl her mast when she saw another ship fall from the side. She watched in shock as the ship dropped. The pink-haired boy was currently rubbing his head wincing, while the other one, wearing the star hat, noticed her, smiled, nodded, and began unfurling his sail. Nami smiled and shrugged. Oh well, guess he isn't interested in me. Better off I am then. At least he wasn't a pirate. Kobe adjusted the sails and checked his compass, making sure they were heading in the right direction. So why exactly are you going to Shell Island, Luffy? Luffy looked up from his map, the snails currently sleeping, and Diddy keeping watch from the top of the mast. Heard a rumor there was some corrupt business going on over there. Figured I would go and take a look, before heading onward. Cubby finished tying everything up as he sat in front of Luffy. You know I never asked you, but what exactly are your plans? You're not a bounty hunter since you didn't bother keeping Alvida for her bounty. You're not really a thief since you stole stuff from the pirates, even if said stuff belonged to the passengers. And you don't seem like an explorer or trader. So what are you? Luffy smirked as he put away his map. I'm a pirate. Kobe froze. What? Well, I am pirate in the most unrefined of terms. I mean, I don't have a crew or anything, I don't have a flag, and I haven't even got a boat to my name. Kobe sighed in relief. Oh good. Still want to be Pirate King though. Oh come on. I just escaped from one pirate crew, how did I get roped into another? Shishishi. Laughed Luffy, wiping his tears at Kobe's antics. Don't worry Kobe, I wasn't going to ask you to join my crew anyway. Oh really? Nah. That's actually the second reason I am going to Shell Town. I've heard that one half of the East Blue's best bounty hunter duo is currently there, one who I want to join my crew. You want a bounty hunter to join a pirate crew? Deadpan Kobe. What better way to be in constant contact with strong enemies and get a chance to rid the seas of other pirates? Besides, I can probably pay them more than what they earn from their bounties. Kobe lifted his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Craziest damn pirate I've ever. Who exactly do you plan to meet on Shell Island exactly? Luffy smirked eye to eye. Why, none other than Roronoa Zoro, the young swordsman of the East Blue. Are we there yet? Asked Pinky. No, Deadpan Brain. 5 minutes later. Are we there yet? Asked Pinky. No, said Diddy while sunbathing. Are we there yet? Asked Pinky. 3 minutes later. Are we there yet? Asked Pinky. No, said Luffy without looking up from one of his newer journals. He was currently flipping through his mushy numbers, looking up a contact for one in particular. He usually wouldn't bother, but some of his friends had numbers that rotated on a predetermined rule basis, accounting for which blue they were in and for time displacement. Getting a call to them was a hassle and a half. 1 minute later. Are we there? I swear to Oda, Pinky, ranted an irate Cody. Being on a small ship with no privacy for 2 days would do that dash. If you ask if we are close to Shell Island one more time, I will. Actually, started Brain, eyes coming out of his shell, we are. If you sit on the mast Luffy, you should see the island over the horizon. Luffy closed his journal, tossed it at Diddy, who promptly stored it away and did just that. Good. We made good time. I was honestly afraid that the storm front would come around again. Really? Inquired Kobe. I get the freak weather we have been having in this section of the sea lately, but it's not that unusual. Luffy looked at Kobe smiling. If only you knew. Call it paranoia. Neither Brain nor Pinky were able to catch a whiff of the storm beforehand, so it was definitely outside the norm. Trust me, I know. Kobe sat interested. You suspect a weather devil fruit is doing it somehow? Luffy sat on the mast facing Coney. Despite popular belief, or myth in most people's case, a devil fruit is not capable of everything. There are some clear limitations. Really? Odd Kobe. Having a devil fruit for weather seems like something that would exist. So should a Logia Mizu no Mi, water fruit, or a Paramecia Shibuki no Mi, splash fruit. But one of the key rules of devil fruit powers is that it can only control one thing. Isn't Tenko, weather, one thing? Also, Shibuki? Manipulate all surrounding water without producing your own. A parallel fruit for Mizu. Kobe raised a brow. Parallel? Personal term, don't overthink it. In any case, maybe I wasn't too clear. A devil fruit can only control one clear element. Weather is too complex to fall under the dominion of one clear term. Normal weather relies on air currents, temperatures, pressure, humidity, moisture, and other myriad of things. Hell, Grand Line weather throws and magnetic forces just to make it even worse. No one fruit can control the weather, just like there is no fruit for everything. Kobe rubbed his chin in thought, so there are no fruits to create water at all. Water, no. Other liquids and semi-liquids, yes. Semi-liquids? There exists a Hakamitsu no Mi, honey no Mi, paramecia class fruit. Also, don't get me started on some of the Charlotte family devil fruit users. This actually caught Kobe's interests. As a precaution, he studied all he could about the Yonkos, but a lot of information regarding Big Mom's family was classified and or unpublished. You actually know them? I caught mentions of them here and there. I only really know about them because of her more prominent family members. So her children have these liquid fruits? Yup, said Luffy with a pronounced P sound. Granted, it's only for a few of them. I know for a fact that Charlotte Katakuri has the Machi no Mi, which he can make liquid based on some reports. Charlotte Opera has the Kurima no Mi, cream fruit, which is self-explanatory. The only one who I nor the Marines are really sure about is Charlotte Galette, since she rarely leaves Tato land. We only have faraway witnesses noting that she bounded people with some sort of transparent liquid. Personally, I am putting my belly on a Shirapa no Mi, syrup fruit, since it makes sense. Kobe's brow twitched alongside his anime sweat drop. I think we've gone a little off topic. Are you sure you still plan to meet with Roronoa Zoro? Luffy smirked. Yeah, why? Scared? With good reason. Demon Hunter Zoro, he's like a beast hungering for blood. He lives only for the bounty. He slits everyone's throats. He is a demon in a human body. Why do you want that man to join your crew so badly? Luffy smiled as he crossed his arms behind his head without any worry. Secret. Besides, I have a bargaining chip that might change his mind. Also, Demon Hunter? I thought he was the young swordsman. Well, actually, started Kobe. Hi-oh. Look, Luffy, land. We are here. Everyone looked up to see what Pinky had spotted. On the horizon, they saw an island that at a distance looked like one layer of buildings and houses with two towers at the very top, one taller than the other, with Marine clearly written on both. Good, said Luffy, half smirking, half serious. Brain? Said Snail, poked his head out entirely from the shell. Kobe noted the mushy's eyes switching through a variety of colors and dilations. Guess that's how his devil fruit works. There's a dock that no one is watching on the south side of the island we can sneak to. Also, I have spotted Zoro, but his current placement is rather odd. Define odd. About 1 to 2 hours later. This is not what I expected to see when I came here, deadpanned Luffy. It is rather odd, chimed Kobe. The duo, plus a Diddy to Luffy's left, were both looking from the top of a wall into the Marine base. Took them a while to get directions, despite clearly seeing where they needed to go, but every time they asked for directions, the civilians were scared into hiding. This set off so many alarms in Luffy's head it wasn't even funny. Oddly enough, all the Marines he met were cordials and helpful, if not emotionless and serious. Didn't take observation Haki, which he did use, to note that they too were afraid of something. Staring into the field outside the main building, there was Zoro bound and tied to a post. Wearing black trousers tucked inside black boots, a dark green hood that could pass as black, a plain white shirt with 3 undone buttons at the collar, and a green haramaki. He was dirty, sure, but it presented an interesting image. But still, how did such a dangerous man, one not wanted by the government as he was a licensed bounty hunter, end up disheveled, scratched, bruised, and hog-tied like this? If we untie that rope, he can escape, right? Inquired Diddy. Don't say stupid things like that, shouted Kobe with shark zero teeth to emphasize his rage. What do you think will happen if we let him go? I am sure he will kill all of us in spite. Luffy chuckled. No problem, I'm strong. Hey you guys, shouted Zoro, without bothering to look up. You're bothering me, get lost. While Kobe flinched, Luffy was concerned. Both the voice in his head and his Haki were telling him that Zoro wasn't being sincere. In fact, on a cursory glance, he was giving off all the wrong emotions and feelings for someone being tied up. There's more to this situation than what's seen. What are you hiding? Kobe came closer to Luffy. If you recruit a guy like him, it won't matter how many lives you have. A ladder clanged next to the group, piquing their curiosity as a young girl climbed up, roped down the wall, and ran towards Zoro. Kobe was going to warn her, but both Pinky and Brain shushed him, both telling him that she was safe. How do they know? Though Kobe repeatedly while fearing for the girl. What? Gruffed out Zoro. Aren't you hungry? I made you some onigiri, said the smiling child. Zoro looked up at the girl as she began to untie the bag. You're gonna be killed, shorty. Go away. You haven't eaten anything though, ignored the child. Here. This is my first time, but I made it with all my heart. Luffy caught the huntsman's shock. I'm not hungry. You're annoying. Hurry up and go home. But, I don't want any. Don't make me hurt you. A gate slid open from the side of the field as a trio of people walked through. You shouldn't be bullying kids, spoke the leader. Luffy studied him. Skinny, lanky-looking, young man, light blonde hair shaped like a sideways oval on top of his head, cleft chin, a dark purple uniforms with white shoes and a rubber band ring on his left hand, and a smirk that could spew disgust. Although, okay, something is definitely wrong here. The Marines he is with are giving off the malice, not him. Heck, his appearance isn't matching what he is feeling. What is going on here? Looks like you're still energetic, Roronoa Zoro, said the boy Smuggle as he pulled on his collar. Thank goodness. They're Marines, so I'm sure that girl will be fine now, breathed out Kobe. I wouldn't be so sure, muttered Luffy. The group was currently hiding behind the wall, making sure the Marines couldn't spot them while they watched. The man leaned toward the girl while two Marines watched. Hey, that onigiri looks pretty good. He snatched one and ate it despite the girl's protests, quickly gagging and spitting it out. Nasty. It's full of sugar. Onigiri needs salt. Salt, but I thought it would taste better sweet, said the child innocently. Give me that, snarled the man, throwing the remaining onigiri on the ground, stepping on it in anger in front of the girl and Zoro. His Marine buddies watched in fascination but made no comment. Stop it! Cried the girl. What a horrible thing, muttered Kobe. Not as horrible as what I am getting off those two Marines compared to the kid, thought Luffy. I tried to make it with all my heart, cried the girl, knees on the ground. Nah ha, sighed the boy, hand to his forehead, looking up. You haven't read this poster yet? Anyone who helps this criminal will be executed. Signed, Marine Captain Morgan. Brat, you know who my father is, right? Luffy quickly spotted something about the boy. Brain? Yes, Luffy, the boy did spot us. The boy looked back at one of his Marines. Hey, toss this brat out. The Marine smiled. Sir, Captain Morgan's orders are clear. The boy grabbed the Marine's collar. I'm telling you to toss her over the wall. Are you disobeying my order? I'll tell my father. Yes. Right away. Panicked the Marine. Quickly, he grabbed the girl and threw her from the center of the field over the wall, girl screaming all the way. Despite her screaming, Luffy waited till she couldn't be seen by the Marines before stretching his arms, grabbing the girl, and landing on the ground to make a noise so that they would believe she fell. Thank you, said the girl, breathing in and out to regain her calm. Luffy nodded and jumped back to the wall while Coney and Diddy comforted the girl, Diddy doing so by giving her a banana. You bastard, snarled Zoro. Hee, laughed the boy. It seems like you're pretty stubborn, being alive still. Yeah, I will live through the entire month. Well, do your best, said the boy nonchalantly while waving his hand and walking away with his Marines. 10 more days left. Only if you live that long. Luffy watched the man leave, confusion raging in his head. How could he do such a horrible thing, Luffy? He didn't, said Luffy as a matter of fact. He had 2 other directions to toss her, plus under the orders of his father, he should have killed her on the spot. And yet he picked the one direction where he knew someone would be there to either catch her and or attend to her immediately? No, there's definitely more here than meets the eye. What do you mean? Asked the girl and Kobe in unison. You noticed that the Marines with the boy didn't try stopping him? Hell, the one who tossed you wanted to execute you before he was forced to toss you. Compared to the Marines in town, these two just feel. I know what you mean. I am Rika, by the way. The Marines in town are different than the Marines who work in the base here. Luffy nodded in understanding, a clearer image forming in his head. He jumped over the wall, slipping a little shave and moonwalked to land silently in front of Zoro. He watched in fascination. Using observation, he could tell that the swordsman has been tied up for some time now, yet with will alone he was surviving. So you're a bad guy, huh? Inquired Luffy, almost jokingly as it were. You're still here? Grumbled Zoro in annoyance. Being publicly humiliated, are you really supposed to be the dangerous bounty hunter Zoro? Mind your own business. Shouted the swordsman, pride wounded. Luffy smirked and walked toward the man. I would have escaped first chance I got. I'm different from you, smiled the man. I will survive to show them. Definitely. Luffy smiled a bit more. Heh, what a stubborn guy. Before you go, mind getting the onigiri the girl made? Luffy spotted where the swordsman was looking. Are you really going to eat this? That faker made it more of a dirt ball now. Shut up and give it to me. Luffy shrugged and tossed the rice ball into Zoro's open mouth. The man chewed before promptly coughing. Told you so. It was delicious, said Zoro as he looked down once more. Tell the girl that for me. Luffy smiled. Guess the demon has a soul after all. Back in town, in a local bar. So let me get this straight, Ms. Rika. Luffy, Kobe, and Diddy were currently eating some grub at the bar where Rika's mother worked. Pinky and Brain were each eating a small serving of vegetables off Luffy's shoulder, the only time he took them off, with the others as a thank you for keeping her daughter safe. This Helmeppo Kyre somehow got a pet wolf named Zoro, who was for all intended purposes savage. He then took the wolf around town, allowing the said wolf to go wild and basically do whatever he wanted, including but not limited to, trying to bite people and destroying food stands. Anyone trying to stop the wolf would be executed by his command. Said wolf ran into this bar and began eating off people's plates. Rika, not aware of who the wolf belonged to nor the edict, tried to swat the wolf away, prompting said wolf to jump her. Zoro, annoyed by all the noise while eating, killed said wolf without even looking. Helmeppo, in a fit of rage, tried attacking Zoro, getting a punch in the face for it. In annoyance, Zoro prepped to cut him, but in retaliation, Helmeppo threatened to kill Rika and Ririka in turn. As such, he made a deal to send Zoro to jail for 1 month in their place. Zoro accepted, and in turn, you and others have secretly been slipping in some food for him whenever you could. Only this time, Rika did it without permission. Did I miss anything? No, you got it all, said Ririka nonchalantly as she cleaned glasses. Been that way for 3 weeks now. Luffy nodded in understanding, finishing his meal and wiping his mouth clean. He would have asked for more, but luckily, he has used his fruit sparingly, so he wasn't as hungry. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted an orange-haired girl, the same one he spotted leaving Alvida's ship with them. What are the odds? He would pursue this line of thought had Helmeppo not barged into the bar with his 2 bodyguards demanding wine. Luffy would have ignored it had he not said something of interest during his boasts. Since I'm tired of waiting, I've decided to execute Zoro tomorrow. Look forward to it, everyone. Hee hee. While the other patrons in the bar were terrified by this, Luffy was thinking of something else. Why did this guy come to this bar? We saved the girl over an hour ago, and he decides to get a drink and boast about this now. Is it to rub it into the girl's and mother's face, or did he purposefully say it here? Luffy would have decked the guy in the face had he been less clear-headed and emotional. A Luffy sneezed across the space-time continuum, but he let Helmeppo boast until he had his fill and left. He needed confirmation about something. Ririka, who is in charge of the marine base here, Captain Morgan Kyre, or Axehand Morgan as he prefers, has been for the last 3 years since his promotion. Luffy looked up from his drink. What for? He captured Kuro, captain of the Black Cat Pirates. His reward was a promotion and being stationed with his crew as head of the base. It was fine at first, but over time, the power went to his head, and now he is building a statue of himself in the base, made of some good quality stone by the way, muttered Brain. Can we assume your tax rates have been, how they say, rising over time? Ririka ignored the oddity of a talking mushy for the moment. Yes. All the Marines that worked in the base before Morgan works exclusively in the town now. They report to Commander Ripper, their de facto leader, since he is one of the highest ranking officials on this island besides Morgan and as such, can't be removed. Luffy sighed. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, I swear. Finding Marines like Morgan is becoming much too easy. Kobe looked up from his meal. You mean there are more Marines like him out there? I thought Marines were about justice. That's what the Marine who saved me told me. That reminds me. I need to make a call. Luffy got up from his stool. How certain are you that Helmeppo will proceed with his threat? Very likely, replied a worried Ririka. Luffy sighed once more as he put his hat back on and snails on his shoulders. Guess this isn't time to dilly-dally. Did he? Did he quickly saluted. Yes, boss. Finish your meals and make your way toward the base again. I got 2 calls to make with Pinky and a bounty hunter to save. Luffy exited the building through the back door into the alleyway. Looking around, making sure he wasn't being watched, Luffy took Pinky and dialed the number of the day. Took a few paros before he picked up. Good to hear from you, Squirt. How you been? Good. Listen, you have anyone you trust near Shell Town? As a matter of fact, I am in that region of the East Blue at the moment. You found something? Let's just say we have another case of a Marine getting too greedy. Later, Luffy stood in the sweltering sun, staring at a sleeping and twitching swordsman, clearly caught in some sort of dream that he couldn't get out of. His patience wearing thin, Luffy was about to wake him when Zoro beat him to the punch. You again? You have too much free time, looked up Zoro. I'm going to untie your ropes, and you will become my comrade. What did you say? Luffy walked up to Zoro, arms behind his back. I'm looking for people to join my crew. I refuse, scoffed Zoro. I'm never going to be part of a pirate crew. Luffy raised a brow. At what point did I say that I was forming a pirate crew? You aren't a pirate? I never said that. Luffy said, hands bent at sides. I just find it hard to believe that I actually look like a pirate. Well, you don't look like a Marine, smirked Zoro. Luffy waved his hand almost annoyingly. PSSH? Who wants to be a marine when you can travel the seas and live your life freely? So you are a pirate? No, of course not. Do you want me to be a pirate? Why would I want to be a bad guy? Luffy tilted his head. Why would a pirate be a bad guy? Zoro was seething now, shark teeth and all, because pirates kill, rape, and pillage without remorse. Luffy paused then laughed. Oh. I think you're confusing terms. Zoro, despite his anger, asked, and what would you call such people? The shock that registered on Zoro's face at the pure look of malice and fury that took on would be something that the swordsman would swear in the future to the end of his days was the most terrifying thing he ever saw, and he counted all the crazy shit he saw on the Grand Line and his wife during her first pregnancy. Why would I call those things anything higher than diseased parasites and filth? Answered Luffy with barely restrained rage. Those people, and I use the term loosely, have perverted the pirate dream and ideal to an unrecognizable level, painting all vessels without a flag or agenda as nothing more than target practice for the justice of Marines. Zoro actually thought about that. So you do want to be a pirate, just not what the world considers pirates. Luffy put his hand on Zoro's shoulder. Zoro, I don't want to make a pirate crew, I need to make a pirate crew. Pause. Why? Asked Zoro almost innocently enough. Because I have plans, Zoro. Plans that require the world to pay attention to me and not try and shove me under the rug or out of the tabloid news by the old men in Marine HQ. Go on, inquired Zoro, more out of curiosity than anything else. The revolutionaries stick to the shadows and are intentionally kept out of the press. They are faceless and ever-spreading, like a web that stretches, bit by a dragon sitting in the center, playing with the strings like a marionette. Me though? I want there to be a bullseye on my back. I want people to hear about my exploits. I want people to wonder why someone who hasn't done anything pirate-related is wanted as a pirate. Why? Because then everything I do will start raising questions certain people don't want to be answered or looked into. Zoro thought about it. As a bounty hunter, he had seen the other side of justice. One he was noticing was getting a rather lousy connotation and was becoming too predominant as of late. Hell, the only reason he hasn't been arrested for murder yet is that he has been bringing in pirates and hoodlums for bounties. The yet was somewhat contingent of Marines still considering bounty hunters as subsidiaries of the Marines. That, or if they didn't sell them out. He had heard rumors of a few too dangerous bounty hunters suddenly being called pirates, and suddenly becoming wanted men for no other reason than the Marines said so. Hell, he had been scouted by. Wait a minute, your plans, do they involve just getting rid of these? Let's just call them pirates, for convenience sake. Do your plans involve getting rid of just pirates? Luffy smiled, a shadow falling over his face, giving him a devilish appearance. Why, you interested? Only if you plan to take care of other factions as well. Luffy nodded. I have plans for the Marines. Not all of them, mind you, but most of them. Even you should have noticed that the Marines in the town itself are not like the ones in the base. Zoro nodded in agreement. The 2 days he spent in town did indicate 2 different factions of Marines in play. I like to think that there are 2 kinds of Marines in the world, the good and the decent. Zoro raised a brow. What's the difference? Good Marines follow their rules to the letter, and will sacrifice all for the sake of justice. Decent Marines sacrifice everything for the sake of all. Even justice, if it comes down to it. Something actually resonated in Zoro with those words. Sounds like Bushido a little. How so? Inquired Luffy. Believe in justice, not from other people, but from yourself, part of the righteousness virtue. Luffy smiled, a sentiment my Gramps would agree with. But your earlier inquiry made it seem like you were asking about other factions as well. Zoro nodded. A while back, some guys attempted to recruit me for an organization called Baroque Works. I declined and killed the men since they worked for a group that instigated civil unrest and most likely assassination for some hidden agenda. I've heard of the organization, but I was led to believe that they mostly functioned in paradise. Paradise? Asked Zoro. First half of the Grand Line, appropriately named, believe it or not. In any case, yes, my plans would also include removal of said rogue groups. Plus, they would most likely be classified as pirate squabbles or even attacks on recognized marine institutions, raising my bounty even further, and in turn increase focus on me. Zoro smirked. So, just to clarify, you want me to join your group of fake pirates for some plans and schemes you have in the works for notoriety and attention, so that at some point in the future you can start dropping bombshells and screw with the Marines, and world powers and nobles, them too. And in exchange, you offer me a chance to continue my desire to kill people who deserve and have it coming. Luffy raised a finger. I also include training, a chance to fight enemies stronger than you, food, shelter, a ship, and a chance to travel the Grand Line, and maybe find one piece, but that's more of the continuation of the whole pirate image if nothing else. You don't want to find one piece? I want the title associated with it for no other reason than it would allow me to become the figurehead for the true pirate age, not this facsimile that was formed from the bastardized message of Gold. Roger. Now Zoro caught on. You want to reform pirates by becoming the Pirate King? Luffy spread his arms. All hail the king, baby. That did, Zoro laughed. Zaz's Hatsa. Luffy smirked. Does that laugh mean you're in? Tell you what, kid. You bring me the swords Helmeppo took from me, and we have a deal. I want to personally shish kebab the kid for signing my death warrant. Luffy's smile faltered. I'll bring you the swords, but I would change my target to his father instead. Why? Because I have more than a good hunch that the kid is only pretending to be a douche to make sure his father doesn't get rid of him. What makes you so sure? Other than the fact he convinced a marine who wanted to execute a chill to toss her toward the wall we were hiding behind? Nothing more than a hunch and some deduction. Zoro's smile faltered. I'll believe it when I see it. Luffy smiled once more. Believe none of what you hear and only half of what you see. Zoro smiled once more. Not with all the shit I've heard. Then I guess I'll make a believer out of you yet. Just remember, I get your swords, you'll join my crew? Zoro smirked. Yeah, I'll join your pirate crew. Luffy smiled ear to ear. Good. And just like that, Zoro watched in shock as the boy in front of him. He realized he never asked for his name, shot his arm to the top of the marine base, and propelled himself upward like a rocket. Huh. Devil fruit neat. Top of marine base where the statue was being propped. Captain Morgan watched as a dozen or so marines pulled the statue of his visage upwards. It had taken months to bleed the town for the money for this monument to his glory, and another few months to sculpt his magnificence. Okay, hold it there, ordered the marine to his right. Make it stand with one pull. A marine ran up from the sidelines and saluted. Captain Morgan, sir. There was an intruder in the execution field. Who was it? Asked Morgan. It was a child, sir. Was she killed for talking to the prisoner? The marine faltered. Your son ordered her to be tossed over the wall instead. Morgan considered this before pointing to a random marine. Go to town and make sure she is dead. If not, finish the job. I shall have words with my son afterward. Said marine nodded and was about to leave when Morgan stopped him. Leave after we raise my stature, a testament to my greatness. Make sure to raise it to the highest point to show it as far as the eye can see. Just as the statue was about to reach its halfway point, an arm grabbed one of the ropes pulling the statue. The Marines and Morgan watched in shock as a kid was pulled upwards from said hand, causing the statue to shift, crack, and break in half, falling and pinning a few Marines under the half that remained on the roof. The sound of a giant stone shattering when it landed on the ground followed soon after. Captain Morgan watched in utter shock as the testimony to his greatness shattered so quickly. Huh, what do you know? I broke his statue neat. Poink. Deja vu. Captain Morgan quickly gathered his rage and focused it on the object that instigated it. Capture that kid. I want his head on my execution block so that I can chop it off myself. Sir, yes, sir. Whoa, boy. Time to make a run for it. With a quick application of shave, Luffy ran down the stairs and locked the door behind him. Brain, directions? Keep running down. I'll instruct you which turns to take. Luffy nodded. Please pay attention to anything interesting or of value that Diddy can take as well. Will do. You should know that the orange-haired thief we met earlier is in here as well and that Kobe has entered the field to free Zoro. Then I guess we got to hustle. Took Luffy a few twists and turns, and a few marine beatings, to get to a room that was oddly enough, with a plaque that was entitled My Room. Luffy barged in, quickly noting the surroundings. It was classily furnished, not too girly, but it definitely gave off a somewhat haughty appeal. The only thing of difference were 3 swords with black casings in one corner and Helmeppo at a giant desk doing mounds and mounds of paperwork. The world paused. You know, I am no marine, started Luffy, but that looks like the kind of paperwork that the head of a base would do. It is, said Helmeppo, not an ounce of haughtiness or I'm above you mentality on him. Can I only assume that your behavior in town is all an act? It is, so you ordering the girl tossed. I spotted you there in the corner of my eye. The wolf? A gift from my father in an attempt to toughen me up. I honestly thought that the Marines in town would have shot him, but apparently, they believed my message applied to everyone. Thank Oda Zoro was there. So you putting him on the post? Twofold. It would have gotten my father off my back, and I honestly believe that the bounty hunter would have broken away on his own and killed him. Unfortunately, his pride was stronger than I anticipated. The only reason I went to town and announced his execution is because my father had actually ordered it, and not me. And the paperwork? My father won't do it. And it's the only way I could keep myself safe with a legitimate excuse for being a weak Nancy boy. So your appearance, said Luffy while pointing at his suit. If I had a chance and not the bad pull behind my father's name, I would have joined another Marine base by now. Unlike him, I want to be a Marine worthy of the name. Stick around afterward, I know a guy who can do just that. So you are okay with me getting rid of your father? I prefer you kill him, but sending him to jail is decent enough as well. Luffy nodded, fair enough. So Zoro's swords? Helmeppo pointed, over there. Don't know why you couldn't grab some other swords. Those 3 are nothing special. I checked. You could get swords of better quality at any weapon shop. Luffy shrugged, maybe he is sentimental. Can I count on you clearing everything up afterward and name names? Helmeppo opened a lower drawer and pulled out a bunch of paperwork. I've been keeping track of everything Morgan and his base boys have been getting away with for when the inspector would have in 2 years' time. I have everything: regulations not followed, money fraud, blatant favoritism for the men who work outside of the town. You name it, it's here. Luffy stared at Brain, scan. Brain eyes quickly took on an odd glow as he stared at the patch of paperwork before returning to normal. The boy speaks the truth. The first few pages alone would get everyone here court-martial at worst. Morgan isn't getting off with a pat on the back and a dishonorable discharge here. If he worked for your grandfather, he would have been killed by this point. Wait, Gramps would have killed him himself? What the hell did Morgan do? Brain looked to the bookcases to the side. I also scanned the census data for the island that Helmeppo keeps track of as well. Very good bookkeeping, by the way. And cross-analyzing what I just saw makes me think that Morgan had trouble keeping it in his pants. Helmeppo winced, and Luffy became enraged. How many? Best estimate? 4 gone, for this year alone. Luffy's fist pierced his skin and bleed a little on the carpet, causing the material to burn and produce fumes. Helmeppo noted this odd sight, odd devil fruit ability. I thought the San no Mi, acid fruit, was eaten by a Marine. Luffy quickly wiped his hand. Nah, a side effect of me trying to master my fruit. Only happens when I lose control. Otherwise, my fluids are normal. Helmeppo nodded, not wishing to inquire further, watching as Luffy quickly strapped the swords to his back. Luffy walked to a window and opened it but stared quickly to Helmeppo. A monkey is running around the HQ acquiring supplies for me. I had Pinky here message him that you're to be left alone. If you do come across him, stay by his side, he'll keep you safe. Will do. And Luffy? Stay safe. Luffy couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, Helmeppo. I am not an easy man to kill. Kobe was trying desperately to untie Zoro, but unfortunately, knots was just not something he ever got around to learning. You have got to be kidding me. Who the hell tied these things? Someone who ate the Saka no Mi, rope fruit, snarled Kobe. Zoro looked at the kid in confusion. Is that an actual thing? After spending 3 days with Luffy talking about the topic, it's more than likely. According to him, as long as it's not something that has multiple parts or things making it, it can have fruit for it. Zoro thought about it. How so a ken no Mi, sword fruit? You know, I actually asked him the same question. He says that technically the Supa no Mi, dice fruit, turns a person into the blade human, and the Buki no Mi, arms fruit, allows the user to become swords, but an actual sword fruit? I don't think there is one since a sword is forged and all that. Good to know, said Zoro nonchalantly. So I am going to be executed today by the brat's orders? Actually, Luffy thinks that Helmeppo is putting up an act to keep himself safe from his father's wrath. It's more likely that Morgan caught wind of something and decided that you were a liability to his image, answered Kobe calmly. And where is this Luffy? In fact, how did you meet him? Inquired Zoro. We met 3 years ago after he saved me from a pirate crew who kept me hostage for 3 years. He and his friends all ate devil fruits, and he says he is forming a crew to do something. Something? He was very vague about it, but he emphasized that he wasn't going to be a pirate in the traditional sense. Zoro chuckled. Yeah, he gave me the speech. It caught my interests. A pirate crew that doesn't act like pirates and removes corruption wherever it goes. Sounds like a plot of a bad romance novel if it had damsels in distress. Kobe looked at Zoro oddly. You read those kind of things? Zoro shrugged as best he could. All tied up and all, my partner does. Your partner? Yeah, hold it right there. Zoro and Kobe looked to their right, spotting a line of Marines all holding sanctioned Marine flintlock rifles at them. They then noted an enraged Captain Morgan approach the line. By the treason you have committed by attempting to free this man, you will both be executed right here. Zoro stared angrily at the man. Treason? Your man who is backing out of his son's deal and attempting to kill me despite me having 10 days left. By your own actions, I have the right to leave, you coward! Hiding behind your troops and creating chaos. Coward! Shouted Morgan. I am Captain Morgan, my word is law on this island. And if I say you die, then by my orders you will die. Zoro smirked. What, by a firing line? What, too afraid to do it yourself? Morgan laughed. Your skill, when compared to my strength, is nothing. Aim. Fire. As both Kobe and Zoro saw their lives flash before their eyes, neither managed to hear a particular set of words. Gomu Gomu no rocket. Seconds before the Marines fired, Luffy landed in front of the men, spreading out his arms in a protective manner, while his two snails were covered by transparent spheres. Everyone, sans Kobe, watched in terrified shock as the musket bullets hit the boy, stretched through him without piercing, and that's the last thing they saw before dying. What Morgan managed to see as he dodged what his men couldn't was the bullets ricocheting out of the boy who broke his statue with his own body. Zoro's jaw dropped. What kind of fruit did this kid eat? Kobe smirked at the swordsman. He is the rubber man. No blunt object or bullet can harm him. Zoro registered this fact and smiled in turn, meaning he can still be cut. What, getting ideas now are we, Zoro? Laughed Luffy as he approached Zoro. Zoro spotted the snails. How did they avoid being hit? Luffy pointed. Pinky here ate the sound fruit, and he simply created a shield of sound to protect himself and his buddy. Zoinks! Hello, dangerous swordsman, replied said snail. How neat. Luffy then proceeded to put his hands on the rope that bound Zoro's arms. Before either Kobe and Zoro could inquire, the ropes began to literally burn and smoke away. When they finally got weak enough to be ripped by Zoro, Luffy moved on to his legs. As Zoro undid himself, while Morgan watched from the sidelines still in shock and confusion, he had to ask, since when could rubber do that? Some forms of rubber are rather toxic and caustic before they are refined into forms we are more familiar with in its usage. It took some mental acrobatics to manipulate my fruit this way, but once the door was open, it's pretty hard to close it afterward, said Luffy without looking up. As Zoro freed himself, Luffy unstrapped the 3 swords off his back. So, you practiced the Santoria style? Yeah, something I created as a kid. Still haven't found any decent swords to keep up with it though. Most swords I have break after some fair usage. These 3 managed to last the longest so far. Ah, explains Helmeppo's concerns. Damn you, pirates! Marines, assemble! Shouted Morgan as he finally regained his nerves. As if by command, a horde of Marines emerged waving around swords. Zoro? Yes, Luffy? I believe now is a good time as any to release some tension. Zoro took on a devilish smile as he put one of the swords into his mouth. You read my mind, Captain. Luffy smiled as he and Kobe watched in fascination as Zoro crossed his 2 swords across his chest and places the blade in his mouth horizontally behind them. As the Marines were within distance, Kobe saw the swordsman flash through them, arcs of blood and screams of pain emerging immediately. Luffy smiled ear to ear, able to see and understand exactly what Zoro did with his advanced training. He also noted that Brain was watching this with fascination as well, as he had already switched to what was jokingly referred to recording mode. The last sound the Marines heard before passing on was Zoro clearly stating through the sword in his mouth, Onigiri. Zoro turned back to Luffy. You know, I should have mentioned this earlier, but I have an ambition of my own, one I plan to keep while part of your crew. Oh? Stated Luffy as he raised a brow. And what would that be? To become the world's greatest swordsman. Stated Zoro with pure conviction. Only Luffy was able to pick up the Haki behind that statement, released unconsciously by the man in front of him. Interesting. It is as if his very soul believes that it is his purpose in life to accomplish his dream. I know how to pick them, or what? Good to know. Oh, and Zoro, one more thing? Yeah? Luffy lifted his leg back. Please duck. Zoro, now sensing the horde of Marines behind him approach, promptly did so. Gomu Gomu no whip. The Marines were all shocked when Luffy's legs stretched out, catching them all of the guards as it smashed and propelled all of them against the wall a few yards away. They weren't dead, but they weren't getting back up either. Morgan, shocked once more, watched as the kid's legs stretched back up like nothing was wrong with it. Who are you? Luffy slowly began to approach the captain, his fear making Morgan step back reflexively, his axe hand up and ready to cut him when he got close enough. Me? I am nothing more than the man who will break this world asunder. Before Morgan had the chance to ask, Luffy flashed right in front of him. Gomu Gomu no bullet, hollow point. In that instant, Luffy's arms stretched back and quickly retracted by the sudden forward motion Luffy created as he shaved toward Morgan. A little application of Shurgan, and well, let's just say that the autopsy report on Morgan will reveal all the organs surrounding point of impact exploded like nobody's business. Zoro watched in fascination as Morgan coughed blood, rolled up his eyes, and collapsed on the ground. Kobe covered his mouth, but couldn't stop himself from throwing up anyway. Luffy quickly shaved to him. Kobe, are you? I'm fine, whispered Kobe as he wiped his mouth. Never been around so much death before. Not even. I was too important to risk losing for Alvida. so I was kept away from such things, spoke Kobe as he wiped his mouth. Zoro undid his bandana after sheathing his swords. That was an interesting movement technique you just did there. Luffy nodded. One of the first things I'll teach you when your leg strength gets to snuff. Good, said Zoro as he casually collapsed on the ground. I'm hungry. Inside HQ. Sorry, said Nami as she was tying up Marines. Just hang in there for a bit. The Marines were not convinced by her words. Nami smirked as she made her way towards Morgan's office. Rumor had it that he was one of the few captains in the East Blue who had his hands on a map of the Grand Line. However, right as she was about to open his door, she heard a shout. Who the flying banana peels is Captain Buggy, and why the hell does he need the map of the Grand Line? Curiously, Nami peeked the door open slowly, shocked by seeing a talking monkey rummage through Morgan's office. The place looked ransacked. Everything overturned and searched. Monkey was looking at something he removed from a wall safe in anger. Oddly, said Monkey took 2 fingers and touched his ear, talking as if someone was listening. Pinky? Tell boss that some goofball by the name of Buggy has the map. MHH, nod, MHH, nod, MHH, nod, the Organ Island Archipelago? That's his last sighting? Well, we should have enough food if boss didn't use his abilities. Yeah, I'll meet you in town when I am done. Putting his fingers down, Nami watched in bewilderment as the monkey put a few more things away into a portal he made using his tail before jumping out the window. Nami waked in and checked what the monkey was looking at. So the map is with this Buggy character, huh? Outside. Luffy? Yes, Brain? It seems our orange-haired associated is after the same map we are. Luffy smiled ear to ear. Really? Anything else you can tell me about our little stalker, Mr. Brain? Said Mushy smiled as his eyes began flashing through various lights, staring directly at the HQ. Next day. You know, I only thought it was me who healed right after eating. Didn't know it was a regular thing, said Luffy somewhat shocked as he watched Zoro eat. It is? I thought it was just something I had. Although my sensei did say that one could mentally train themselves to do weird things with their body. Luffy calmly ate his meal, 5th portion though compared to Zoro's messy 8th. With some surprise, your sensei must have been a well-traveled man. He was referring to Sai Mai Kicken. Zoro looked up from his pasta. Sai Mai Kicken? Luffy put down his utensils and calmly wiped his mouth. It's also referred to as life return or biofeedback. It's a somewhat esoteric technique which people can learn to have full command over one's body and its functions. One of its supposed abilities is the rapid digestion of foods for nutrients to accelerate healing. Supposed? Asked an eavesdropping Kobe as he was carrying dishes back and forth from the eaters to Rika and Ririka. It was their small reward for saving the town from Morgan. Luffy shrugged. I've never met a user. I hope to though. Diddy could get a lot of mileage from such an ability? Diddy looked up from his fruit salad. Really, boss? Let's not get ahead of ourselves here, Diddy. We will start hypothesizing after we find some way to do it. You know how risky it is to use your fruit in such a manner. Zoro swallowed. About that you said the monkey can only store things, right? How can biofeedback apply to that? Luffy put a finger to his mouth. Secret. As everyone laughed at Zoro's reaction, Commander Ripper entered the bar. Luffy waved at the man. Mr. Ripper, nice to see you again. Have Morgan's supporters been gathered and locked up? Indeed they have, Mr. Luffy, nodded the Marine. And Helmeppo? The paperwork he has gathered over the years will definitely help sort the mess he left behind. And to think, all he asked was for us to put a good word for him when he applied to join the Marines. Speaking of which, said Luffy as he reached into his vest pocket, taking out 2 sealed envelopes and giving them to Kobe. This is your and Helmeppo's letter of recommendation. A Marine representative should arrive here tomorrow or the day afterward. Trust me, Kobe, you'll know who to give it to. Kobe looked reminiscing at the letters. I guess this is it. I mean, I knew we weren't going to last, but still you've changed my life so much, Luffy. Luffy put his hand on Kobe's head. Don't start thanking me yet, Hannah. The man I recommended you to is going to make the next few years of your life a living hell. Kobe smirked at that. It's still going to be better than being with Alvida. Both laughed at their own private joke before Luffy turned to Ripper. In any case, I guess you came to tell us that Zoro and I got to disappear? Ripper sighed. It may be rude, and you two aren't technically pirates or wanted man, but I am still legally required to take you in for murdering Marines. You understand? Luffy waved his hand. It's all good, Commander. Just give us a decent boat fit for a few people, and we will be on our way. Actually, Captain, interrupted Zoro, you mind waiting until the end of the day? Luffy raised a brow. Why? Well, the only reason I didn't bother escaping from the ropes myself earlier is that the bar doors slammed open, propelling Ripper to the opposite wall. Roronoa Zoro! Do you have any idea how long it took me to track you down, you constantly lost manchild? Everyone observed as a woman with short blue hair and a white hilt sword at her side entered the establishment, shark-toothed fury eyed in on Zoro. She wore a purple floral button-down shirt, blue capris, dark pink gloves with white trim, and dark pink boots. As Luffy watched amusingly as this woman grabbed Zoro by the neck and wrung him near death while screaming at him, he finally asked, "Zoro, you want to introduce me to your friend?" "Well, Captain," choked out Zoro, "this is my childhood friend and bounty hunting partner, Kuina Shizukiza, otherwise referred to as the Een swordswoman and holder of Wado Ikimanji. Or as I like to call her, woman who literally can hold on to money. It's not my fault. It always just disappears from my hands," wept Kuina. "At least it's not as bad as your infamous lack of direction." "Also, Captain? What the hell did I miss while I was looking for you?" Zoro sighed as he pulled down a chair. "Sit down, Kuina. This kid here has an offer you may like." 2 days later, Helmeppo and Kobe both stood at the docks as a ship with a dog for a mast pulled in. To their shock, a giant of a man jumped straight from the ship towards them, landing loudly but without damaging the ground. Both quickly realized who the man was. Kobe facepalmed himself, not realizing the connection earlier. So started Garp. "What's this I hear from my grandson about you two wanting to be Marines?" A chill went down both teens' backs at the smile the old man gave them, suddenly realizing just how serious Luffy was about the training they were about to go through. Some distance away from Shell Town. "So let me get this straight," spoke an irritated Kuina on board the deck of the ship Luffy managed to get from Commander Ripper. "For convenience sake, just imagine a decent-sized ship that could house 4 to 5 people plus all the necessities for sailing in the sea, okay? You," Kuina pointed at Zoro, "somehow ended up on Shell Town, figured the smart thing to do was to wait for me to track you down, somehow got arrested, and somehow decided it was better than staying and renting a room somewhere?" Zoro shrugged. "I figured it would save money. Speaking of which," Diddy reached into his portal, taking out a satchel. "I found your money when I was looting the HQ. You want me to keep it since we are crewmates and all that?" "Sure." "No. I am not trusting a monkey with weird powers with our money. I don't even know these people." "Okay, that's Luffy, the 2 snails are Pinky and Brain, and the monkey is Diddy." "There, you are caught up," stated Zoro as he pointed to each individual mentioned. "That doesn't make it better," Shark Teeth shouted Kuina. All right, let me explain it better. One explanation for joining Luffy's crew." "Well, when you put it like that," pondered Kuina, rubbing her chin in thought. Luffy smacked a fist into his hand. "OH. I just remembered. Diddy, get the thing I wanted to bribe Zoro with." Zoro opened an eye. "You were going to bribe me?" Luffy shrugs his shoulders and arms. "Hey, you were a bounty hunter. I figured it would have gotten me some goodwill." Kuina watched in fascination as Diddy literally put half his body into a portal made with his tail, searching for something. She worryingly asked, "He isn't going to, accidentally disappear if he falls in, right?" "Believe it or not, he won't. It happened once by accident. He got out pretty quickly. Won't talk about what he saw inside his Shinosupisu storage space." "Found it," said Diddy as he pulled out a sword and gave it to Luffy. Zoro and Kuina noted the black-hilted sword. While Zoro seemed mesmerized by the aura of the blade, Kuina gasped as she noted the blue-colored flame design that covered the hilt intrinsically. As Luffy presented the sword to Zoro, Kuina reached into one of her pockets and started rapidly flipping through a tiny book. "I found this sword in the northmost part of the East Blue about a year ago. I was resting at one of the coldest islands I ever been on when I got an itch to go explore it. As I traversed the mountain, Brain over here, using his fruit, managed to locate some kind of cavern within. After I smashed my way through, I entered what appeared to be a final battle between some kind of warrior and a dragon." "Dragon?" asked Zoro, quickly pulling his hand away from the sword. "Yeah, it wasn't the kind you usually see on the Grand Line, since it was stockier and built for defense over flight, but it had all the telltale signs. Anyway, I made a quick prayer to Oda for disturbing the final battle and resting place of this warrior. I couldn't tell which era since his clothes were destroyed, but I figured he needed a proper burial and all." "What did you do?" "Made a fire pyre, the same kind that giants make. Figured a warrior's burial would be a proper send-off for the man who could kill a dragon only to succumb to his wounds." Zoro nodded, thinking he would have done the same thing. "And the sword?" "Took the sword and the dragon carcass." Zoro's eyes bulged as he looked at Diddy as he's sleeping while sunbathing. "Just how much can he store away with his fruit?" "Best we can tell, as long it's not alive. Or Diddy has the willpower, anything, and everything." Zoro pondered those words. "You make it sound like he can store living things as well." "Not without great difficulty." "I found it!" shouted Kuina excitedly. "I had to go all the way to the Great Grade Mito section, but I found it." "Luffy, how in the world did you find a sword that was lost for more than a century?" Luffy whistled in appreciation. "A great grade, huh? Isn't that the same as the Wado Ikimanji?" Kuina nodded. "It is." What you found though is the Uchihano, inner fire? Translated Zoro, odd name choice. Legend has it that the maker of this katana forged it through the use of the Tori Tori no Mi model, Phoenix. As a result, the blade itself has a unique gloss to it that at times can make it seem as black as night or as bright as day, depending on the angle. Curiously, Zoro unsheathed the blade, marveling at the artistry. And as Kuina said, the katana did seem to change colors. When held horizontally it appeared black, but when held vertically it practically glowed from the amount of light it reflected. The sword also goes by another name, Tamashinohi, or Soul Flame. For as the legend states, the wielder of this sword shall never fall to weakness, fatigue, or loss of blood, for as long as their spirit and will be willing, they will fight to the end and march through hell itself. Luffy smirked ear to ear. What better blade to offer to an actual demon? Oh Captain, smirked Zoro as he sheathed the blade and strapped it to his side, you know me so well. Kuina sighed, realizing that Zoro was hooked for the long haul. Fine, guess I'll join as well. It's not like we have anything better to do. Besides, sailing with you could be fun. Diddy woke up, smiled, and took out 4 bottles of ale, while also storing away one of Zoro's black swords. Then welcome to the newly formed Straw Hat Pirates. Straw Hat? Asked Zoro and Kuina curiously. Luffy nodded as he took off his trademark hat. Let me tell you the story of the man who gave me this hat. 4 days later. You know, if someone told me a week ago that I would be eating the carcass of a giant bird my devil fruit captain caught with his rubber powers, I would have called said person crazy, nonchalantly said Kuina as she chewed on a giant bird drumstick. Just like you called me crazy when I explained Rokushiki and Haki to you? Luffy said as he calmly cut up a giant piece of from the pink behemoth he caught yesterday. To be fair, Captain, said Zoro as he munched on a cooked wing, we didn't believe you about Haki. Rokushiki we accepted. Martial artists have been known to do crazy things. But weaponizing will? I mean until you did the thing with your arm. Yeah, still can't get the hand of armament. Diddy can actually do it better than me, but most people he fights against aren't dangerous enough to require its usage. I am afraid to ask, but snails? Inquired Kuina. Don't worry, they only have observation. Speaking of brain? Anything of interest? Just 3 pirates floating in the water over there. The crew did in fact quickly note 3 men struggling to stay afloat after spotting their ship. Pulling up to them, Luffy noted their appearance. One is dark-skinned and had a goatee, one is pale and had orange hair, and another wore a weird hat with a symbol. Hey, what happened to you guys? Asked Luffy. A girl with orange hair tricked us off our boat, and somehow summoned a storm to capsize us, said the guy in the beanie. Her again, thought Luffy. Where were you guys heading to? We were on our way to Orange Town, about half a day's sail that way, said the man as he pointed. Luffy nodded. Good. Just one last question, do you guys work for Buggy the Clown? All 3 men were quickly surprised by this comment, but before they could say anything, heart palpitations, pupil dilation, sweat production increased. They work for Buggy. Luffy, spoke Brain calmly. Thank you, Brain. Pinky? Odo's sickness. The 3 men foamed at the mouth and passed out, slowly sinking without the use of their legs to keep them afloat. Was that necessary? Asked Kuina. Would you have saved them by bringing them on board? Asked Luffy with actual concern. Oh no, I just figured we could have interrogated them for more information. Their captain is most likely on that island, and it would have been nice to know what his forces consisted of. Oh. My mistake then. No, we don't really need to interrogate them. Brain is able to pick up such information from a distance, and Pinky can just eavesdrop on people to gather intel. Besides, Buggy is an East Blue pirate, which means he's got nothing on me. If anything, his crew would be a perfect test site to see what skills you guys have, so Brain can record and make recommendations. Record? Asked Zoro and Kuina in sync. I should explain. You see, Brain here has eidetic memory. As long as he is awake, he can recall everything he sees and hears with pristine clarity. Now normally, on a vision snail like him, it would be pretty basic, image transmission, projection, pictures and the like. However, because of his fruit, he has additional capabilities that make him uniquely suited for training purposes. For example, if say he watched Zoro fight and use a few of his techniques, Brain can actually extrapolate other potential techniques of your style that you have made already, or in the process of making. Brain can also tell you what you are doing wrong and show you how to perfect said techniques and forms via his projections. Finally, through the use of various forms of sight, he can tell where you are injured, what muscles need extra work or are strained, if there's a blockage somewhere in your body, and much more. Basically, Brain is both the ultimate historian, library, entertainment system, and trainer. Zoro whistled. That is some ability. May not be a fighting snail, but damn if he doesn't have support skills. Thank you, nodded Brain smugly. So basically, as long as he keeps his eyes on us, he can make us a perfect training schedule? Odd Kuina, and more. He can make you a meal plan, determine exactly how much weight and strain your muscles can take, and so much more. Hell, if it can be used to improve you, Brain knows it. Kuina chuckled. You know, we should really sit down at some point and go over all the weird stuff you guys can do. Diddy smiled. Trust me, you haven't seen nothing yet. My bro. Hum. Coughed Luffy convincingly. Secrets, Diddy. Oh, sorry boss, said Diddy while rubbing the back of his head apologetically. Something we should be aware of. Nah, nothing to worry about, Zoro. It'll come when it comes up. For now, set course for Orange Town. Zoro went up and started adjusting the mask before Kuina interrupted him. Zoro, what are you doing? What does it look like? I am going north. That's west. How can it be west? It's always north where the sun is. Facepalm. That's for stars, you dumbass. A few hours later in Orange Town. Wait, you bitch. Nami was breathing hard, quickly realizing that she would soon be caught by 3 of Buggy's men. She made a mistake. Which mistake she didn't know. She was so close to getting away scot-free when suddenly the pirates arrived, saying their captain told them to check the room. And now here she was, running through the empty streets of the decrepit town that Buggy the Clown calls home. Her luck finally ran out, as she tripped on a crack in the road, falling over, tumbling all the way. Turning around, fearing the worst, she could only stare in shock as the trio of pirates prepared to swing their swords. She closed her eyes, embracing her death. Itori ai, hien, one sword style resheath, swallow. Nami only heard 3 thuds hit the ground in strange silence after hearing a woman shout some sort of attack. Cracking her eyes open, Nami was shocked to discover all 3 men cut across the chest, blood just coming out, as a woman in purple was finishing and sheathing her sword. Are you alright? Inquired the woman as she gave Nami her hand. Yeah, who are you? You may call me Kuina. How did you know I was in trouble? My captain said that he sensed trouble in this direction and said that I could take care of it easily. Now, the better question is, why were you chased by those pirates? Nami started to sweat as she felt the intimidating aura the swordswoman was giving off despite her smiling demeanor. A short walk later, Nami entered a pet food shop, seeing the same straw hat wearing pirate inside, playing with a white dog happily, with swordsman and an older man in makeshift armor discuss something. While taking it all in, the teen noticed her. Ah, it's you again, my orange hair weather predicting thief. Tick mark, my thief? Well, what with this being the 3rd time we met in less than 2 weeks, I'd think you had a crush on me or destiny has plans for us. Nami flinched unnoticeably at such a notion. Working with a pirate, yeah right. What makes you think we are pirates? Asked Luffy innocently. Shock registered Nami's face. How did he know? Is he reading my mind? Not at all. In fact, you are very good at hiding your tells. Unfortunately, you have nothing on someone trained extensively in Haki. Haki? Asked Nami. What's Haki? Luffy smiled and put a finger to his mouth. Secret. I can't go blabbing about all the neat little things I know. Not without getting more familiar with our guests. Luffy pulled up a chair. Here, sit, talk, be merry. Tell us a story of why a pretty little thing like you needs a map of the Grand Line. Nami watched worryingly as both sword wielders watched her slowly approach the chair, apparently working alongside this straw hat wearing kid. Good, smiled Luffy as he clapped his hands twice. Now, let's clear out the air. This here is Boodle, mayor of this town until Buggy came along, and this here is Chowchu, the pet dog of the man who used to own this store and who was a close friend of said mayor. Over there is Zoro and Kuina, and my name is Monkey D. Luffy. Over there is Diddy, my monkey friend, and on my shoulders are Pinky and Brain. We came to this town because we heard that Buggy had a map the Grand Line which we wanted, which is currently in your hand. However, after running into the mayor and hearing his plight, we decided to assist him in running the pirates out of town. All we asked in return was a few supplies. Now, why do you need the map? Actually, no, that's rude of me. Why don't you introduce yourself first? Question was asked innocently enough, but Nami couldn't help but shiver at the look Luffy was giving her. Casually balancing his chin on his interlocked hands, smiling, and yet, something so unruly about it all. My name is Nami Zephyrus. Ah, sighed Luffy, the gentlest of winds. Right as you know, I am a thief, and I need to raise 100 million berry no matter what. Getting a map of the Grand Line in the East Blue is worth a pretty belly to the right people. I figured I would have made a clean break from this place. I mean, the pirate captain is a clown, but somehow, they knew I was there. I was trying to escape when Kuina there saved me from the pirates chasing me. That's not much to go on, Nami. Granted, 100 million berry is a hefty sum, But you don't seem like the kind of girl who would fall into debt so easily. Now, paying off someone's debt, however, is another issue altogether, but I doubt anyone close to you would have such faults, seeing as they raised you. I can accept you robbing the nobles and the rich businessmen, but being desperate enough to rob someone who once sailed the Grand Line is another thing altogether. Nami was shocked by this reveal. Buggy was in the Grand Line? He was mostly a lower-tier member of a crew, but yeah, he survived it. He has good reason in hiding in the East Blue, but why he resorts to such methods is beyond me, knowing who his captain was. Still, you're avoiding the question as to why you were desperate enough to rob him. There are easier ways to raise money. Nami, too set in her ways and despite knowing that the man in front of her wasn't a pirate, wouldn't answer and dug her hands into her shorts. Oh, well, your funeral. Brain, detective mode. Everyone watched oddly as the white mushy's eyes took on an odd blue grid-like pattern and as it spoke in a monotone voice. Information coalescing started. Cross-referencing given data. Further data required. Scanning. Malnutrition and bone fractures noted. Age estimation, early life, before 1 to 2 years of recovery, followed by another year of malnutrition, before steady supply gave time for recovery. Age of calluses and muscle density indicates that she has been a professional thief for at most a decade. Minor accounts matching her description have been made across the East Blue. Zephyrus name found. Reference: Commander Belmere Zephyrus, retired Marine. Reason for retirement: adoption of 2 children. Honorable discharge to Kokoyasi Village. Error. Data anomalies found in paperwork forwarded by one Captain Nezumi, overseer of that region of sea. Checking. Marine intel area during time when Nami damage exasperated indicated that one Fishman Arlong, former member of Sun Pirates and known human racist, was spotted there but never again seen. Checking. Data error located in Nezumi regarding trading of supplies and lack of new population for island. Scanning. Arlong pirate tattoo on Nami's shoulder. Age of wear an odd pattern indicates that it was forcefully applied after last year of malnutrition. Deduction reached. Arlong and his Arlong crew have commandeered Kokoyasi village and are paying off Nezumi to keep this quiet. Belmere most likely killed during the conquest of the island as she was the highest-ranking marine present. Nami was sequestered by Arlong for some skill of value. Most likely possibility: cartography. Deal struck at some point. 100 million belly for the village. Arlong will most likely betray Nami to Nezumi, either killing her or forcing her to do so again in a never-ending cycle. Conclusion: removal of Captain Nezumi and Arlong crew required. Methodology: obliteration. Recommendation: aid her in freeing her village. Reward: infamy primary to the possibility of Nami joining the crew. Analyses complete. Nami's jaw dropped, and sweat poured out her as the mushies just so easily deduced all this information out of nowhere, and correctly as well. How? I've been raiding Marine around the Blue for a while now, and bureaucracy has one clear benefit: everything is always in triplicate. All I have to do is spend a decent amount of time on a base or even on a Marine ship, and this guy will know every written word present there at the time. Makes it very useful to spot patterns and things Marines want to keep hidden. Like in any great con, all it takes is to tug away at one string hard enough, and it all unfurls. I'll say it again, Captain. Damn useful mushy, chuckled Zoro. Luffy laughed as he gently petted Brain. I don't like doing that to people, but sometimes it's easier than pulling out teeth. So, anything he said that was wrong? No, everything he said was right. He even said things I wasn't aware of, spoke Nami, resigned to defeat. Luffy's smile faltered, sympathy shining through. You know, with the amount of money you must have collected already, it would have been pretty easy to pay someone else in the Marine to go and check the village. Hell, 100 million belly is 5 times Arlong's bounty, so you could have even hired a bounty hunter who was stronger than him. And while we are in the East Blue, I doubt there weren't 1 or 2 Grand Line hunters in Logue Town passing through. I get why you didn't go to pirates, but was asking for help from someone been that difficult? Nami stared flabbergasted at Luffy. More than half her life just dissected so quickly. And yet she couldn't argue with the analyses. Zoro? Kuina? Could you have done it? We could have, but a good chunk of that money would have gone to recruiting other hunters to help us out. I mean, a few fishmen is one thing. A whole crew of them? Even the weakest of pirate fishmen is at least 3 times stronger than an average man. So while not impossible, it would take planning to pull off without risking the town folks, said Zoro as he thought it through. They are still technically a species of human, so they are susceptible to poisons and the like. Some things they are vulnerable to are actually harmless to humans, so venting something along those lines in their rooms or habitats when they are asleep is viable unless, of course, Arlong was smart enough to set up rotating night shift, added Kuina as an afterthought. Luffy waved his hand. All good ideas, but not the issue at the moment. Nami, is there a deadline you have to resort back to Arlong or meet up with him? Why are you asking? Retreated Nami. Why would any of you try to help me? You're just hustlers, people trying to take advantage of me. Luffy looked at Zoro and Kuina, both nodding subtly, understanding that getting her trust would be a long road. How about we show you that we are serious in our attempts to help you and your village? Boodle has a pirate captain problem in this town, so me and my crew decided to help him of our own free will. You can stay here with him, or you can go and watch us take care of the pirate problem, your choice. Bottom line, end of the day, this town will be free of the buggy pirates. Edge of town, circus tent. Huh, said Zoro nonchalantly. I heard that he was called Buggy the Clown, but still, continued Kuina. Seems like he took it to a logical extreme, ended Luffy. They here, with Diddy at their side, and Nami far behind them listening and observing, approached the tent. This quickly got the herd of the weirdly dressed minions, because common, they all looked the same, to stop their partying and note the intruders approaching Boss's tent. The group stopped, Nami still outside the tent, using binoculars, outside what appeared to be the leader's hut. Luffy only saw the shadow of some weirdly curled shoes. You kids must have some nerve to enter my base just like that, replied Buggy. And you must have lost some brain cells in your travels to be doing what you're doing, countered Luffy. The horde panicked slightly and packed away, watching as their captain got up from his chair and exited the hut. Luffy studied the man. He wore a striped white and red shirt with short sleeves, white gloves, purple scarf, green sash, light green pants, and green epaulets. He had loose pants, striped socks, and pointy shoes. He wore an orange hat with his Jolly Roger and a neckerchief with the same pattern of his shirt. That still didn't detract from the clown makeup and his big red nose. Quickly checking, Buggy seemed to be 6 feet 3 inches, making him 3 inches taller than Luffy, compared to Zoro's 6 feet 3 inches and Kuina's 5 feet 8 inches and Diddy's 3 feet 7 inches. Hey, reach matters in a fight, not that Luffy was short-handed in that department. Listen here, you no-name brat, do you know who you are talking to? Snarled Buggy, knives in between his fingers, prepped to throw. Of course I do. I am talking to Buggy Pagliacci, smiled Luffy. Buggy was so shocked by this that he dropped all his knives. How did you know one knows that name? Luffy took off his hat and spun it on his finger. Not true. In fact, I still keep in regular touch with the man who told me about you. Buggy noted the straw hat. Damn it, you're one of Shanks, the red-haired bastard. Wait, Shanks? Your friend Shanks, started Kuina. You're friends with the Shanks? Finished Zoro with some surprise. I did tell you he was the one who taught me for a while when I was younger, said Luffy as he put his hat back on his head. We didn't think it was that Shanks. Shark-toothed, snarled the duo in sync. Anyway, you mind telling me how someone who served under GOLD Roger ended up becoming a lowlife hiding out in the East Blue? Luffy noted the shock of Buggy Mooks at this. Guess he didn't tell them that. It's because I served under Roger, no matter how small I was in the grand scheme, that I had no choice to hide in the East Blue. I mean, what Marine would believe that someone like me from the East Blue would have already traversed the Grand Line? Said Buggy, almost smugly as he raised his arms. Don't try intimidating us. Hanks already said that you were picked up on the way back from Raftel like Shanks was, so don't try acting like you know where the One Piece was. You know Hanks is still sorry for making you lose that map, right? Like that makes up for the hell I've been through. Snarled Buggy. Do you know the things I had to do to survive after Roger was executed? I wasn't even on the crew long enough to be taught anything or get to know anything. I was alone, stuck on Log Town with limited supplies. So what? You were dealt a bad hand and decided to throw your lot with the very things Roger despised. Good pirates? Spoke Luffy without his trademark smirk, his anger slowly boiling through. And what if I did? Roger's standards were too high for me to match at the time, so what I had to resort to pillaging and stealing. As long as I and my crew live comfortably to the end of days, what does it matter? Luffy's knuckles cracked from the strain he was putting into them, the sound echoing around him. Then I guess removing one of Shanks' old friends won't be as painful as I expected. As if by some unspoken command, all the surrounding mooks lunged at Luffy and his mates. They died first. Tatsumaki, Dre and Twister, snarled Zoro as he slashed and blew away all enemies from his side. Itorio Ai Hakadori, Hummingbird, whispered Kuina, as with speeds unheard of in the East Blue, she killed an equal number of pirates on her side. On closer inspection, it was noted that all enemies she claimed had one single stab in the chest, straight through the heart, with almost beautiful surgical prediction. In the commotion, Luffy, Brain, Pinky, and Diddy watched as two people and a lion joined Buggy. The one on the unicycle, a tall, slender man with an odd green hairstyle, long on one side and parallel shaved on the other, appeared to be the swordsman among them. Next was a large, snarling golden-brown lion with a pink mane. Doing quick math, Luffy estimated his weight to be somewhere around 1,500 pounds. Such a big kitty. Next to them was one of the hairiest men Luffy has ever met, all his white hair covering his torso and head making him appear like a bear. Kabeji, Richie, Moji, take care of them. I have a straw hat wearing menace to dispose of, commanded Buggy as he began to march forward. Luffy, in turn, commanded his forces. Diddy, take care of all the other Buggy pirates in town. Then employed the usual strategy. Take anything not bolted down. Smirked the monkey. That's the one, smirked Luffy. You got it, boss, spoke Diddy as he began jumping over fallen mooks, going further into the base of operations. Zoro and Kuina, this isn't me thinking you're weak, but Buggy is the ultimate antithesis to sword users, so I will fight him. Devil fruit? Asked Zoro. Simple nod. Fair enough. Kuina, I get the lion and the wild man, you get the guy who needs a gimmick to be noticed? Hey! Shouted Kabeji. Fair enough, smirked Kuina. All right then, break. Everyone present broke apart. Diddy. A tick mark was forming on Diddy's head as the pirates he found were currently laughing at him. You think, wheezing, you think a little guy like you can take care of us? Laughed one fat mook. Maybe it's a gimmick, you know. A talking monkey talking big and all that, laughed a skinny pirate as he wiped away a tear. Hey little guy, kneeled another mook, did you get lost? Should I get you a banana? No one noticed said monkey's fist starting to glow brightly, or his arm pulled back. Yoko pistol, sunshine pistol, shouted Diddy as a bright punch actually burned the man he punched, tossing him against the group standing right behind him. In the confusion, Diddy Quilt started spinning on one hand, his tail stretched out. Mizu whip, water whip. The pirates could only watch in surprise as water literally formed from the monkey's tail, with force, either unnaturally or through centripetal motion, that smacked them all back against the edges of the tent. Slowly stopping, Diddy regained his balance and adjusted his vest. Noting everyone was down, he quickly started pilfering everything in sight. Eventually, however, he found a room full of red cannonballs that had the clown's Jolly Roger on them. Well, what have we here? Kuina. Kabeji watched in shock as the swordswoman in front of him glided across the field, hand at her katana, ready to draw, not one top exploding. So mystified and entranced by her beauty, Kabeji didn't react fast enough to her upward slash, cutting him across the chest and tossing him far across the street, smashing into a building. Ittori ai Commodore, Robin, spoke Kuina as she sheathed his sword. Maybe in the next life you won't rely on such gimmicks and instead focus on being a swordsman. Zoro, a battered and bruised lion and his tamer laid on the ground, twitching and spasming at their brutal defeat. Zoro frowned, not even having bothered tying up his bandana. I hope Kuina had a better fight than me. I might actually have to spar with her afterward to actually work off the adrenaline. Wonder if Buggy is as stupid as he seems. Luffy, you were right, Brain. The Barabara Nomi did indeed work on some sort of dimensional basis, what with the lack of blood and the head feeling the body's sensations. Damn it, you cocky bastard! Let me out! Luffy stared at a chibi Buggy locked in a cage, just a head, feet, and arms. The rest of his body was hogtied by Luffy. That was also the problem with Devil Fruit users who never bothered experimenting with his powers. Thinking his levitating limbs would be all he needed against Luffy, Buggy quickly lost his cool and separated into more pieces as Luffy's use of observation was allowing him to avoid all of his slashes and stabs. In a fit of rage, Buggy tried to reassemble himself, but it only made it so much easier for Luffy to quickly shave, gather the necessary pieces, and toss them into he promptly locked. And why would I do something like that? Cockily replied Luffy. If anything, you should be grateful I kept you alive. Before he had a chance to rebuttal, the rest of his crew returned. Any trouble? The swordsman he had was a joke. Took me all but one strike to knock him against a building. Now I have all this pent-up energy. Oh good, the lion tamer and his pet didn't put up a fight either. We can spar when we are done. Wouldn't do it here if I were you guys. I found these bunch of cannonballs, and I just set one up to rig and blow this place and everyone here to Kingdom Come. You set up one of my buggy balls? Screeched a now panicking Buggy. Luffy smiled ear to ear. Guess that means you found something special, Diddy. You kept all of them, right? Quick nod. Then let's hightail our way out of here. Running outside the pirate enclosure, Luffy remembered to grab onto a stupefied Nami. They all barely managed to get outside the explosion circumference. The rapid air used still managed to propel them forward and causing them to fall. The last thing they heard was the shouting of the clown, a whistling sound, and oddly enough, a ding. Luffy laughed as he looked at a nearly comatose Nami. So still interested in our help? Sometime later, ship leaving the island. Why did you leave all that treasure behind? Inquired Nami, some rage spilling through. Luffy looked up from one of the books Diddy stole from Buggy, one of the many things he took, to answer her. Nami, the town was desecrated by Buggy. They need all they can get if they want to start rebuilding. Besides, I promised Boodle that I would get rid of the Buggy pirates, not rob him blind. I keep my promises. I am above the riffraff that passes of as pirates in these blues. So we are pirates? Asked Krina, looking up from the equipment she and Zoro were inspecting. Most of it was garbage, useful only for scraps or smelting, but the rest were in decent shape to pawn off. After the explosion like that and the fact that Boodle will have to report that his town was overrun by pirates, I wouldn't be surprised if we were. This was technically a squabble between two seafaring crews. Nami thought about that. Wait, seafaring? Not pirate? Nope, said Luffy with emphasis on the P. The marine regulations are written specifically that way for a reason, but that's so vague. With very good reason. Much easier to declare enemies for Marines to find if the perpetrator doesn't display a pirate flag. Nami gulped. What did I just sign up for? A crew that will save your island from a deranged and racist fishman. So, when do you have to report to Arlong? Nami sweated a little. I have a month before he gets curious. I've been gone longer before without reporting when I was stuck in a particularly long con, so it won't raise any flags. But he will inquire if you guys want to plan an assassination rather than a frontal attack. Doing the right thing is messy. But to do the right thing, sometimes you have to get dirty, said Diddy almost by reflex as he put things away into his storage. Nami stared at the monkey. There's a story behind how you got that powers of yours, isn't there? Luffy glared at Nami. It's his story to tell, and unfortunately, it's not a pleasant one. Nami raised her hands worryingly. I wasn't prying, just wondering. Luffy toned down his glare. Sorry about that. On some level, Diddy's story is just as bad as your own. I apologize, Diddy, it was rude of me, bowed Nami. Diddy nodded in acknowledgement. In any case, spoke Luffy as he checked a map, we are lucky that the stop I have to make is on the way to Kokoyashi village. Where do we need to stop? Asked Zoro. I need to visit Syrup village on one of the Gecko Islands. I made a promise to one of Shank's crewmates that I would stop there on his behalf. To do what? Pushed Nami. To pick another member of our ever-growing pirate crew, smirked Luffy. Brain? Yes, Pinky? You can see everything with your super eyes, yeah? Indeed I can, Pinky, and what of it? Well, just wondering, anything interesting about the world around us that we usually miss? So much, Pinky, so much that just goes on in the world that we aren't even aware of. Like what, Brain? I can see the entire electromagnetic spectrum and atoms. Little clouds of possibilities float right on by. Despite all his brilliance, still can't connect the gravitational forces to the other three, but if he could see what I see it would be so obvious. The fundamental forces of our very existences are yoked by consciousness. Everything and everyone are connected on a fundamental level. To see the world like this whenever I want is enlightening. Why is that, Brain, Narf? Seems, all interesting like. But that is the cruel joke of existence. The mechanistic clockwork of reality hinges on a precious impossible defiance of entropy, on life. And the clockwork doesn't care. Well, if the universe doesn't care, why can't you accept it, and just, live on despite that? Like, live every day like it's your last or accept the absurdity. Yeah, that's the word, absurdity of it all. You're wise beyond your years, Pinky, and yes, that's exactly what I have chosen to do. And being with Luffy makes each day just a little more interesting than the last. Poink. And dangerous to boot. Say, Brain? Yes, Pinky? What are we going to do today? The same thing we do every day, Pinky. Try to live another day. Speaking of which, turn on the translation back on. Righty-o, Brain, Captain? We are coming up on Syrup Village. Luffy had just finished reading a World Economic Journal story about a bombing that occurred in a lab outpost in the East Blue. Sources already tied it to the faceless mad bomber, raising his bounty once more, to the new 25 million belly, the highest in the East Blue, when he looked up. Really? Anything of interest we should know, other than our target running around the village shouting that pirates are coming? No, not much. Luffy raised a brow. Either Yasopp's son is clairvoyant, or he uses observations subconsciously. Knowing his father, though, it's probably the later. Guess I'll go wake everyone up. Later, ship docks at the beach. Been a while since I've been on land, Yonda stretching Zoro. To be fair, we have been sailing for 4 days, added Krina. Nami unfurled her map, checked their landing point and pointed south. So the village is further down this way. It is, but I wouldn't start walking yet if I were you, smiled Luffy as he started doing just that in front of the others. Before Nami even had the chance to ask, Luffy gracefully, without even flinching or removing his hand from his hat, starting dodging projectiles being shot at him from the forest. Nami had the instinct to duck, but Zoro and Kuina just used their scabbards to knock back what they noticed were pinballs. Expertly aimed pinballs, but pinballs nonetheless. Diddy just stood still and absorbed the pinballs as they made contact with him. All watched with interest as stereotypical pirate flags began rising on the cliffside overlooking the beach. As soon as that was done, a figure appeared on the cliff, arms crossed, a proud smirk lighting up his face. Luffy smiled in turn, taking in the kid's appearance. Slim, tan-skinned with medium-length black woolly hair, prominent lips and a long nose that he inherited from his mother, while the rest of his face closely resembles his father's. Just like Yasopp described him years ago. Clothing choice was a little on the cheap side though. Brown overalls with a white sash and no shirt underneath, an olive green plaid bandana, a blue and white striped armband on his left arm, goggles, and a yellow satchel. I am the leader of the great pirate crew that conquered this village, Usopp. Everyone praises me and addresses me as Captain Usopp. If you're thinking of attacking this village, you should just save your strength. Otherwise, my 80 million men will crush you like a little bug. Luffy scratched his cheek and deadpanned, "Whoa there, Captain Usopp, we don't want any trouble." Usopp smirked in victory. "Of course you don't. No one is powerful enough to face my armada and live." Luffy raised his brow. Does anyone ever fall for that lie? He saw right through it. Panicked Usopp, hands to head, jaw dropped, eyes bulging. "Come on, at least try and make it believable." "Honestly, 80 million? I don't even think there are that many Marines in the East and West Blue combined." "You saw through it. This is bad." Did he really expect that to work, though everyone at the same time? 80 million might be an exaggeration, but I have many strong and powerful companions. All three of them? Spoke Luffy with a wry grin. As if on cue, three kids shot out of the bushes in a panic, looking like a pepper, carrot, and onion respectively, and dropped the flags they were waving. He found out. Second verse, same as the first, at least thought Wise. "Roo, run! Hey you guys! Don't run!" Luffy finally laughed. "You're an interesting guy, just like your father said you'd be." "Hey you! Don't laugh at me. I'm a man of great pride. I will make sure. Wait, did you say you know my dad?" Later in Syrup Village, in a restaurant called Meshi. "You're kidding?" asked the bewildered Usopp as they were all eating brunch. "Nope. Stuck in a chest for 20 years on an island of rare hybrid animals. Was disappointed when he found out the treasure chests on top of the hill were empty and that we couldn't remove him from the chest anymore. But he perked up when he realized that his animals were his treasure. Still, I marked the place for future reference. Seemed like an interesting place to come back to if I ever get bored and need a place to hide out." "Wow, you've been to a lot of interesting places, haven't you?" smiled Usopp as he ate his soup. Luffy's eye twitched as he remembered. Gurneys and surgery rooms. People screaming, arms pushed through cell bars. A coliseum fight going on. People in masks cheering. A crying man, tears glowing and collected while he was prodded and stabbed repeatedly. A bazooka forced to switch back and forth between its weapon and alpaca form. Animals screaming and shouting, being dunked into a pool of water in a room full of various fruits. A large palm slamming on the ground, lines pulsing out, explosions occurring, blood spilling. Luffy's fists smashing through walls, collapsing about researchers and marines. Luffy looking through notes, spotting a name repeating over and over again. Luffy running out of a castle, cradling something, a giant shadow behind him. "You can say that. Still, I think your dad must have done much more interesting things by now, what with him being in the Grand Line and all." "Yes," smiled Usopp reminiscently, "he visited a decade ago when Mom was still alive. Taught me how to shoot and stuff. Even told about some of the things out there in the Grand Line, and to ready myself if I ever followed in his footsteps." Luffy frowned. "Does he know about your mother?" "I think he does," faltered Usopp. "She pulled him to the side once or twice. I think she knew back then that she didn't have long. When it got really bad after he left, I started lying to her every day to make her feel better, saying his ship docked. I think she always knew I was lying, but it made her happy. I've been doing it ever since. The village folk may call me a liar when I scream every morning that pirates are coming, but most know why I do it." Luffy spotted Usopp frown tilt a little too quick to a smile. "Besides, it's more of an alarm clock to people now. I'm like the village rooster." Everyone politely chuckled at that statement, but it didn't take brains body reading to know that it was a complicated issue to bring up around the lad. "So Luffy, what's my old man been up to?" "Not much. I haven't been able to contact Shanks as of late, but last I heard, They were traversing the new world since someone has been getting a little too close to the islands under their protection. Either Big Mom is getting greedy again, or she is in the middle of one of her munchies again. Munchies? Asked Zoro. Don't ask. In any case, I don't know what his situation is now, but he's probably with Shanks. Your father's marksmanship has only gotten better since the last time you saw him. He can actually now shoot antennae off an ant. Still living his dream. Yeah, can't hate him for that. To disregard his own life and indulge himself in the vast and endless sea. I feel so proud of my father, smiled Usopp as he looked to a black and white painting of a ship in a storm on the wall of the restaurant. This makes our discussion much easier then, spoke Nami as she finished her meal. Is there anyone who can make or sell us a large ship in this village? The boat we have now is nice, but I think it's a little cramped, especially since we probably plan to have more members. No offense, Captain, none taken. I intend to have more members. Probably need to pick up a chef real soon. I may be a decent cook and Brain may have the nutritional know-how, but a chef is a must at sea. Everyone nodded at that comment. There are only 2 crew members that every ship needs that you can never piss off if you value your life, the doctor and the chef. Unfortunately, both positions are somewhat difficult to acquire, especially the decent ones requiring years of not decades of practice to hone their skills. Usopp rubbed his chin with his hand. Well, there's one guy who fits the criteria, but it's more of a hobby for him if anything else. I mean, he knows people, but still, maybe we can talk to him and ask him? Well, I'm going there anyway, so I might as well take you guys there. You don't have any bounties yet, right? Everyone nodded to Usopp. Good. It wouldn't have been an issue, but it's little things like that that keep people from asking questions. Make sure you don't have anything heavy on you, added Usopp as he was getting up. Why? Asked Kuina. Oh, the guy I am taking you to lives in the mansion up the hill, pointed Usopp to said mansion and hill through the window. He works as a butler there. Long walk later. I thought you said you know the guy here, asked Nami worryingly after spotting the well-dressed guards watching the perimeter in front of a large gate. Yeah, most of the villagers know about me and my lying. These new guys just consider me a nuisance. Besides, they are only doing their job, can't hate them for that. I'm doing them a favor anyway. Every time I break in, they take notes and improve the security. Who exactly lives here, Usopp? Asked Luffy, somewhat worryingly. Oh, the last heir to Pengobat Pharmaceuticals, said Usopp almost nonchalantly as he started sneaking around the perimeter with the crew following him through the hole he pre-made in the hedge fence. Wait, Pengobat? As in the largest provider of affordable medicine in the East Blue, as well as the largest provider of scholarships for aspiring doctors. That Pengobat? Incredulously asked Nami. Oh, so you've heard of it? Yeah, one of the few companies I couldn't bring myself to rob from. I thought the last heir was hidden somewhere safe ever since Mr. and Mrs. Pengobat died at sea 3 years ago. Usopp chuckled. Well, what better place to hide than in obscurity? This was the hometown of Kaya's ancestors. Most people don't know this, but the Pengobat's first products were medical syrups made from the saps of trees found further inland. Hence the village name. Or is that the chicken and egg situation, named first and the product? I really don't remember. Honeyt, replied Zoro. You learn something new every day. In any case, continued Usopp, as they approached a rather tall tree. Kaya can only become head of the company at 21, so for now, the executives are making the major decisions for her. Kaya would be more involved, but unfortunately, she has rather weak constitution. She's usually locked in her mansion, reading and studying. She wants to be a doctor, which would fit right in when she takes over the company. It's not really a requirement, but she wants to present the right image when she takes over. So, we came to meet her? No. You are here to meet the head butler, Mary Damba. I think he used to work with boats before he was hired to be a butler here years ago. Odd job transition, I know, but I don't pry. Stop, commanded Brain as they approached a tree right next to a window. Miss Kaya is currently talking to someone in her room. Pinky eavesdrop? Pinky nodded before his eye stalks vibrated and his face began to morph into the people he was imitating. You want to see Usopp? Who's that? Asked Luffy. That's Kaya's personal butler Klahadore. He was hired a little before Kaya's parents died. Doesn't like me very much. Not this again. I'll be fine. I just want to talk with him. You cannot. That man is the #1 liar in the village. His lies are too much of a shock for a weak young lady such as yourself. But, your late parents instructed me time and time again to protect you under all circumstances. Now, I will leave your medicine here. Please remember to take it on time. Sounds of shoes on marble. Stingy. I am okay with stingy. No means no. Door opening and door closing. Everyone looked at Usopp, smirking. So hummed Zoro with a saccharine smile. Just friends, huh? Usopp panicked. I'd been visiting here for years and telling her tall tales with myself as a character for her enjoyment. There's nothing more than that. Sure, chuckled Kuina. There isn't. Whisper, shouted Usopp. He quickly started climbing the tree. Let me talk to her first. Before he even had to cross his legs on the tallest branch, the window flew open. A happy, slim, and pale-skinned girl with blonde hair appeared. Usopp. It's been so long. It's only been a few days, Kaya. You look weak as usual. Luffy noted no barb in that comment, like it was something that they usually used to defuse the situation. I'm sorry. I really wanted to treat you as a guest. Klahadore just won't agree to it. He's not a bad guy. He just worries about me. Don't worry about it. After all, I'm a brave warrior of the sea. Being in a small room would probably suffocate me to death. Kaya clapped happily, getting rid of her melancholy funk. Then what tale are you going to tell me today? I think I'll tell you about the time I fought a goldfish at the South Pole when I was 5 years old. But first, do you know where Mary is? He is in the gardens. Why? Usopp pointed down, causing Kaya to do so. These folks arrived in town looking for someone who works or knows where to buy ships. Mary was the only guy I could think of. Kaya looked at the waving crew, all smiling. Are they? Not really. They don't have bounties, aren't known, and they haven't made enemies of anyone. They are just traveling on a boat together. Oh, in that case, go right ahead. I'll message Mary through the mansion tube communication system. Thank you, replied Luffy. 1 hour later. What a nice man, stated Nami. But what was with those horns? Weird, boss? Asked Diddy from Luffy's back. The Zoan half-form is just what it sounds like. Having hair that looks like a lamb doesn't make the man a Hitsuji no Mi, sheep fruit, model, lamb user. Thinking about it though, he would have great defensive capabilities though, especially if he can harden the wool with Haki. Still, completely situational on the user. It's how I would go about it. Luffy would have continued this train of thought had he not heard the ending of Usopp's story and Kaya laughing. Then we threw a huge pinball down from the sky, scaring them away, and that's how we won. We're back. Finish your story? Indeed he did. Did you work out a deal with Mary, Captain Luffy? We did. He says he has a ship in mind based on our specifications, but he needs a few more days to update it. We offered him belly, despite Nami's resistance, but we got a discount in exchange for the ship we arrived on. Well, that sounds like a wonderful deal then. Will you be staying in town or on your ship? Luffy would have continued had he not been interrupted so rudely. You there? What are you doing here? Everyone turned to observe a slim man with slicked black hair approach them from the other side of the mansion. He wore a black suit with 2 golden markings on it over a white shirt with a curious collar, with spiral-like protrusions on the edges, and a standard black tie. He also sported striped shoes and round glasses. In essence, there be a butler. And yet, the voice in the back of Luffy's head said that it was all a lie. The voice has yet to lead Luffy astray, but he kept his silence for now. Klahadore, you're trespassing and causing trouble here, stated Klahadore, as he adjusted his glasses with the palm of his hand. Excuse them, Klahadore, they had. You don't need to tell me now, Miss Kaya, interrupted the butler. I will listen to your explanation later. For now, I'd like all of you to leave this area at once. Or do you people have something to say? Before Nami had a chance to rebuttal, Luffy pushed her back with his arm. Nope, nothing at all. We finished our business with Mary just before you arrived, so we will be leaving now. Klahadore paused, as if expecting to say something else. Well then, now that your business here is concluded, please leave. And take Usopp with you as well. That's Captain Usopp to you, Klahadore. That will help spread my name around. Captain, eh? I've heard stories about your father. Klahadore, cease this at once. You are just the son of a low-class pirate. Wahahoha! Roared Luffy, shocking everyone. Where have you been getting your news from? Laughed Luffy as he wiped a tear. Usopp's dad is one of the core members of the red-haired pirates. He works directly for Shanks the Yonko. He leads a freaking division in his off time. Hell, the only reason he hasn't come for his son is that he doesn't want to put a target on his back. Silence followed. Klahadore was so shocked by this reveal he almost allowed his glasses to slip off and hit the ground had he not caught them. He quickly regained his arrogance. Why should I believe the words of such barbaric men? Would you prefer a picture? Or how about a mushy call? Hell, how about I turn into him just for fun? You can do that? Shouted everyone around him sans the animals and Klahadore. Secrets, chuckled Luffy with a finger over his mouth. TCH. A liar just like this boy who reaches for things outside his well. Usopp, hooked to tree, quickly dropped down to meet Klahadore's glare, anger barely restrained. You take that back. My father left to follow his dreams, and my mother loved him for it. And I may be a liar, but you dare insinuate Kaya is the heir to one of the most profitable companies in the East Blue. You are all intents and purposes an orphan whose only claim to fame is being the supposed son of some high-ranking pirate and a voracious liar. Now, if you gave up claims to your birth father and stopped telling you tall tales. Usopp nearly slugged Klahadore in the face had Luffy not stretched his hand to grab his fist preemptively, surprising the butler but shocking Kaya and Usopp. Usopp, it's not worth it. You'd just be proving him right. Be the bigger man, rise above the anger, and let it sink down. Make it a source that fuels rather than burn you. Considering the words of someone who already promised him a chance to talk with his father, via Pinky, Usopp's strength waned, dusting himself before smiling and looking up to Kaya. I'll try to come around sometime soon, Kaya. Just wait for me, okay? Kaya didn't get a chance to respond as Usopp happily walked away from it all, Luffy and his crew following behind him. Zoro leaned in quietly. Hey Captain, could you actually, change into Yasopp? I can't say that I can't since I have worked out the mechanics for it, but in the long run, shifting my form is a hindrance rather than a benefit. Really? I figured shape-shifting is a useful skill. It is, but shape-shifting is not an inherent skill for rubber or my particular devil fruit. Hell, disregarding the time required for more complex shifting, the mental strain of associating rubber in the right terms puts too much strain on me. Simple shapes are fine, but you ask me to impersonate someone? Not worth it, especially since shape-shifting makes me significantly weaker when it's full body. How exactly does that work though? I get rubber is malleable when soft, but your rubber body characteristics are primarily for galvanized rubber, added Nami, recalling what little science regarding the topic she knew. Ah, you noticed that. Well, the thing is, mastering a fruit is about understanding your devil fruit's word, or its domain. Once you understand the domain, all you have to do is stretch its dimensions as much as possible. Regarding rubber, I broke it down as far as I could without going outside the parameters. Name stares at the smiling Luffy. So you did what exactly? First, I learned about the properties that rubber generally has and how to take advantage of them. Then, I spread my understanding of the varieties of rubber out there. Finally, I looked inward, breaking rubber to the smallest conceivable unit, which is a polymer. After that, it's all about mixing and matching and messing around with the combinations. So shape-shifting is part malleability, part quick hardening, and part plastic. Plastic? Plastic is a polymer, just not an organic one like rubber, a reason why it's so difficult to use. It's basically a chemical cousin of rubber, so just within my domain to use. Useless in a fight, but handy to make a key for say a treasure chest or a cage from my finger. Nami's eyes sparkled. That has so many uses. Luffy smirked before turning serious and turning to Zoro. Hey, you noticed how Klahadore adjusted his glasses? Yeah, what about it? That's a conditioned habit, meaning that he used to do something that kept his fingers messy or harmful to his face but not his palm. What are you getting at? Not a lot of things require such odd use of hands. So unless he used to paint with his fingers a lot, I think our butler friend used to play with knives. What, like a Takagi Shuko? I was thinking more along the lines of Nikote, which for some reason raises more red flags than I like to admit. Oh well, let's just follow Usopp back to town. We are going to be around for a while. Later that day, in a hotel room when everyone else is asleep, hours before sunrise. Brain, did you just see that? I did, Pinky. What's wrong, you two? Asked Luffy as he quickly woke up. Narf. I don't know, Luffy. I heard Klahadore talk to some man far out in the coves about some plan to watch Mikalet claim an inheritance. I had told Brain about it, and he saw the butler talk with some weird-dressed man with heart-shaped glasses. Now I heard Mary screaming from the mansion, and Brain saw the butler do it. Then I hear him call himself Kuro instead of Klahadore. What's going on, Kuro? Asked Luffy. As in Kuro of 100 Plans? Captain of the Black Cat Pirates? Isn't he the guy who Morgan killed for his promotion? Apparently, started Brain, his friend Django is a very gifted hypnotist. He took one of his crew members, if you could even call them that, and made them believe that they were Kuro. Since before that point all they had was a vague description, the Marines didn't bother looking further. I guess that's why it didn't ring any of my alarms. Zark. He also said something about the crew attacking the town tomorrow, and something about getting his inheritance. What do we do, Luffy? Luffy thought it through, realizing that his inheritance was Kaya. Brain, is Mary alive? Brain looked into the distance. Yes. Can you locate the pirates? Yes. How many? Close to 200, with maybe 2 being a challenge for most Marines. Luffy crossed his hands and interlocked his fingers, considering his options. He could easily deal with those mooks instantly, but what would his crew get out of it? There is no benefit for him if they remain as weak, and he uses that term subjectively, as they are now. However, I was planning to test out Usopp anyway, and the crew does need a training exercise. Arf. Are you sure, Luffy? Won't your friends hate you for ignoring this? Oh no, I am not going to leave this alone. Let my team fight the pirates to better themselves. Yes. But let the village people suffer? Oda, no. Luffy woke up. Diddy, I got an assignment for you that's right up your alley. Sunrise. Luffy and his animals acted normally, not even bothering telling his crew and Usopp about what was coming in a few moments. Was it callous of him? Yes. But the crew needed real-world experience against fighting others and taking lives. He had to get rid of the idea of him coming to their rescue early on, or else they would get complacent. He was many things to them, but being captain was the first thing above all. He led them, he supported them, he comforted them, and he trained them. But he wasn't their get-out-of-jail card. A crew exists because individuals with specialized skills come together to get things done. There is no such thing as a crew who have one person doing everything for them. Everyone should be able to help out in their own way and carry their weight, but they all have that one special skill they can claim as their own. As they continued chatting and eating their breakfast, Usopp's personal crew of Ninjin, Paimon, and Tamaniji from yesterday having joined them, Brain gave Luffy a subtle hint that the pirates have docked. Not that Luffy wasn't already aware of this because of his observation. Showtime. Luffy looked up confused. Hey Usopp? Yeah? There isn't some big galley or crew that's supposed to come into town or anything, right? No, why? Because a ship full of pirates dressed up as cats have just landed on the North Shore, chimed Brain. Black cats? Inquired Kuina. Sound like the Black Cat Pirates and their weird Captain Django, finished Zoro. The three kids looked up at that. Does this guy wear a purple coat, walk backward, and wear heart-shaped glasses? Yeah, we saw him in town yesterday. Claimed he was a hypnotist, but it didn't work on us. Why would a hypnotist call his crew the Black Cats? Asked Nami. Zoro took out a bunch of wanted posters and started flipping through them. That's because Django is the second captain. The first captain was killed 3 years ago and was called. Zoro froze when he found the crossed-out wanted a poster with a shadow and a very familiar hand pose. Shit, what's wrong, Zoro? Asked Luffy convincingly. I think your hunch about the butler was right. Bastard looks a lot like Kuro, said Zoro worryingly as he showed the poster to everyone at the table to an equal degree of shock. Usopp was the first to regain his wits. Kaya. That bastard is after Kaya and her money. Either he's being paranoid and worrying about his girlfriend, or he really does have an unconscious use of observation, pondered Luffy while faking concern. Usopp, wait. Luffy didn't have a chance to stop the kid as he ran off and appeared to shave, which was impossible since he wasn't trained, to the hill, screaming at the top of his lungs that pirates were coming. Pirates were coming. Zoro, Kuina, Nami, go and assist the village in any way you can. Diddy and I will go to the mansion and help out Usopp against Kuro. Why am I involved? Screamed Nami worryingly. Collapsible staff already in hand already. You are going to be a part of this crew, so you will have to learn how to get your hands dirty. If you can't handle killing pirates or violence, go assist the town folks. But stuttered Nami. Luffy grabbed her by the arms, shaking her. No buts. The town is about to be raided by savage bastards who have most likely been waiting to let loose. Are you really going to tell me that you will allow chaos to befall another island on your watch? Nami's memories of Arlong and his crew flashed before her eyes, anger at the situation overpowering her fear of combat. Yes, Captain! Shouted Nami to no one as Zoro and Kuina having already left. Luffy smiled at the situation, his future navigator with staff in both hands. Guess I'm getting 2 birds with 1 stone. Good. Now and vent some pirate-fueled frustration. I have a liar to catch. The last thing Luffy saw before he shaved to the mansion was Nami running towards the north side of the town. Quick skip and a hop. Luffy landed outside the mansion, noting the outside guards knocked out by pinballs, expertly aimed at their foreheads and hands. Luffy was going to wonder why Usopp did such a thing, before noting the weapons near their bodies. Traversing through mansion revealed something similar. Some guards had hot sauce in their eyes, some had alcohol burns, some smelled of pepper spray, and so on and so on. Luffy had to admit that Usopp was one resourceful bastard. An element that could easily be trained or incorporated into the training methodology. He is never going to be a frontline fighter, but mid and long-range fighter? More than likely, by the time Luffy found Usopp, with the help of Brain and Pinky, he was in Kaya's destroyed room on his knees, treating a damaged Mary. Luffy also quickly noted his appearance as he came down to a shocked Usopp and started assisting him with the medical aid. Mary was definitely buffer and taller when they met him earlier. If the wool covering his body and finger-shaped hoof appendages, the extended horns and lamb-human face fusion did. Damn it, I own Nami money. Guess Mary must have a high synchronicity rate with the Hitsuji no Mi. Never even considered that. Synchronicity rate? I'll explain later. What happened here? The guards, they were fine until I mentioned Kaya and Klahadore. They immediately went blank-faced and doe-eyed. They started muttering something about Django and attacked me. The same thing happened when I got inside. I did my best not to hurt anyone, but I used up all my ammunition and tricks to get through them. I found Mary here and Kaya's roommate. I didn't recognize him at first, but it didn't really matter when I noticed his damages. You got here right after I started, Luffy sighed as he finished tying up the last gauge. Django must have come here in the middle of the night to hypnotize the guards. Mary's Zoan hybrid form must have made him immune due to his animal nature. Kuro, however, must have incapacitated him to get to Kaya. My concern is why he took Kaya away, because that's the only way to get money out of Miss Kaya, choked out Mary as he slowly woke up. Mary! Please, don't push yourself. Gather your strength, panicked Usopp. Mind explaining? Certainly, Mr. Luffy. Kuro initially wanted Miss Kaya to sign away her fortune to him through a will. Unfortunately, Kuro didn't realize that Miss Kaya's fortune is all tied to the company and locked away until she comes of age. However, Kuro had a backup plan. Hostage, seethed Luffy in rage. He's going to hold her hostage for a payoff from the company, with the town as an incentive. Please, Mr. Luffy, coughed Mary as he grabbed Luffy's vest. Please, save Miss Kaya from his clutches. We will marry, we promise you. We? Looked up Usopp. Yes, we. What, you're going to let Kuro hold your girlfriend hostage without a fight? Usopp's eyes bulged. Girlfriend? Kaya isn't my girlfriend. Mary smiled. Please, Mr. Usopp, in Kaya's mind, you are all but together. She's just waiting for you to ask. But I am someone who has been by her side since even before her parents passed away. Someone who has come to her aid to ease her loneliness with tall tales and stories. Someone who isn't after her money nor concerned with directing her future. You will support her and be by her side no matter what. Your past and family isn't a factor, not when love is concerned. Usopp listened to Mary, tears gathering at the edge of his eyes. Booty used every trick and pinball I had to break through the guards. I have nothing to help with. I'm just someone who's good with a slingshot and a lyre. How can I possibly fight against a horde of pirates, even with Luffy's help? What if you could help her? Whispered Luffy. Usopp looked up curiously at Luffy. Only Diddy reacted, seemingly forming a portal with his tail, reaching in for something. What if I could offer you a way to save Kaya at a price? What price? The inability to swim and the fact you will have to kill to save your love. Luffy said that at the same moment as Diddy pulled out a fruit. A fruit Mary quickly identified. Is that? Yes, it's a devil fruit, spoke Luffy. Usopp observed the fruit as Diddy gave to him. It was a black strawberry with odd triangle-shaped swirls on it. Why are you? You want to save Kaya? I am simply giving you an extra option. The decision is all yours. I can tell you that it will change your life. Some people react negatively to becoming superhuman, some positively. Some fall somewhere in between. I can unequivocally inform you that your strength of will determines how you handle the power, and doing everything possible to save those you care for safe. Usopp stared back at the fruit, considering his options. What fruit is it? It's a Zoan. I have others, but Logia wouldn't suit you, and a Paramecia would deter your natural skills. Zoan fruits multiply the user's potential with more emphasis on stamina, physical capabilities, and savagery based on the model/animal used. There are exceptions, as there will always be the minority, but all will make you more than capable of protecting those you care for. So what will you do? Usopp wiped the tears off his face, gathering his courage, and bit into the strawberry. Disgust registered on Usopp's face, as he swallowed the piece and started to choke. Mary watched in fascination as Usopp's body began to change. Toragari, tiger hunt! Shouted Zoro as he sped forward, downward slashes incapacitating a few of the pirates as they pillaged the streets. Itorio ai, Tsuro, crane! Chanted Kuina as she slashed side to side, wiping the blood off her blade every time she sheathed it, over and over again. While the sword users were occupied with eliminating the black cats, Nami was busy assisting in the villages in escaping. She fought back, but a metal staff can only do so much against blades and daggers. The villagers were putting up a fight as well as many found pistols and swords within easy reach of their premises this very morning, something they never had. Diddy was a very useful monkey to have around. In any case, all was going well until the two bastards arrived, the Nyaban brothers, as Sham and Butchie called themselves, arrived soon after and put up a hissy fit. Sham was a very skinny man of regular height who hunched back to make him look smaller than he actually is. He has green hair that is parted to the side and curls at the end, with 2 other parts of hair on the sides of his head, growing downwards in a curly-looking way. He also has cat ears sticking out from the top of the head. He has green, cat-like eyes, and is usually seen with a grin. He wore a navy blue shirt, with light gray buttons and a magenta bow tie. He also had light blue shorts, brown shoes and white socks that stick out of them. He is also seen having dark brown gloves, with claws growing out at the end. Butchie is an overweight man who wears an outfit based loosely on a black and white cat. He has pale skin, sharp teeth, tiny eyes, wears a hat that covers one of his eyes, that has cat ears on it. His pants are striped black and white, with a yellow sash, and dark brown shoes. He wears a blanket-looking cape on his back, that is stripped light purple and dark purple, with a fluffy white brim. He wears a shoulder pad on his left arm, and pale blue gloves with claws at the end. Kuina fought against anorexic-looking Sham and Zoro faced the butch and beefy Butchie. They put up a decent fight, but a well-placed onigiri and a properly aimed Kamidori knocked the 2 down, if not severely damaged them. Kuina was initially caught off guard by Sham's thin frame, his baggy clothes hiding it, as she expected her first Zoro strike to take care of him. But her Kamidori strike did the job, as despite his speed, Kuina was faster with the draw. Butchie wasn't even a bother for Zoro. His claws may have been able to resist Zoro's regular slashes, but Zoro's brute strength overpowered the chubby bastard, allowing Zoro to properly place a well-recognized X mark on his chest with his onigiri. Had Nami considered Django a threat at the time, she would have stopped him from hypnotizing the duo. Unfortunately, she didn't believe in hypnotism, and as such, she was just surprised as everyone else as Butchie became even more muscular and savage. Sham didn't get up, apparently passing out in the middle of the hypnotism from the 1 slash on his torso. Butchie, in his newfound rage, attempted to attack Kuina while her back was turned. She would have been severely damaged due to her being distracted while fighting other black cats. Zoro, thankfully, was there to intercept the attack, getting new scars on his arms and torso despite blocking the attack. In realization at this, Kuina was enraged and returned the attack justly. Butchie smirked as crossed his arms over his torso, expecting his newfound strength to protect him from the slash, which is precisely what Kuina wanted. As an AI user, she developed a technique for every situation, including when people believed they were safe through a blocking, expecting their natural fortitude to secure them. Itorio II, Tsubane Geishi, Swallow Return. Through practice, Kuina has perfected a technique to slip through people's guard via an upward slash. Usually, this wouldn't work, but even the best arm defense leaves a small creak or opening. It may not work on actual shields, but limbs? As long as there was an opening, a vertical slash would come through. Zoro jokingly said that if it were a boxing technique, it would have been a hell of an uppercut, sleeping through the enemy's guard, which it did just that, as Butchie shouted in pain as a perfect upward slash appeared on his chest, bisecting the earlier X mark. The pain overloaded him, causing to pass out, falling backward. Django would have attempted to hypnotize more of the black cats had Nami not incapacitated and tied him up. All was going well, despite Zoro's injuries, but all good things must come to an end. What is the meaning of this? Commanded Kuro. Everyone froze. The townsfolk were happy to see Klahadore until they noticed 2 things. Kaya tied up and gagged and the pirates panic and literally shake in their boots at the sight of the butler. Django used his chakrams to quickly cut through his restraints and push Nami away. He ran and kneeled in front of Klahadore. Captain Kuro, we are sorry for the delay. This crew of travelers somehow knew of our arrival and assisted the village. Kuro adjusted his glasses as he dropped Kaya nonchalantly to the villagers' shock. So the people who visited Mary yesterday were pirates. This is unexpected. Zoro readied himself once more, gasping at the pain he was currently experiencing. Kuina was by his side, hand on the katana, ready to draw. Nami was in front of the villagers, acting as their shield, staff in hand. Kuro put down his palm. It was not, however, outside my expectations. One black cat ran up to his captain, presenting a pair of furry gloves with katanas for fingers. Your cat claws, Captain Kuro. We have kept them polished and prepped just for this day. No need, commanded Kuro as he folded and put away his glasses. I've come across something right before I began my role as Klahadore. I've practiced in secret over the years, and I can truly say that now. Everyone watched in shock as Kuro bulged and grew. Black fur covered his body as a tail popped out of his pants. His feet, shoes now somehow gone, became arched and bent. His appendages gained sharp claws instead of nails. He gained cat-like ears, nose, and a savage smile. All in all, it was a shocking visage, extended limbs and claws and all, making look like something out of people's nightmares. I live up to the black cat visage. Nami regained her voice first as she fell on the ground from shock. What the? Kuro smirked as he licked his hand like a cat. Nico no mi, model, panther. A very fitting fruit, no? It all went downhill from there. Zoro and Kuina were a great swordsman and swordswoman in their own right, their bounty careers supporting this. They were just unprepared for the beast that was Kuro. Has he been human, his Nuki Ashi stealth foot technique would have been a hassle, but the duo would have found a way around it by double-teaming him. Unfortunately, they have never fought a devil fruit in their entire career. As such, they were unaware just how much Soin fruits amplified the physical abilities of the eater to an unearthly degree. They didn't have any experience to work off. It was a slaughter. Kuina and Zoro tried tracking Kuro as he vanished, but they couldn't stop him from slashing them all over their bodies. Resistance was futile. The black cats, those that still remained standing, regained their confidence. The villagers and Nami watched in fear as Kuina and Zoro tried their best to get up from the ground, bleeding from all over, clothes ruined, panting out in pain. Kuro licked the blood off his claws, so this is all the famous bounty hunter duo have to show for themselves. Pity. I figured the standards in the East Blue would have risen, but SE lost 6. Django, pawns. Yes, Captain, tie up the villagers and this ragtag group of seafarers. I'll be contacting the Pengobat executives soon enough to negotiate for their release. Kaya struggled in her bonds, panicking. The villagers watched frightened as the black cat started to walk towards them. Nami, despite her fear, stood firm and guarded them. One pirate was just about to reach for her when they heard call. Everyone looked up to see what bird made such a loud call. To their surprise, they saw the biggest raven of their lives fly above them in overalls. From the back of the giant bird, they saw Luffy jump off and land on the ground, snails on his shoulders and Diddy by his side. Before anyone got a chance to ask, they all missed the bird morph into what appeared to be a tengu. It was the closest equivalent in any case. Is that Squeak Nami? It is. Tori no Mi, model, raven. Wearing the same thing as before, Usopp was now much bulkier, with black feathers covering his body from head to toe. His feet and hands were replaced with claws, but his hands still appeared to have their original dexterity. There were some tail feathers, but the most significant change was the black beak on his face, somehow longer than expected due to his nose, and giant black wings. Before the pirates could register their shock, Usopp raised his arms and pulled his wings, before shouting and pushing both pairs of appendages down. Karasa has shot, Raven shot. Luffy watched, whistling, as Usopp shot down a horde of feathers, hitting the pirates, cutting them up or pushing right into them like daggers, while Diddy went to assist Nami in protecting the villagers and giving them more ammunition, allowing them to realize how they got said weapons. Luffy continued watching Usopp fight. You're getting all of this, right, Brain? Indeed. I believe you should stop the lad soon, Luffy. He is too new to his animal instincts. Luffy watched Usopp slash through various pirates, his eyes taking on a distinct bird-like visage, cawing all the way. Just a little longer, muttered Luffy. Usopp kept slashing his way through the pirates, making his way toward Kaya. As he was about to reach her, Kuro reached out to stop him with his own claws. The sound of talons and claws clashing reverberates, sounding similar to two swords making contact. So, chuckled Kuro. The liar got his hands on a Zoan fruit. Pity you brought bird to a cat fight. Usopp, minds hazy from his animal instincts, did his best to answer back. Get away from Kaya, monster. Oh, I am a monster, am I? Funny, what does that make you? Determination glared in Usopp's eyes that reverted back to their human form. I'm the one who fights monsters like you. Karasa Kiru, Raven cut. They always forget the wings. Kuro did see that Usopp's feathers were sharp enough to act as daggers, yet he failed to account that his wings were covered in them. With his claws preoccupied, he was unable to stop one of Usopp's wings slash upwards, injuring him and shredding his suit. Everyone watched from the sidelines, all other prates incapacitated, as Kuro and Usopp fought like animals. Kuro tried slashing and biting Usopp, but the Birdman only had to block with his talons and allow his wings to do the cutting for him. Pecking the bastard also helped. Unfortunately, Kuro's one advantage seemed to be his rapid regeneration, since his cuts and holes kept sealing up. Eventually, the staggering Kuro asked, How are you keeping up with my speed? You're a freaking bird. No, I am a raven, commanded Usopp, talons at this side, wings on display. And there are two things you should know about ravens. 1, they have great eyesight, allowing me to keep up with your speed. And 2, despite their high intelligence, they are also natural empaths. Empaths? What does emotional reading have to do with anything? Because while the skill is instinctual in animals, for us humans, it has to be done through watching and observing. As such, that empath skills translates to me as having an inherent skill to read body language and microexpressions. Body language? That means, you got it, pussycat. I can actually predict your movements despite your speed. Face it, cats may be able to beat out birds, but today is not your day. Kuro became enraged. He, a seasoned captain, Kuro of 100 plans, was losing to a nobody, till he spotted Kaya behind Usopp. Still tied up, Kuro couldn't help but smile dementedly. Well then, spoke Kuro as he sagged his shoulders. I guess there is only thing to do when confronting a knight such as yourself. Knight? Asked Usopp confusingly. He only registered what Kuro meant when he spotted his target. No, Shikushi! Shouted Kuro, as he vanished, leaving behind purple smoke. Usopp jumped and covered Kaya with his body and wings as his entire surrounding became covered in slashes, buildings becoming destroyed, and the road chipping away. Usopp hunkered down in pain for what felt like hours, blood and feathers flying off of him, as Kaya screamed out Usopp's name despite the gag in her mouth. This went on for a few seconds until, enough. It was a simple command, but the power the voice radiated seemed to spread out like a shock wave. No one was immune. The villagers quaked despite not being the targets, some still passing out. Nami collapsed to her knees, sweat rapidly spreading on her body. Kuina and Zoro, despite nearly passing out, instinctively grabbed their katanas, ready to go. The pirates that were still alive but incapacitated foamed at the mouth as their eyes rolled up. Usopp only shivered slightly, tumbling to the ground, but still protecting Kaya, who was crying tears of worry. Only Diddy didn't react, and Kuro. He stood frozen, mid-swing, right above the pair, ready to deliver the killing blow. Despite his best efforts and the spasming of his muscles, he just couldn't bring himself to move. It was as if every fiber of his being and animal mind couldn't bring itself to obey. Luffy slowly walked up to Usopp, putting his hand on his shoulder. You did good, Usopp. Your father would be proud of the fight you put up today. Rest. As if by command, Usopp morphed back to his human form, smiling, and falling forward right in front of Kaya. Luffy, in turn, focused all his rage and cold fury onto Kuro. So what to do with you? Kuro had no self-control to reply. I should commend you for putting up such a fight. Unfortunately, your so-called pawns were no match for my ragtag group. Honestly, I would have interfered earlier, but that would have been overkill. Besides, I knew my crew could have handled you, was it not for your fruit. I mean, I may be a captain, but I won't fight all their battles for them. They wouldn't respect me for that. Said crew members were initially furious with Luffy's blunt way of admitting that he did nothing, but they couldn't argue that he was right. Their pride wouldn't let them live it down if they allowed their captain to fight all their battles for them, making them nothing more than a cheering gallery and drag along. Hopefully, today served as somewhat of a wake-up call for them, showing the barest of hints of what's to follow if you're an example of note. They will take my warnings of the craziness that will await them seriously from now on when I start their training. But for now, I think I will indulge in some captain versus captain fighting. Kuro watched as Luffy stretched both his arms back to a ridiculous degree with a shit-eating grin on his face. Gomu Gomu no Bazooka. Both hands slammed into Kuro's torso, shattering most of his ribs, as well as fracturing his arms from the sheer force. As he coughed out blood, he didn't even register the fact that he was shot across the land, reaching the sea, before he began skipping on it like a flat stone. The shot reverberated through the village, the people quickly losing sight of Kuro, only being able to spot him morphing back, disappear on the horizon as a speck of dust, as well as his glasses somehow falling on the ground, shattering. Everyone stared in awe of how easily Luffy defeated Kuro, only to sweat drop in a moment after he spoke. I may have put too much force into that. A few days later, the village recovery was slow going. The Pengobat executives still caught wind of what happened and sent in a private force to gather the pirates that were held captive by the villagers and Luffy. They would all be given in to the Marines with a proper cover story, as requested by Luffy to the executives. It was the only thing he asked for, despite Nami asking for Belly, as their reward for saving Kaya and the village. Only Django seemed to have somehow disappeared. Luffy didn't see it as much of an issue. Only the fact that they could find Kuro's body set off a few alarms, but that was an issue for another day. Kuina, Zoro, and Usopp were all still recovering from their fight, albeit at various rates. Usopp and Mary recovered the fastest due to their Zoan fruits, with Zoro being a close second. Kuina was the slowest, but she coming along swimmingly. Nami only had slight bruising and cuts. While they recovered, Luffy and Diddy were helping the villages with reconstruction, putting everything the way it was before, as well as raiding Kuro's pirate ship. In the middle of it all, Nami moved their ship toward the bay behind Kaya's mansion, as a payment to Mary, along with some belly, for their new ship, and Kaya she never left Usopp's side, before and after his recovery. They were inseparable, until the very last day. Behind the mansion, Mary stood proudly, shirtless, and in his hybrid form, having finished putting the final touches on the Straw Hat's vessel as he called them over. The crew, as well as Kaya, watched smiling at their new vessel. It was something I was building on the side as a hobby. I would have given it to you sooner, but I had to expand it a bit as per your request. I call it the Going Mary. It was a proud Caravel-class ship, with a just mast and plenty of space on it to train, with room to be explored and nooks to be discovered. Something to be done for another day. All that mattered is that it was a beautiful vessel and it was going to theirs. Luffy smiled as he walked up and put his hand on the ship in appreciation. She is beautiful, Mary. You must have put a lot of heart and soul into her. And Sweat, boasted the butler proudly. Don't forget Sweat. Personally, I don't think it's enough to pay you back for saving this town, but… No, it's more than enough, said Luffy calmly while raising his hand to stop Mary. We have more than enough. Just some supplies and food will do. Mary smiled. I guess that's fair. Luffy nodded before turning to Usopp. Have you said your goodbyes to everyone? I did, started Usopp, before getting a red ting on his face, except for one. Do you mind if Kai and I go somewhere private? Everyone else smirked, allowing the lovebirds their privacy as they walked back into the mansion. What do you think they're going to talk about? What do you think, Mary? They only had to wait for a few minutes before hearing Kai scream and shout I do, multiple times. They then watched a smiling Usopp and crying Kaya emerge with a ring on her finger. The crew at sea moments later. She said yes then? Questioned Luffy from the ship's goat-head figurehead. She did, smiled Usopp fondly, looking over the side of the ship. I gave her my mother's ring. There's no date though, more like a promise that I will return when she is of age and finished with her studies. She gave me her mushy number though. You won't mind if I call her from time to time with Pinky? Not at all, just make sure to account for the time difference though. It can be a hassle to call them in the middle of the night. Usopp nodded before asking, You going to tell us what you did to force Kuro to freeze like that? Luffy smiled while both Kuina and Zoro flinched in phantom pains. Just as soon as you and Nami pledged yourself to the crew. She agreed. After the display in town, she did. All she asked was for us to save her village. Nami and Usopp both gathered at the center of the deck. Zoro and Kuina stood on the sidelines while Diddy sunbathed from on top of the mast. They stood straight as Luffy approached them, arms behind his back, serious like a captain should be. I've made Kuina and Zoro make the same pledge, so just remain calm, it's a formality. Both nodded. Do you swear to serve this crew to the best of your abilities? Yes. Shouted both of them. Do you swear to never give up on your morals and live life to the fullest? Yes. Do you swear that you will never give on your dreams? Yes. And what are your dreams? To save my village and create a map of the world. / to become a great warrior of the seas. Luffy smirked. Then you are prepared to undergo any training necessary to keep yourself, your crew, and others alive? Be warned, my training will be gruesome, it will break you, but you will come out stronger and better in the end. Both gulped audibly before shouting yes, Captain. Then the Nami Zephyrus and Usopp Geppetto you knew and were are dead. Happy birthday, Frankensteins. You're the Straw Hats crew babies now. Now are you prepared to do whatever your captain asks of you? Yes. Can you keep your heads about you when confronted with mind-blowing weirdness at every turn? Yes. Are you ready for anything? Yes. Are you still ready for anything? Yee, Harurum! Shouted Luffy as he kneecapped Usopp and Nami with a surprise baton. Ah! Damn it! Shouted Usopp and Nami in pain. Lesson number 1 in your training, expect the unexpected. The minute Oda crapped out the third caveman, a conspiracy was hatched against one of them. Get up, damn you! Usopp and Nami did just that, albeit in a lot of pain, catching a bunch of tie-on weights. Strap those on the kids, your training starts now. When I'm done with you, you'll be a member of the future's most elite and unstoppable crew, not since the last great revolution, the lost one. The crew that will change the world. Nami and Usopp both sweated as they felt the dark visage of a demon appear behind Luffy, realizing they had both just signed up for hell. Zoro and Kuina were about to laugh at their plight when Luffy turned to them as well. What are you two laughing about? This ship is big enough to start your training as well, or do I need to kneecap you two again as a reminder? Hell has no fury like a drill sergeant reincarnated as a pirate with rubber powers. Somewhere else in the East Blue, a bicycle was currently traversing the vast ocean expanses only thanks to the ice path being formed in front of it. The man riding the bike was an incredibly tall, slim and muscular man. He has black, curly hair cut to chin length that fans out at the tips, tan skin, and an altogether lean, long build. He wore a marine outfit consisting of a white button-up vest with standing collar over a long-sleeved navy blue shirt, with matching white trousers and black dress shoes. He also wore a yellow tie divided geometrically by black lines and a sleep mask on his forehead. The man was pedaling along until a messenger crew arrived at him, dropping off a sealed envelope before flying away. Quickly noting the cipher pole logo on it, he made an ice pick and sliced it open. After reading the information he was sent, he froze the paper solid before shattering it. "Arara," muttered Kazan, otherwise known as Admiral Akiji, so troublesome. "I guess the boy is heading towards Log Town. Can I pedal there fast enough? Wonder if I should message Smoker as well?" Not my problem." Akiji took out a compass, found the right direction, and started pedaling. "The boy should have never stolen what didn't belong to him," muttered the man of lazy justice. "Now he's got the big heads all riled up. Still, what could have he stolen from those outposts other than data? If Akiji only knew just what those outposts were hiding, even he would have turned around. Unfortunately, the situation would only become worse before it got any better. The next few days were hell for the newly dubbed Straw Hat Pirates, for Luffy was a taskmaster extraordinaire. Luffy did warn them that he would train them to be the best of the best. It was their fault for not taking him seriously. Zoro and Kuina were at least somewhat used to such extreme training methods, but Nami and Usopp, even with his new Zoan physiology, were dropping dead at the end of each day, bruised and beaten, but not broken. They got back up every morning for another round, so Luffy acknowledges that at least they were putting up a fight. Eventually, they questioned Luffy as to who in their right mind trained him in such a manner, but he just kept smiling and saying, "I've given you all the clues you need to figure it out. I mean, how many people in the world had Monkey as their surname?" Granted, Luffy's training wasn't as intense as Garp's, not that his Nakama were aware of this fact. Luffy has long ago realized that his body wasn't exactly standard. Or at least, not entirely human vanilla flavor. His past life knowledge realized that the human genus, or is it family for this taxonomy? In this world was diverse, at least species-wise. Not race-wise, although the 6 species weirded him out at first, and even that number was up to debate at times, but height-wise. No one questioned why, despite all normal humans being born around the same size, some ended up way bigger than the majority. Example? Garp is 9 feet 6 inches, Don Quixote Doflamingo is 10 feet 0 inches, and Edward Whitebeard Newgate is 18 feet 11 inches. At first, Luffy thought that such people had giant's blood in them or something, but that was quickly dismissed by Garp when he asked him years ago. Hell, all other size advantages a long-arm and long-leg tribes can easily be accounted for. Eventually, Luffy just accepted that maybe Haki was involved somehow, but the likes of Dracula Mihawk, 6 feet 6 inches, and Shanks, 6 feet 0 inches, said otherwise. He put a pin in that tangent for a later date. In any case, Luffy was significantly stronger than the average human found in the blues. However, his brothers served as beta testers for his training methods, proving that with time and effort, ordinary humans can quickly be brought up to his standards. If they can handle it, that is. Zoro was all for the free training. If Luffy didn't know any better, he would have sworn he was a masochist. From some of the things Kuina joked about, it was possible but unlikely. Why the two weren't at least dating still stumped Luffy. Not that they gave any signals of wanting to be more than business partners and friends, but he wasn't going to judge. Out of the rest of the 4, Zoro's training was the easiest to implement but hardest to achieve immediate results from. Zoro was a frontline fighter, one of brute force, a savage beast to be unleashed on the battlefield like a monster. As such, Luffy trained him to fit the mold. Every party needs a decent warrior. Although what would Kuina be then? Usopp seemed like a weird cross of hunter/rogue, with Nami being an outright rogue, for now at least. He needed a priest real soon. Or at least a paladin. But what would that make shamans then? The world already has mages and warlocks. Thought though, they need a cook, a doctor, a shipwright, and a musician at the minimum before acquiring anyone else. What roles can they take? Damn that stupid game. How his former students ever managed to make him play it, he will never know. To Zoro, strength and endurance were necessary above all else, so Luffy quickly started him on the iron body training menu. He was already doing something similar by swinging around a giant steel pole with rock weights on it, something he quickly remade before boarding the Going Merry, so Luffy let him keep at it since the exercise strengthened his muscles. They would get around to training his lower body at a later point. Iron body training involves typically striking a person as they learn to contract their muscles and body in the required manner. However, it was done while the person was stationary and prepared. Luffy went about it a little differently. He would just strike Zoro at random times during his own routine with just enough strength to injure Zoro but not break him. While this would be considered a fruitless endeavor, this was a twofold plan on Luffy's part. 1. It would train Zoro to instinctively harden his body when he feels an attack coming, at least to a weakened degree of the technique's potential. And secondly, it was to activate his armament Haki. Something Luffy found out about the Rokushiki techniques is how they didn't seem to activate Haki in users. Whether this was intentional on the Marines' part to keep an ace up their sleeves against their Cypher Pole agents, or an unintended side effect, he didn't bother looking into it. In any case, Luffy discovered that the easiest way to unlock Haki was in one of two ways. Either be put into a situation where you needed it from the bottom of your heart, or be entirely out of natural energy to use. The two events aren't necessarily mutually exclusive, and the first option can also apply to life or death situations. Fight or flight for the win. As such, Luffy was going to run Zoro dry until he had no choice but to reach for a new source of energy to sustain him. Unfortunately, knowing the bastard, it would take time for Luffy to break him. Oh well, he's had such cases in the military before. Zoro wouldn't be any different. Once he figured out Iron Body, Luffy would transition to showing him the Tempest Kick and see if he could recreate it with his swords. Finger Pistol and Paper Arts would be useless to the swordsman, but Moonwalk and Shave would be reserved for later. Observation Haki was debatable. He thought about giving Zoro some books on other sword styles to see if he would get any ideas from them, but Zoro seemed like the kinesthetic learner, so better leave him to figure it out on his own. Luffy turned away from the sweating swordsman to gleefully watch the other three. Kuina, Nami, and Usopp were all currently kneeling, in various degree of panic, their eyes blindfolded. All three of them were currently undergoing training to unlock their observation Haki, which primarily involved predicting and dodging Luffy's slow strikes. At the moment, all three were covered in bruises and bumps, no blood though, no need for that. He knew some primary first aid, but he didn't think he had enough medical experience to deal with an infection due to an open wound. He would have done individual training with them, but he figured achieving observation was beneficial in the long run. He had individual training menus planned out for them in any case. Kuina's Aido style was definitely powerful, and if not for her Itoryu sub-skill, would be considered too specialized for Luffy's liking. People like her would be regarded as glass cannons, too powerful for their own good. Not that such a weakness has ever come up, but Luffy wasn't someone who liked to leave such openings, no matter how small. His military experience showed that even the smallest window of opportunity can be exploited to significant effect. Granted, her techniques were deadly, but only if they made contact though. If their fight with Kuro was any indication, she was just not quick enough on the draw to handle the stronger variety of pirates out there. Shishishi sword pun. Anyway, observation would allow her to predict her opponent's movements much more efficiently, at least allowing her to deal with those of higher speed than her. Once she figured it out, he would transition to showing her the Tempest Kick like with Zoro, but would then teach her the Finger Pistol and Paper Arts. The Finger Pistol would teach her how to put all her power into one strike, and the Paper Arts would teach her flexibility to dodge attacks and land her own from a broader range of angles. She wouldn't benefit from Iron Body since she was a technical swordsman, or swordswoman in this case to Zoro's power style. Moonwalk and Shave would come later, as would Armament. He figured she needed some aerial techniques, and with her bird-themed name attacks, it would suit her. He did consider giving her some books on swords, but instead, he gave her a book on ornithology due to his voice suggesting it. Maybe some of them would inspire her. Descriptions would give her ideas. Nami was a tricky one for Luffy. He really couldn't figure out a niche for her to use. Granted, she was a thief, but that was out of necessity, not of identity. If he was going to train her, he was damn making sure that it wasn't something that defined her. But how do you define a navigator and cartographer? Luffy debated about offering her one of Diddy's fruits, but two things stopped him. 1. He believed that Nami wanted to save her village under her own power, and a devil fruit would defeat the purpose of that. Secondly, the voice in the back of his head kept telling him that he didn't have the right fruit on hand. The first point he got, it was the second that unnerved him a little. He wasn't going to push it. Like Garp's gut, Luffy's voice has never led him astray. Luffy just sighed mentally and decided to just show Nami all 6 techniques, and see what piqued her interests. She said the Finger Pistol gave her some ideas regarding her staff. Maybe if she gets good enough at Haki and at least one of the techniques, he may show her one of his secret techniques, and see where it goes from there. Seriously, the fact he managed to create them made him really wonder why the Marines haven't stumbled on them yet. Granted, he wasn't a master at them, especially the Forbidden One, but that was expected since he was basically creating them from scratch. That reminds him, He should really ask Brain if he figured out any way to improve them yet. He must have read something helpful by now since they last talked about them. And then there was Usopp. Quickly remembering, Luffy proceeded to hit the 3 for a while. It was a cycle of terrifying waiting with sporadic moments of random focus on one of them. Keeps them all on their toes and focused. Nami was the closest to achieving her Haki impressive for 3 days of work with Kuina close behind her. Usopp, unfortunately, was covered in bruises and Luffy was the blame. Or rather, Usopp's fruit was. Luffy told Usopp straight up that him achieving Haki would be significantly harder, as he now had animal instincts to work with. Observation and animal intuition were usually one and the same when survival was involved. Outside of combat, utilizing Haki is difficult since it's tied to the instinct, which is linked to combat. Until Usopp could separate the two, his entire training menu consisted of being able to master his fruit. Well, not master, that's too strong of a word, but to separate the two powers, Haki and Devil Fruit, in his mind. Whenever Kuina and Nami went to do their own personal training, staff for Nami, sword for Kuina, Luffy trained Usopp personally. Now, Luffy had never worked with anyone who was a Zoan, so it was a learning experience for both of them. For Usopp, it was to be stronger. For Luffy, it was to correct the kinks and flaws in his personal ideas regarding the Zoans. In his past life, Luffy had to learn biology to become a teacher, and he had gone on enough school trips to zoos to learn about wild animals. As such, he was aware that unlike domestic animals, there was something intangible to their potential. Survival was always forefront in the wild, survival of the fittest at its most dangerous. Which was reflected in the Zoans' enhanced physicality and stamina, as well as savagery for some of them. However, Luffy knew that animals were more than that. Each animal evolved and adapted in unique ways to combat the world around them. Not all dogs are the same, and cats had advantages over dogs in some situations as well as disadvantages in others. And yet, the notes he read in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia seemed to paint them all under the same brush, sans the ancient and mythical Zoan, and those seemed stupidly overpowered at times. Luffy accepted that for the mythical ones, Marco a clear example as to why, but ancient dinosaurs are just giant lizards, they fall down like the rest of the larger Zoan variety. Mammoth? Saber-toothed tiger? Same idea. Hell, a honey badger Zoan could probably kick the collective asses of most of the Zoans out there, and it wasn't even considered carnivorous. And anyone who ate any of the Kame no Mi, turtle fruit, models was effectively immortal due to the turtles' naturally long lives. As such, Luffy was damn well going to make sure Usopp took advantage of all the gifts his now Raven mentality allowed him. The enhanced sight and empathy? Luffy playing high-speed Rochambeau with Usopp covered all that. Once he could beat Luffy 4 out of 5 times at his highest pace, he would transition to con games and sleight-of-hand tricks until Usopp missed nothing. He knew Usopp's understanding of body language and face reading was instinctual, so he gave him some of his pilfered books on the topics to read on his downtime. Brain helped him out as well whenever Usopp asked. Speaking of which, Usopp spent a long and tearful time reuniting with his father through Pinky, telling him about his life and engagement to Kaya. Yasopp swore he would send a dowry to her as per tradition. Usopp argued against it, but Yasopp was bullheaded. Eventually, Kaya had to get involved. Usopp swore that it was his father's plan all along. Now for Raven's other quirks. 4 things came to Luffy: 2 strengths and 2 weaknesses that were to watch for. Raven's voice mimicry? Usopp was in fact now capable of copying his crew's voices with some difficulty, although it was only doable in his hybrid and animal forms. The same was for his singing voice. Before the fruit, Usopp admitted that while he wasn't tone deaf, he wasn't that good. Now, his vocal range seemed to have extended to 6 octaves, and while not perfect, it was a bit above the rest. All that Luffy did was give him a book on throwing voices ventriloquism, as well as recommend he try and see if he can copy voices from memory and the sounds of the environment. Luffy said it would help him build up his trickster repertoire. Onomatopoeia for the win. Speaking of which, Raven intelligence. Now, books were always iffy on this issue, as in his past life, ravens were depicted as being intelligent through experiments. Unfortunately, said tests at times made it seem like ravens seemed to jump to solutions without working them through. The human world equivalent would be of savants being able to solve problems, but not explain how they reached it step by step. Usopp didn't spot anything different about his thought process or intelligence when he tinkered in the lab and workbench that Luffy helped him set up. Admittedly, he had been too busy resupplying his trick ammunition to really test it out. Now for the detriments. From his knowledge, Luffy was sure ravens had 2 mental flaws that could be harmful to Usopp. One was that ravens in the wild occasionally liked to get drunk or high with certain berries and grasses. Whether or not it transferred to Usopp wasn't clear, but Luffy wasn't planning to offer him any alcohol in the near future. The second was the issue of Raven's paranoia. Ravens have been known to hoard food and shiny things, as well as being too cautious in any new situation. Luffy chalked it up to survival mechanisms, but he figured he would keep an eye on Usopp whenever he was in a stressful situation as his training progressed. As for the actual training, all that Luffy was really focusing on was seeing if Usopp could manipulate what he turned hybrid. So far, all data showed that there was no midpoint between human and hybrid, it was either one or the other. Luffy wanted to see if Usopp could get around that and say, turn his eyes or his hand to raven form. So far, they were having no success on that front. On the other hand, Usopp was getting better and better control of his transitions as well as better acclimated to his full animal form. Being able to scout ahead was very useful out in the sea, plus, flying, who doesn't love that? And what of Luffy's animal companions? Same old Brain monitored everyone's training, Pinky kept his ears open for any surprises, and Diddy kept sunbathing. All was relatively peaceful until Zoro decided to be smartass and taunt Murphy's Law. Hey, does that ship have a lion-shaped figurehead made of gold? One canonically debatable adventure involving a poorly mispriced pirate Woon who stole a third of the world's gold, an udon chef who was his childhood friend and his grandson, and a lion-faced man who had a fetish for gold and who could scream really loudly. Why did he give all the gold away? Screeched Nami loudly, her crewmates trying to hold her down. I said later. The Straw Hats were currently enjoying a lovely lunch on the deck of the ship after their little fiasco with El Drago, if it could even be called as such. Nami was still sulking that Woonan gave away his gold, but that was as bad as their injuries consisted of. El Drago's crew was a joke, and his devil fruit? Luffy easily bounced away his sound blasts before shooting him away with his bazooka, which eventually led to this question from Usopp. Hey Luffy? Yes, Usopp? Are you researching devil fruits? Luffy calmly wiped his mouth before putting his utensils down. What makes you think that? Well, you're knowledgeable about the topic, you use terms about them we never heard of, and you have that weird journal you take out whenever you train with me in regards to my fruit. I mean, if it's private, you don't have to say anything. No, Usopp, this was going to come up eventually. Now's a good time. Everyone gave their captain their full and undivided attention. Do any of you know where devil fruits come from? Everyone shared a look before shaking their heads. Well, to be frank, no one knows where they come from, which unnerves me. Luffy raised his hand, stopping Nami from interrupting. Here we are, living in a world where we literally have fruits that grant their eaters supernatural powers. And yet no one asks how we have them, or where they come from. Luffy took off his hat. Devil fruits are said to be the fruits of the sea devil, and that the secret to their power is hidden in the Grand Line. That is the one piece of information that seems to be consistent with all the sources I have been able to locate. I may have never left the East Blue, but I have scoured the libraries available to the public and the Marines. I've even searched through some classified material only available to those with clearance. I won't say how or when, but I did, so close your mouth, Usopp. He did as said. Under normal circumstances, no human would have noticed the pattern, but Brain here was able to memorize everything I've located, so he was able to cross-reference it all. What he has discovered is disturbing in its implications. Along what lines? Pushed Krina. The largest information cover-up and misinformation spread I've ever had the displeasure of knowing. Jaw drops. I can honestly say that not even the higher-ups in the Marines know where the fruits originate from, although if I was honest, I think the answer lies in the Void Century. Why? Too many things line up to make it seem that some great power was involved, Zoro. I may not know the beginning or the middle, but in the end, after what appeared to be a great war, the world government and the Council of Kings formed, while the celestial dragons effectively became the rulers of the new world. It's too convenient. How? It's too neat. All the puzzle pieces fit together all nice and tidy. No one questions how the world nobles gained the right to basically become gods unless they have something to back up their claim. The 3 ancient weapons was my initial belief, but they are no longer in their hands, so that leaves a great power that could be passed on. Wait, that sounds like, yes, Nami, a devil fruit. Or rather, a few devil fruits. A combination of certain ones could definitely allow it, especially if they were conveniently left out of the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia because they haven't been discovered yet. Luffy made the appropriate finger quotes. Zoro crossed his hands. I know how powerful devil fruits can be, but still, knowing what I know about how devil fruits work and their parameters, I can think of about 5 fruits that are and aren't listed in the encyclopedia that could classify as world-breaking in my mind, or at least that allowed the Celestials and the Gorosei to stay in charge. Gorosei? Really? You guys know about celestial dragons but not the Gorosei? Odd. Okay, the 5 elders are the heads of the world government, and as such, they essentially rule the entire world. They are the 5 men who rule above the Marines, Cipher Pole, and the ones who make the pacts with the Shichibukai. They are the final say in any decision, any action, any command carried out under the Marine flag. They are the strongest power in the world, second only to the world nobles, and even then I think it's provisional. Provisional? The world nobles hold no real powers other than some possible hidden devil fruits. The people of the Grand Line and in some regions of the Blues are taught to fear them. But really, what do they do? On the other hand, you have the Gorosei who literally run the world. I think the elders let them think they are in control so they can pull strings in secret. But that's neither here nor there. Luffy took a swig of his water. 2 fruits that are catalogued in the encyclopedia that I consider world-breaking are the Op no Mi, Op fruit, and the Nenrei no Mi, Age fruit. The Op gives the user complete control over the placement and orientation of the objects and people inside their space if the literature is to be believed. A very deadly fruit in the hands of a surgeon, especially considering the rumor. What rumor? The greatest power of this fruit, which has earned its reputation of being the ultimate devil fruit, is the ability to grant another person eternal youth via the rumored perennial youth operation, though performing this feat supposedly comes at the cost of the current fruit user's life. Whenever or not it's permanent, or even extends to outright immortality is dubious, but its battle potential is still world-shattering. Unfortunately, the fruit was lost 13 years ago in the North Blue, but rumors abound in the Marines network that a pirate captain from that region has displayed usage of it. In any case, Trafalgar Water Law is someone to watch out for. The Nenrei allows the user to manipulate the ages of anything and everything. For some reason though, the encyclopedia makes it seem like it can only make things young or old, no actual controlled manipulation. Whether or not it's purposeful misinformation I don't know. If I were the Gorosei, I would have kept that particular fruit in their control to maintain their power, especially since the methods to select new elders isn't mentioned anywhere, which makes me think they have used it as their personal fountain of youth. Odd thing though, a pirate by the name of Jewelry Bonnie appeared in the South Blue with this power. The literature says that the user can manipulate their own age as well, so either she is older than she appears, or there's more to the story that I would like to question. Luffy, asked Nami, both those fruits seem dangerous when you describe them like that, but what fruits do you think are left out? Well, if they existed, hypothetically the Gensher no Mi, Atom fruit, comes to mind for obvious reasons, although such a powerful fruit would require an unbreakable will, what with even the slightest misuse of power effectively turning the user into a giant energy bomb. The Chikara no Mi, Force fruit, as well, since the 4 fundamental rules that make the universe run are classified as forces if physics hasn't changed, but it too would be difficult to implement since it would require a scientist to achieve its full use, not a fighter. The Inryoku no Mi, attraction fruit, would allow the user to become their own walking living magnetic pole, being able to pull and push out anything and anyone they want. It may sound like the Jashaka no Mi, magnet fruit, but it affects everything, not just metals. Plus, some psychopath by the name of Kid in the South Blue has it anyway. How is that one dangerous? Inquired Usopp. If the user can push anything away from himself, then how can anyone come close to kill the user? Bullets, explosions, poisons all repelled away. Everyone gulped. I am afraid to ask, but Renki no Mi, alchemy fruit, energy no Mi, energy fruit, Bikuta, vector fruit, Jatsu, pressure fruit. Need I go on? I know they seem very abstract, but that makes them open to interpretation, meaning the users could do a lot more damage with them than like other concepts. I am also aware that those are all scientific terms and principles, but science does make the world turn. That isn't to say that there don't exist fruits in the same echelons that aren't in that category, but they are just the easiest to envision. In any case, I am spitballing here. I am only using concepts found in any physics because they seem the strongest. For all I know, I am missing the most obvious one, or the fruits I mentioned may not even exist. I mean seriously, atom fruit? Why are they all paramecia fruits? Luffy smiled ear to ear, and for asking the right question, you get one get-out-of-training card to be used at any time in the future. Usopp looked gobsmacked as Luffy gave him an actual card. He did, however, promptly put it away for safekeeping. That is the conspiracy I seem to have stumbled on. Everything started at Luffy with pure confusion, but at least understanding where he was going with this. Sensing the situation, Diddy somehow pulled out a blackboard with some chalk for Luffy as he started drawing up diagrams and writing some words. Everyone acknowledges that there are 3 devil fruit groups, Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. On average, Logia outranks the other 2 in raw power, with Paramecia on the bottom. However, this is inverse when one considers the potential power of the fruit. While this isn't written anywhere and refuted by anyone, all one has to do to see the completely contradictory evidence is to check the warlords. Why? Because most of them are paramecia users. Don Quixote da Flamingo is string, Gecko Maria is shadow, Bartholomew Kuma is paw, and Boa Hancock is love, for kicks, also at Big Mom since she supposedly has a fruit that lets her control souls. Sure, Sir Crocodile is a Logia, but his bounty is the second lowest of the group, and that's only because the Marines were dicks when they made Hancock's bounty. Granted, they earned their reputation through their acts, but no one can deny that a large chunk of their danger doesn't come from their crews, but rather their skills and abilities. Luffy turned to his students. You may have caught my word emphasis. From my research and observations, the Logia, in my opinion, is actually the weakest of the fruits. The only reason they seem so powerful because of the legends of power spawned by the admirals and their intangibility to almost all forms of injury, for those outside the Grand Line. However, anyone who bothers to look into what makes a Logia realizes how flawed they actually are. Logia devil fruits increase the user's raw power to the limit, and keep it there unless they learn Haki and or 6 powers in the future or figure out the tricks of their fruit. Unless they actually work on them, a Logia user is nothing more than an overpowered hose connected to a nearly infinite supply of water. Unfortunately, because the fruit grants the eater invulnerability, this doesn't really happen. Granted, some are inherently more powerful, but they are also the ones that come to anyone's mind when the topic comes up. By the time they meet someone who can use armament Haki or can get around their fruit weakness, they are so set in their ways that they usually don't come back from such confrontations. Sure, they are powerful, but so are the other devil fruits. Plus, unlike the other fruits, they are actually the smallest in number, meaning that they are the hardest to get their hands on. On top of that, they only exist for things that are naturally found in the world, such as fire, lava, ice, smoke, and light. Unfortunately, my parameters had to be adjusted since I have found evidence of a Logia that can turn into syrup and another into paper, meaning that some exceptions exist, or I am working under a flawed premise. In any case, unless convinced otherwise, a big chunk of the Logia revolve around metals, even if they aren't seen. Nami raised her hand. Why metals? Because most of the known periodic table of elements consists of metals, and while some have real potential, mercury in particular, a big chunk of them are rather useless. By that same token, however, a Logia fruit must exist for each gas as well. Taking into account the revelation I made about paper and syrup, there could be a whole world of Logia out there like ink, sound, sakura, oil, blood, glass, string. I thought Don Quixote has string, interrupted Krina. Don Flamingo can only create and manipulate string, he can't become string. However, both fruits are aspect parallels, so thank you for bringing it up. Usopp reached into his pouch and took out a pen and journal. This seemed like something he should know. I've used the term aspect in the past, as well as parallels and opposites. These particular terms of mine apply only to paramecia and Logia, more so for paramecia, since one allows the user to become an aspect of something while another enabled the manipulation or production of the aspect. For example, Anmarokazaru is the Logia for light, but by the same token, there must be a paramecia for one to manipulate, and or produce some variations of light. As such, they control the same aspect, light, but are parallels since they do so in different ways. Zoro opened one eye. The way you say it makes it sound like the right paramecia can control a Logia if they turned into said aspect. The smile Luffy showed was horrifying, and that is one of the things that I believe have been covered up. While I doubt there is a paramecia for lava, logic dictates that there must be fruits for ice and light. Why? Because if there is a fire Logia, then there must fire paramecia. And since each fruit must have an opposite, there must be a paramecia that can control cold. Seeing as how the Atsa no Mi, hot fruit, and Netsu no Mi, heat fruit, exists, it must be true. And yet it's not in the encyclopedia. At that particular revelation, Nami flipped through the book Luffy conveniently left on the table when he talked about it earlier. He's right. Odd, it's not even acknowledged as a possibility here. Some fruits that are possible but not discovered yet are here, but the easiest way to hide something is to do so in plain sight, interrupted Luffy, arms crossed behind his back. What better way to do so than give the people something pretty to look at? They don't deny some fruits have been found yet, but at the same time they don't acknowledge certain ones either. Nami was sweating bullets, thinking about what her captain was saying. The rest were more focused than ever. The Zoan don't have this issue since no fruit can directly control them, sans maybe a few specifically tailored for mental manipulation. On the other hand, though, the Zoan are somewhat limited since they only multiply the user's potential power, and only the physical ones in that regard. And while some animals are inherently weaker than others, some are powerful enough to overpower Logia users, the phoenix being a clear example. However, most Zoan are physically stronger than the majority of Paramecia, so they have that coming for them. On the topic of Zoan and Paramecia Usopp, remember how I mentioned synchronicity regarding Mary? Something I noticed regarding Zoan in literature is that at times, certain users are particularly suited for their fruit. As a result, they have access to things that past and future users of the fruit do not. You noticed how Mary had horns in his human form. That's usually one of the indicators for high synchronicity. The users are so in tune with their fruit that things actually spill over. Are there other examples? Indeed there are, Usopp. In the West Blue exists the Canis family, a noble family that is a rarity in the world because they are actually liked. As their name suggests, they are users of the Inu Inu no Mi family tree. Due to this, they have made extensive notes on, but not limited to, various dogs, jackals, and coyotes' fruits. Unfortunately, during one of the attacks on their island, they lost the wolf model fruit a few years back. In any case, said notes have shown that ancestors of the same fruits have distinct differences. One famous example involves the coyote model, in which one family users was significantly larger than past and future users and seemed to have access to some esoteric abilities. Considering that some blues cultures used to depict coyotes as tricksters, and in some cases, messengers of nature gods, it's possible that if the conditions are met, Zoan users can even use the abilities attributed to animals due to beliefs and stories. Unfortunately, since it's impossible to see if one is suited for one particular fruit, it's completely up to chance for one to get a high rate right off the bat. Usopp rubbed his chin. Do you think I have this high synchronicity thing? It's not outside the realm of possibility. You did lose control a little when you fought Kara, and I've spotted you taking on bird eyes when I train you even in human form. In any case, I think that it's plausible to increase one's synchronicity to their fruit with training, as shown by how much easier it has become for you to shift. Usopp nodded, acknowledging the possibility. What about Paramecia and Logia? I haven't met enough Paramecia to justify if it applies to them, but I doubt the same can be said about Logia. I haven't really looked into it since I was working under the assumption that no human can ever understand an aspect of nature, and the Logia gives them full access to said elements might. I mean, how can a human understand and embody something like lava or light? Being able to embody an animal? Sure. Being able to embody an item or a weapon? Just listen to any weapon user's mantra I am the blank, to know that it's doable. Kuina and Zoro nodded in agreement, seeing as that is precisely what they do before using any of their more advanced techniques. Finally, there is the Paramecia, which allows the users to produce and or manipulate whatever their fruit applies to. Unlike the other two, it increases their users' potential gradually or even exponentially, but there is no limit to how far they can go. Unfortunately, there are a lot of silly fruits out there that decrease the value of the Paramecia as a whole. However, just because something is ridiculous doesn't mean that it's not dangerous. The thing that differentiates Paramecia users is not so much what power one gets but rather how creative one can get with what they have and exploit the hell out of it. As such, the Paramecia has the most extensive collection of parallel aspect fruits, based on how the said aspect is manipulated. For example, let's take the explosion family. There is the Bomu Bomu no Mi, bomb fruit, an internal aspect user since it allows the user to make any part of his or her body explode, whether it be hair, mucus, or breath. Then there's the Pamu Pamu no Mi, pop fruit, an external aspect user since it allows the user to cause their own body, or any inanimate object they touch to rupture and explode. Finally, there is the Bakuho no Mi, detonation fruit, an environment aspect since it allows anything touched to be turned into types of explosions, even remotely as long as contact was made, whenever they want and controls it from a distance. It also makes the user immune to all kinds of explosions. Supposedly, some Paramecia allows one to produce nitroglycerin, but that opens up a can of worms and implications I don't want to think about right now. Luffy noticed the raised hands. Internal means that the user becomes what they control, like with my rubber. External means that the user can manipulate their aspect by touching others to activate it or be in contact with their environment. And environmental is a combination of the two to various degrees with actual range to its mechanics. However, they can be easily identified as they only work on the user and the unliving, since foodstuff can be affected. They are usually the strongest of the Paramecia since they give the user a much broader application of the fruit. If what you are saying is true, wouldn't the Marines be wary of people who have an environmental Paramecia? To be fair, Zoro, they do, but half the time, people who have such fruit are threatening enough as it is without it, so people don't associate their fruit with their threat potential. And the other half? The other half works for the Marines. But how? You said? I said they are usually the strongest. The word, the aspect, being exploited is still key as to what the user can do. Doflamingo's fruit is external if half the crap I've found about him is true. Gecko Mariah can supposedly eat the shadows of things around him to grow, and that's not considering the theories I have about what the shadows represent. He too is external as he can't control shadows from a distance all willy-nilly. Boa Hancock is external because her power requires her enemy to be alive. But that doesn't make her any less threatening since she is basically the mythical Medusa who can shoot rays of love. The only way around her power is to either be without lust and envy or be in too much pain to consider such things. And even I am honest enough to admit that I can't resist such temptation. Then there's Bartholomew Kuma, they call him Tyrant. I call him the devil. Why? Because Usopp, he has the most exploitable paramecia I had ever had the displeasure of researching. Niku no Mi. The paw fruit? Really? Really? The fruit name makes it seem weak, especially since it's only supposed to be internal, what with giving its user paws and all. And then people realize what the paws can actually do. What? The fruit's exact power, as written in the encyclopedia itself, is the ability to repel and push anything away that makes contact with the paws. I reiterate again, hidden in plain sight. Usopp, taking everything I have said today, can you hypothesize why this fruit is so dangerous? Well, you said that the power of the fruit depends on how creative the user is in the fruit's aspect, but in this case, it's the actual ability that's key. The fact you read the description is important, meaning that oh dear Oda, the book is being literal, isn't it? It actually means anything? He can push islands into destroying themselves. As far as I know, the thing he touches needs to be of an at least manageable size, but I like where you went with it. No, as long as Kuma can envision it as a concept, he can literally push anything out of a person he touches. Pain, energy, memories, hell, probably their soul if he felt like it. But then there's his most dangerous application, where he turns his paws on each other and repels air between the two until he makes a vacuum bomb of compressed air. And that's the things I've been able to find. And those that don't work for the Marines? Shiki the Golden Lion has Fuwa no Mi, float fruit, which is environmental and basically allows him to manipulate the personal gravity of anything he has touched, including himself. If it weren't for the fact the man led an armada that could have matched Rogers, the Marines would have needed a very good reason to lock up the man without giving away the fact he could possibly levitate islands. The only reason they haven't killed him is that his fruit was newly discovered and they have no idea what it returns as, something they aren't willing to risk getting out into the world again anytime soon. Burndy World was a big enough threat to the world that Cypher Pole resorted working with other pirates to capture the man. I just think they needed cannon fodder against the island-destroying cannonballs he could make using his Moa no Mi, more fruit, and to slow him down when he made himself 100 times faster. Big Mom is powerful, but her fruit relies completely on people since she needs souls. She is only threatening due to the armada she has amassed and the number of children she has birthed and given other fruits to. Newgate is actually a good example of powerful on both fronts. Hell, his whole existence is a giant middle finger to the Gorosei with his Gura no Mi, tremor fruit. You ever wonder why his exploits are told by word of mouth? Because as far as big news Morgans of the World Economic Journal is concerned, Whitebeard is too sick to do anything extenuating. Extenuating my ass. The giant bastard outdrinks battalions each day and is still sober enough to alter the New World weather with a flick of his hand. New World? Second half of the Grand Line. Something you shouldn't concern yourself with yet, Nami. In any case, if people knew half the stuff Whitebeard can do, they would give Paramecia a closer look. It's actually why I believe they destroyed O'Hara in the West Blue. It was the single largest library in all the Blues and was bound to have information the Marines didn't want others getting their hands on. I can only assume that they finally caught wind of whatever set them off 20 years ago. Wait, interrupted Kuina. I thought Nico Robin destroyed O'Hara. Luffy gave her the most deadpan expression imaginable. Yes, an 8-year-old child destroyed her home island with all her friends and family on it, avoided half a dozen ships, and is actively trying to recreate the ancient weapons as the people of O'Hara were doing, all with the power of the Hana no Mi, bloom fruit, an external paramecia which allows her to sprout limbs. Yeah, the world government propaganda has done its job since no ever questions those little facts. Everyone stared in silence at what Luffy explained, realizing that what Luffy said was enough to question and think what else they have accepted as gospel over the years just because it was told by the Marines. Such conditioning would take time to drop. Let's not forget the second part of the conspiracy I've stumbled regarding the fruit that the Marines definitely don't want others finding out, which clearly proves how powerful paramecia actually is. There's more? Gulped Krina. Remember how I mentioned synchronicity? Yeah, what do you think happens when someone reaches 100% perfect control of the fruit? You can only dream, Usopp. I only recently had my theories confirmed, all thanks to a report I found about an incident that happened 2 years ago. Some big shot pirates in Paradise, first half of Grand Line, started raiding islands associated with the underworld, a system of connections, smuggling, and shady dealings which eludes the world government's control, who, if rumors are to be believed, have Morgans as one of their emperors. In any case, Don Quixote da Flamingo was sent out to take care of it, which he did. But see, Marines were sent in to describe what he did to the island where he fought afterward. Now said Marines, conditioned as they were, without fear or any awareness of its implications, listed how the environment was reduced to nothing without any rubble and towers of strings covered the expanse. Now, can anyone tell me what's wrong with that statement, considering that Doflamingo isn't a Logia and can't produce that much string? He turned the things on the island into string somehow? Excellent deduction, Usopp. Yes, somehow, Doflamingo turned surrounding material into strings for him to manipulate, thinking no one would notice the discrepancy. I mean, he is a warlord. Everyone knows he is supposed to be powerful, but not powerful enough to override the limitations of his own fruit. Hence, the phenomenon referred to between the lines in the most obscure of books, the awakening. There are no words to describe the phenomenon, since anyone who has ever achieved was either unable to write down the feeling or were promptly disposed of. Only second-hand, third-hand, and myths exist to show evidence for this final form of the devil fruit. Awakening supposedly unlocks a whole new tier of power for anyone who breaks through the metaphysical wall within the fruits. That sounds amazing, stated Zoro. If it's so powerful, why don't the Marines do it? For 3 main reasons. 1. If Marines publicly use such powers, even with their level of control over the media, it would only take one rogue reporter for it to be revealed, meaning pirates would be aware of this, which is something they wouldn't allow. 2. Achieving awakening means synchronicity has to be a 100% or possibly even higher, meaning that the user either has to be fortunate enough to get the fruit suited for them or master it to the point where they can achieve awakening through sheer effort. And finally, and most important of all, is the fact that awakening only works for paramecia. Jaw drops. Again, actually, scratch that. It's not that it only works for paramecia, but rather it's only usable by paramecia. Why? Really think about it, Zoro. I said mastering a fruit means that for all intents and purposes, one becomes the aspect of the fruit. To be one with the fruit in a way. Now tell me, what would that mean if one is with, say, fire? Or how about an animal? To awaken the fruit is to allow the fruit's power to flood and overwhelm you. Unless you have the will of a goat or a demon, how is one supposed to overpower the whole fury of an element, or primal force itself? Impelled down, the most guarded and fortified prison in the world is monitored by the jailer beasts, its wardens. Supposedly, they are giant hybrids whose steps shatter concrete, and whose auras intimidated even the bravest of pirate scum. And yet, the rumors never address how smart they are, or how they are controlled. Probably because the people who became the jailer beast were Zoan users whose identity got consumed by the animal within their fruit. Let's not forget the Logia. I mean, honestly, how is one supposed to be one with an element? I wouldn't be surprised if the myths of elementals were people who got consumed by their fruit and went wild. I mean, beings living in volcanoes? Living forests? Winds that cut and kill anyone they touch? Sound familiar? But paramecia are aspects of things, concept, and ideas. Very hard to be consumed by something that only exists in the world because humanity gave it a name, discovered it, or made it with its hands to survive the harsh world. And because they were named by humans, the aspect, the word, of their power is usually very broad, very general, and very open to interpretation. Meaning, they have multiple pathways of mastering/using their fruit to reach their awakening. Luffy finally finished writing and started clapping his hands free of chalk. As you can see by my argument, the paramecia have fallen victim to the most extensive and deliberating case of judging a book by its cover. It's so bad that the Marines who get a chance to eat a devil fruit will usually wait for a Zoan or a Logia, even if they are of the weak variety. To the world, any fruit other than paramecia is better than nothing. Nami thought about it. Do you think there is a way for a user of a Zoan and Logia to awaken and keep their sanity? Luffy scratched his head. I have some idea for Zoan but not for Logia. How? There exists a human fruit family for Zoans, so technically, it's possible for animals to awaken into uber-powerful hybrids. Some mythical Zoan are benign enough to leave most of the user's mind intact. If anything, the only humans in the world that can awaken a Zoan and benefit from it are the mink, but they are hidden within the Grand Line. Mink, anthropomorphic animals living on an island somewhere in the Grand Line. One of Law's crewmates is one, so I know they aren't a legend. And Logia? The only way I see someone awaken a Logia without issue is if they spend all their life living in or around the element, but that is too situational to ever perfect. That or be so stubborn that they actually dominate their fruit. Zoro leaned forward, so Rant aside. Luffy chuckled worryingly. What exactly is your plan to bring this information out in the open? Patience, my trusted third mate. Third? Asked Zoro in shock. The second in command is someone who can lead the crew when the captain isn't around, not the second strongest. So while you are second power-wise, Nami is second in command for her natural intelligence. Unless, of course. Yes, nodded Nami. I accept the position. Good. Now, I won't start dropping truth bombs yet. First of all, we are nobodies to the Marines. We need notoriety to be heard. Notoriety that we will achieve in the most unconventional of pirate ways. You mean without pillaging, murdering, raping, and destroying? Smirked Zoro. Luffy shook his hand side to side. Murder isn't out of the ballpark, but everything else is off the table, regarding civilians. But good pirates? We won't leave any stone unturned. I will love to see the Marines put out a bounty for pirates doing their job for them. Once we get enough of a reputation, then we begin dropping some small hints of the Marine and their associates' impropriety. A Marine Vice Admiral taking a bribe there. A civil war started by Cypher Pole over there. That sounds suspiciously like what the revolutionaries are doing, interrupted Kuina. And what makes you think I don't have a connection to them? Smiled Luffy ear to ear. Everyone's eyes bulged out. You mean, I don't work for them, but our goals align at times. I may or may not have a contact or two who I give a heads up to whenever I plan to do something particularly chaotic. They provide me the same courtesy intel-wise when they need something carried out without it getting tied back to them. A beneficial partnership, no? So just to be clear, spoke Usopp with a raised hand, you have a connection to both Shanks the Yonko and the Revolutionary Army. You have received extensive training or self-taught yourself to be ready for anything. You have a monkey who more likely than not has a bunch of fruits we aren't aware of. You have done things you haven't told us yet that you have carried out from which you received your intel. And you have a plan to, for all intended purposes, to turn the Marines on their heads and eliminate the cancerous aspects of pirates. Am I missing anything? Luffy's sweat dropped. I also have a contact high up in the Marine command structure who calls me when something massive is about to happen. GRP! Shouted Zoro as he slammed his hands against the table they were at. Monkey D. Garp. You're related to Garp the hero? He trained you? He is my grandfather, and yes, I also have his unofficial blessing to clean house, as it were. Zoro collapsed into his chair in shock. Huneet. Kuina gracefully picked up the baton. So what's the next step, Captain? Well, as promised, we will be making a stop at Nami's home to save her people from Arlong. We do have to make one stop beforehand since it is on the way there. What island are we stopping at? Asked Nami as she took out a map to start plotting their course. Not an island, a place. There is an ocean-going restaurant in the Sambas region called the Bartai that we have to make a pit stop at. Why? Because the man who founded and is the head chef is someone who has traversed and survived the Grand Line and has written an account on it. I don't plan to recruit him, but it would be nice to have some first-hand account of that place. Anyone we ever heard of? Asked Zoro. He used to go by Redleg Zeph, captain of the Cook Pirates. One day later, around noon, Luffy was slightly annoyed, as evident by him rubbing and pinching his brown. The reason? The kneeling duo in front of him, with a pair of dados in front of them, sweating up a storm. Zoro and Kuina were doing their best not to look guilty, while Nami and Usopp watched from the sidelines. Diddy was in a rare moment of activity, watched the two men like a hawk, while Pinky and Brain were ever present on Luffy's shoulders. So how exactly did you? I'm Johnny, and he is Yasaku, spoke the one man with the tattoo for C on his cheek. Thank you? How did you and Yasaki end up in the middle of the sea on a rock that we wouldn't have noticed if not for Brain and Pinky here acting as radar? Luffy watched the two men. Zoro and Kuina already revealed that they were acquaintances with the two, having worked some jobs in the past. The two weren't weak per se, but they spend more time focusing on secondary abilities than sword skills if Zoro's rant were any indication. Johnny was utterly averaging looking, save for the somewhat tan skin, sunglasses, black hair and the tattoo. The clothes themselves, purple shirt, beige pants, and blue overcoat, made him appear completely inconspicuous. Yasaku stood out compared to his partner, what with him being bald and the odd red headgear. Still, the green coat, yellow shorts, and black shirt ensemble seemed to work for the man, so who was Luffy going to judge? His go-to choices included a straw hat. Well, we caught wind that Zoro was arrested, so we made way toward Shell Town to save him. He is our Aniki. But by the time we got there, he was gone. But the nice girl told us that he joined a group heading to Syrup Village. By the time we got there, you have already left. But someone named Kaya told us that you were going toward Kokoyasi Village in the Konomi Island archipelago. But we got caught up in some freaky weather on the way, and somehow ended up ahead of you on that rock. Our vessel was capsized along with our supplies, which is why we were suffering from scurvy and dehydration when you found us. And we thank you for saving us. The duo actually performed a Digiza when they both exclaimed that in unison. Luffy pondered what they said. I thought it takes a while to build up scurvy. We were strapped for cash since we couldn't take jobs while searching for our Aniki, so we made some sacrifices, spoke Yasaku without looking up from his prostrating position. We did not, however, skim on anything else, but we were aware of the risks. It was not the first time we have risked our health, added Johnny. Brain scan. Brain observed the duo for a while, eyes flashing. It's actually not as bad as it seems. Some bed rest and lemon juice will get them up to speed. I would, however, recommend seeing a doctor. Your bones show signs of breaks and severe malnutrition in the past, especially you, Yasaku. The man flinched at that, but based on the looks Kuina and Zoro were giving Luffy, it was not a topic to bring up yet. Alright, you two can travel with us. We were planning to eventually make way for Low Town. Maybe we can drop you guys there if you want. Thank you, Luffy-sama. No sama, just Luffy. In any case, we were making our way toward the Baratai. Oh, you mean the restaurant? It's actually an hour's sail that way, pointed Yasaku. And you know this how? Asked Nami. My family was in the fishing business, and mine was in the curing one. Both families were friends, so we traded with many restaurants in the old days. So knowing their locations and travel routes was a must to plan out business transactions. Good to know. We haven't been having much luck catching up some grub, and our collective food knowledge could improve. Johnny, did they just cure fish or did they do other stuff as well? We cured other things as well in a variety of methods. I am a little rusty, but I can still preserve food in a variety of ways, including canning, salting, smoking, sugaring, and other ways as well. No nitrates or nitrites though, they ruin the flavor. Everyone looked at Yasaku curiously. I can sew, and I am very good at fermenting things. Luffy smirked. Interesting. I was planning to get a cook eventually, but having people who know how to preserve food is handy as well, even if for a little bit. You guys mind checking our stores for Luffy? There's a ship approaching us from the bow, intercepted Brain. The crew instantly became alert, catching sight of said vessel. A standard marine vessel, which was about 4 times the size of Mary, started to approach them, its blue wood shadowing them due to the size of its mast. It didn't come to attack us, did it? Asked Usopp. He quickly spotted all the cannons were out of their hatches, and the ship was slowly turning to aim all of them at their vessel. Luffy spotted a horde of marines aiming their guns at them, only for a pink-haired man wearing a pinstriped suit walk forward. I've never seen your pirate mark before. Luffy looked up and realized that Usopp had hanged up the skull and bones that he drew up. Would you look at that? We have a pirate flag. Oh? Are you not pirates? Oh, we are, replied Luffy smugly. It's just the first time we have raised the flag, as it were. We have gotten so used to sailing without, we honestly couldn't figure out why you approached us, mister. I'm the Marine Lieutenant, Iron Fist Full Body. Why are you pirates here? Luffy shrugged. Hey, folks got to eat. We were making our way to Baratai for a meal. Full Body scoffed. Well, it matters not. I have a date planned there and crushing some newbies is just a pick-me-up I need to get lucky. Sweat drop. Really? How desperate are you to get laid that you're going to sink a pirate ship? What, don't you have a wingman to help you out? Shut your mouth, pirate scum. Ready your weapons, men. Everyone, cover our eyes. Diddy, now. By Luffy's command, despite everyone's confusion, they did just that. Only Diddy was moving, having jumped right in front of Luffy, palms open and touching his forehead. Teoken, solar flare, all of Diddy glowed brightly, blinding the screaming marines in Full Body, all who were reaching and covering their eyes in pain. In the confusion, Luffy slingshot himself into the sky, using their mass to propel himself, reaching an apex above them. Goma Goma no Yari. Putting his 2 feet together, Luffy stretched his leg downward like a spear, going straight through the ship, all the way to the keel, poking through it. As his legs stretched back and he pulled himself back to Mary, the sheer force of his attack began cracking the marine ship, his holes serving as the fracture point. By the time he landed back, and the marines regained their sight, the ship was already done splitting in half. Full Body didn't even get a chance to scream for the crew to abandon ship. So spoke Luffy as he turned back to a sunbathing Diddy. How much did you spend for that distraction? Diddy lifted 2 fingers. Only that much? You really have been stockpiling, haven't you? Oh well, Nami. Set sail for the bar tie. It looks like a fish neat. Succinct as always, Zoro. Oh, cut the snark, Kuina. Luffy chuckled at the couple's antics. To be fair, as they were docking in, one had to agree that the restaurant vessel did look like a fish. The rudder was a tail, the wood was painted with a fish scale motif, and the front had a giant fish head. Who was he going to judge? The crew entered the restaurant. They were quickly awed by the ship's lower deck. All the tables were full of various dressed people, the smell of food from the upper kitchen deck waved through the air, and the ambience was inviting. A man quickly walked out to meet them. He had a shaved head, large lip, a short black beard, and the most massive forearms Luffy had ever seen. Combined with his blue short-sleeved shirt and shorts, he looked like some long-lost cousin of Popeye. Good afternoon. My name is Chef Patty and welcome to the bar tie. Table for 7? 8 please, spoke Luffy pointing at Diddy at his side. Patty's smile didn't falter, but he gave him a slight glare. Do you have money? On command, Diddy pulled out a bag of belly from himself, not even surprising the chef, who only smiled more. Then welcome aboard. Please, let me take you to your table. They traveled all the way to the back of the ship, passing by a dozen patrons, slowly realizing they might have been underdressed for the occasion. Please, your waiter will be here momentarily, so enjoy our 3-year port. Smiled Patty as he finished pouring the red wine for Nami before leaving. Luffy smelled the drink. I would say it's more like 2 years, but it smells nice. None for you, Usopp. Frowned Usopp as he just drank his water. Kuina swished her wine around while sipping. So how exactly do you plan to talk to this chef? The most direct way. He is the head chef here. I'll just ask to thank the one who made my meal. Zoro chuckled. You expect him to make all the dishes that leave that kitchen? No, but we can raise the odds by ordering the most expensive dishes on the menu. Luffy, don't fret, Nami. Even if I pig out and order everything, it won't make a dent in our reserves. Nami actually stared in awe. Just how much did you pilfer before you met us? You would be amazed at what strange places Marines leave their money lying around, smiled Luffy. Yeah, don't start. I've been to some nasty places for some of my scores, smiled Nami. And why would such a beautiful creature such as yourself be forced to traverse such dreadful places? Everyone turned to face the man who spoke that to Nami. The man who spoke to them wore a black, double-edged suit with a tie and a long-sleeved, buttoned shirt. He was slim, yet muscular, long-legged young man with blonde hair that was brushed over the left side of his face. His only revealed left eyebrow was also a swirl. Luffy swore he had seen something similar once before. It slipped his mind as to when. Bonjour and how do you do? I am Sanji, and I will be your waiter for today. What would such beautiful dames like yourselves like to order? Having gotten a carte blanche command to order the most expensive menu items, Nami smiled. I'll have the halibut with citrus beurre blanc. Can you make it with tangerines though? Of course, milady. And you, my bewitching dark-haired mistress? Kuina couldn't help but chuckle. I'll take anything with bluefin tuna, nothing fried though. Of course, smiled Sanji, before turning to the men and scowling slightly. He was still smiling, but it was clearly an effort on his part. And for you gentlemen? You know, for some reason, I don't feel like eating anything meaty today, mumbled Usopp. Would it be alright if I leave the dish decision to you? This caught Sanji off guard. And why would you do that? Because you are a chef. Oh? How can you be so sure? I guess your hands? I mean, they have calluses from holding and using knives for years, you have some oil burns, and you smell like a kitchen? I really can't say, you just don't give off a waiter vibe. Pondering for a moment, Sanji actually gave a genuine smile. You are correct. I am filling in for the usual maitre d'. Boss man kicked him real good for screwing up the shipments. We still got them on time, but you know, examples have to be made. Anything in particular? Something vegetarian, with emphasis on berries, nuts, and corn, maybe cornbread. I'll see what I can do. And you? Sashimi and sake. Everyone looked at Zoro. I've always wanted to try sushi, but I doubt this place has the rice for it. Sashimi seemed like a decent compromise. Fair enough. And you too? Something that goes well with beer, said Johnny and Yasaku. And the monkey? Fruit salad or parfait. Apparently, the talking monkey didn't surprise Sanji. Seeing as he can talk, what would the snails like? Salads, no salt, spoke Pinky and Brain in unison. And you, my straw hat wearing customer? The face of your best chef. Sanji paused his writing. What? You heard me. Pause. You are aware that it could be something that doesn't agree with you. Doesn't matter. I want something that I can associate with only the best chef here. Something that only he, or she, can make in all the blues. something that defines him. Sanji thought it other, nodded, and put away his pad. Your order will be with you in approximately half an hour. Zoro waited for Sanji to leave before leaning toward Luffy. Something you plan to tell us, Captain? A hunch and a feeling I want to test out. Something tells me we won't be leaving this place anytime soon. Any reason why, Captain? Not sure, but I haven't been led astray by them yet. Just like he advertised, Sanji came back pushing a cart with all the dishes on them. Nami and Kuina got their fish. Johnny and Yasaku got something that Luffy could have sworn looked like bratwurst and sausage. Zoro got his sashimi. The snails got their salads. Diddy got his parfait. And Usopp his vegetarian meal. Luffy's meal was the most surprising, because it looked like something a caveman in a cartoon would eat. Luffy raised a brow as he looked at Sanji. It's called primeval meat brazenly done. Luffy decided to indulge the waiter and held the meat from both sides by the bone and bit into it. The umami overpowered his palate. A large serving of pate covered in beef marinated in sauce and bacon slices. I'm tasting garlic and ginger in a soy sauce and mirin base, but I can be wrong since the harmony brought upon by the chicken liver stock and vegetables is performing a symphony that I can't discern from a first hearing. I took another bite as Sanji smirked while the crew paused in their eating. Even the injection of gelatin deep into the pate to gradually change the flavor of the dish is inspiring. Luffy quickly finished the dish and wiped his mouth as he smirked at Sanji. My only regret is that I didn't get to see the face of the chef I wanted to meet and give my thanks to. Oh, and why is that? Everyone turned to direction from where the sound originated, finally noting the sounds of a peg leg hitting the marble floor. Before them stood a chef with the biggest, or longest, toque chef hat they have ever seen. It was so long that it actually distracted everyone from his extraordinarily long and braided blonde mustache. Luffy smiled ear to ear, because how often does one get the chance to talk to one Redleg Zeph, former captain of the Bartai Pirates, and a recognized master chef? Luffy looked at Sanji. You've trained a good apprentice and sous chef here, Chef Zeph. How come he hasn't been stolen from you yet? This dish alone is something a royal would pay a fortune for. Sanji, while shocked by such a statement, was more surprised by Zeph's smiling and laughing. Believe me, boy, I've tried to push this bastard out these doors so many times, but he keeps coming back for more. Luffy, and the rest of the crew, couldn't help but laugh at that comment. You know, our crew has an opening for a chef if you're interested. Sanji paused to regain his composure before taking a deep drag. Sorry, kid. While the fact you could appreciate my cooking raised your standing a little, I am afraid I can't leave the Baratai. Not until I pay back the boss for what I owe him. Luffy's smirk didn't falter, but he was observant enough, even without Haki, to spot the tension in Zeph's composure, as well as the unintentional look to his peg leg. Interesting. But what could he have done that lost Zeph his leg? Well, in that case, we will just have to stick around until we convince him otherwise. Besides, our original objective was to meet and talk to Zeph about his adventures in the Grand Line. Zeph smiled broadly. Oh, is your ragtag little team planning to traverse into that hellmouth? You seem a little underprepared. Zoro chuckled. Trust us, old man. If half the things our captain said he has done are true, then he's actually overprepared. Captain? Luffy presented his hand. Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Before shock could even register on Zeph's face at that reveal, seeing as he knew who Garp was, both being of the old guard, someone slammed the Bartai front doors open. Everyone present paused and stared at the man who entered. The man was thin and of average height, wholly drenched in seawater. He had short, scruffy hair, a scruffy beard, and a slight mustache. He had dark circles under his eyes, as though he lacked sleep. He wore an open white jacket with a red sea serpent design on each side with a green shirt underneath, gray pants matching with his jacket, a gray headband with blue stripes design, and 2 spherical earrings on each ear. Everyone stared as the clearly bruised and bleeding man walked and sat down at an empty table, putting one of his legs on it. I don't care what it is, bring me some food. This is a restaurant, isn't it? Patty, the Popeye knockoff, smiled broadly and rubbed his hands together. Welcome, near bastard. Bring me some food, repeated the man. Luffy and his crew noticed some of the people in the restaurant whispering the words Jin, Demon, and Krieg. I'm sorry, sir, but we'll be expecting you to pay for a meal here. Do you have enough money? Chuckled Patty as he rubbed the back of his head. The man just glared at Patty before promptly putting flintlock to his head. Is a bullet okay? Patty's, bless that man's greed, smile faltered into a scowl without a hint of fear. So I take it that you don't have any money. Before the man could even register the comment, he was slammed through the table into the floor by the force of Patty's double arm back slam. Patty stood straight proudly with his arms crossed. If you can't pay, you can't eat. While the patrons and chefs present cheered at Patty's actions, Only a few heard the noise that the man's stomach was making. "Oh, your stomach's growling there, you filthy pirate." The man looked up at Patty. "That was just gas, you jackass. Hurry up and get me something to eat. You're no customer, so get the hell out of here," shouted an enraged Patty. Only Zeph and Luffy, and ironically enough, Usopp, spotted Sanji enter the smaller main floor kitchen and turn on the stove while Patty continued to kick the downed man until he passed out. "All right, everybody," smiled Patty as he pirouetted. "Please continue with your meal." Luffy gave his crew a look to stand down while he followed Patty outside as he dragged the man out. He observed from on top of the entrance, out of sight, as the man attempted to get up despite his apparent injuries and hunger. Before Luffy got a chance to talk to him, Sanji put down a dish of stir-fried rice with seafood and a glass of water in front of the man to his shock. "Eat it," commanded Sanji as he sat down, back to the railing, taking a drag. "This is worse, I won't accept charity." "Take it away." Sanji looked at the man, some form of empathy evident in his eyes by Luffy's observation. "Don't be so tough, just eat it already. To me, any hungry person is a customer. I can't pay for it." Sanji looked to the sky. The vast ocean can be very cruel. "It's awful to not have any food or water. Just awful. I understand starving people more than anyone." Sanji stared at the conflicted man. "I don't care if you want to die with dignity. But if you eat up, you'd be able to look forward to a new tomorrow, won't you?" Something finally gave in the man, as he stared to rapidly eat the meal before him, crying tears of joy. "This is so delicious," said the beaten man as he tried to rub away the tears. "So delicious. It's too delicious. I thought I was going to die, I thought I was a goner." Neither spoke until he finished his plate. "I've never had such a good meal in my whole life." Sanji only smiled proudly at that comment. "Shishishishi." Both men looked up in shock at their voyeur. "I knew my voice wasn't leading me astray," smiled Luffy as he tipped his hat upwards. "To think, I only came here to listen to the old man's war stories, and yet I stumble upon a decent chef." "Decent?" asked Sanji, and the man, almost in shock at such a statement. "Of course," smirked Luffy as he hopped onto the railing that Sanji leaned against. "A good chef only cares about the ingredients and the food he prepares. A decent chef cares about what his customers need and want from their food." That got the two to back off. "And what makes you think I am a decent chef and not a good chef?" Luffy gave Sanji a glare. "Because only a man who has starved, truly starved, the point of emancipation can display such sympathy for a man who has starved for at best 3 days. Sanji flinched at the statement, while the other man looked at Sanji in a new light. "How?" grumbled out Sanji in a mixture of rage and pain. Luffy crossed his arms as he tilted his head. No one really knows why Zeph retired as a pirate and decided to open his restaurant. This apparently was not what the two men expected to hear. Oh sure, the Marines watched him like hawks for the first few years. But after a while, they decided that he wasn't a big enough threat, especially in the East Blue, to warrant such scrutiny. And they figured with him crippled now he wouldn't be a threat. He's been on the up and up ever since, so they decided to just simply take his bounty out of circulation and classify him as retired. Some old-timers can still get his bounty since it's active, but he's a rarity in our world, an unwanted man. "Oi, the old man isn't crippled." Luffy opened one eye. "I know that, you know that, and the old guard knows that, but do you think your average customer does? Hell, even at his age, his one leg is good enough to deal with most mooks in this blue." Sanji, understanding where the kid was coming from, nodded as he breathed out another drag. "Still, I have at best half a picture as to what happened to make you owe a debt to the man, cannibalism aside of course." That clearly wasn't what the other man expected to hear. Sanji took an unusually long drag. "I didn't eat the leg if that's what you're thinking. I wasn't suggesting it, but it's a damn good reason to stick around and repay a debt you can never pay back." Sanji flicked the cigarette over the railing before he started walking back into the restaurant. "Then it's a debt I will die trying to repay. So sorry, but despite your intentions, I can't join your pirate crew." Sanji was about to enter when Luffy interrupted him. "Sanji, your life was clearly worth more to him than his leg. Do you really think you staying here to pay him back is worth sacrificing your whole life to work under him?" Sanji paused. "It's better than what my life used to be worth before he found me on the orbit." Sanji smiled at the man. "Hope you enjoyed my meal." Luffy and the beaten man stared as Sanji entered the restaurant. "You were on the marine ship I broke in half, weren't you?" "I was." "That means you actually swam here, despite your injuries and hunger?" "Yes." Luffy stared at the man, almost like he was judging his soul. "Then you are a stronger man than I thought, Jin the Demon." Jin looked up. "How did you?" "Don Krieg is rather well known in these waters. My only question is what the hell you are doing out here." "Last I heard, his armada was making their push into the Grand Line." Jin actually looked down in shame. We did. We had 50 ships under our flag, with 5,000 men serving the Don. Had? Jin gulped, shaking in fear. On the 7th day of that hell we crossed paths with that monster. Monster? He traveled by a lone ship, with green flames and a small mast. I don't know what we did to set him off, but one swing of his giant sword and the flagship only survived because a storm actually managed to propel us through the calm belt back into the East Blue. We would have made a clean break if it wasn't for the marine ships that started following us. I disguised myself as the Don so he and the rest of the remaining men could escape. As you guessed, I was starved for 3 days while being transported to the East Blue HQ. And well, here we are. Luffy listened to Jin's story intently. The man with the sword, did he wear a fedora with a feather in it? He did. Why do you ask? Luffy's mind flashed back. Wait, so is he or is he not a Shichibukai? Asked Luffy as he was talking to Shanks through Pinky. It's complicated, Luffy. Even I don't know the whole story. All I know is that the only reason Marines give him so much slack for the fact he rarely takes up in his duties is that he has something on them. That or he has some sort of ace that they don't want him to use. Granted, he does his job from time to time, but at his strength level, I think his title was more of a deterrent to make sure he didn't piss off the wrong people unintentionally. Hancock is in a similar predicament if I recall, only taking the position to protect her home island from poachers and slave traders. Luffy sighed. Of all the Shichibukai, Dracula the biggest unknown in his eyes. The man was never a pirate unlike the rest, his strength wasn't known well enough to compare to anyone, and his motives were iffy at best. Do you at least have any guesses? Shanks paused for a moment, thinking. The old man might know. You mean Pops? Yeah, Newgate might know the whole story. He's old enough to probably have seen him being sworn in. What I can tell you from our drinking binges is that Dracula had to offer some form of collateral to the government, so they would get rid of as much information about him as possible. They succeeded. Unless you can find someone who actually knew Dracula as a kid, you are fresh out of luck. What did he offer? Don't know. All that Newgate would tell me is that it had something to do with Gecko Mariah. Knowing that bastard, it could be anything, from a person to an actual island, seeing as that abomination supposedly has one as his ship. Luffy breathed out. That was Dracula Mihawk you faced. The fact you made it out alive at all is a small miracle unto itself. Dracula as in the greatest swordsman in the world, Dracula Mihawk? The very same. Jin got up rapidly. I got to warn the Don. If what you say is true, he's probably searching for us to finish the job. His reputation demands it. Most likely, said Luffy as he tilted his head to the side. There is a small dingy there you can steal. Go gather some supplies that you may need. Don't worry about the price. We will have it added to our lunch bill. Jin looked at Luffy in shock. Because dedication and loyalty like yours is to be rewarded regardless of who you serve. Jin paused at that as he looked at the ground in shame. Don, he used to be a better man. No one just stops being a good man, they only stop following whatever rules they set for themselves to get others to trust them. Whatever tragedy made him the man he is today is no excuse. I've seen and done some horrible things in my life, but I am still the man I was before then with a little extra darkness. I still owe him, and that is the only reason I am not stopping you from going to help him. But remember, if we see him in the open seas, we will be enemies. Jin nodded. I can live with that. Jin started to walk away before pausing. Please tell Sanji that it truly was the best meal I have ever eaten in my life. He truly did save me. I owe him in a way I can never repay. Luffy took his hat and used it as a fan. At least you understand what a life is worth better than him. And yes, I will pass it on. Jin nodded before jumping off the ledge. Luffy waited for some time before he picked up the plate, fork, and glass that Sanji and Jin left behind. He smirked as he tossed it overboard into the waters. No proof of meal means that no form of payment is needed. Luffy laughed as he walked back inside. Inside, however, he was preparing for the hell that was going to unfold upon the Baratai in days' time. Jin may be a decent man, but Don Krieg. Don was the epitome of a good pirate, someone who was on Luffy's list. Luffy? Yes, Usopp? Not to interrupt our training or anything. Both were currently fighting each other on board the Mary. Usopp in his hybrid form trying to master his wings and Luffy with his Haki-covered hands. He wasn't good with armament, but he could still use it. But, we have been docked here for 2 days now. Maybe we should, sail on. Nami is getting worried, which was true. Luffy put down his hands and undid his Haki, indicating that their spar was over. I am aware of the time parameters, Usopp, and I would never put my desire for Sanji as a chef override the promise I made to our navigator. However, Johnny and Yasaku still need a little more time to recover if their desire to assist us in our endeavor to crush Arlong. Plus, I want to make sure that the Baratai isn't attacked. Attacked? The man they refused service to? He was second in command on the Krieg Armada. Krieg? As in the king of the East Blue Krieg? I thought that monster left to go and try to conquer the Grand Line. He did. He failed. And knowing him, he might be pissed that the Bartai didn't try to feed his second in command. He thinks his name actually means something out here. True, nodded Usopp. So what? We stick around for a few more days to make sure. By that point in time, the Bartai would have moved on from this area, and the duo recovers enough help us out, counting in the extra days they will get as we sail to Nami's home island. Even if we don't get Sanji? Luffy sighed. It would be a loss, but there's nothing I can do about it. He and Zeph share a history, and despite fighting like cats and dogs, I can't just kidnap him and force him to join our crew. We are decent pirates, not good ones. Fair enough. You mind if I go help Johnny for my break? He's curing the fish we caught, and I want to see how he does it. Luffy spotted the seagull flying in with the weekend news. Go ahead, I'll just veg out and read up on the news of the world. Usopp smirked as he went down into the deck. Luffy paid the seagull and gave him a decent-sized tip. Anything of interest not in the paper? Not really, answered the seagull. Word has gotten around wherever the seagulls live that Luffy's snail gave them the ability to talk in its vicinity. Throw in the fact he was kind to them and tipped well, they were more than willing to provide him with whatever gossip they heard on their grapevine. Hey, when you realize that animals simply lack the skill to show off how intelligent and vengeful they can be, attitudes about the supposed animal stupidity get thrown out the window real fast. The crew got on to that fact real fast when one particular seagull solved the crossword that Nami was struggling with by just glancing at it over her shoulder. Funny enough, turns out Usopp could talk to them even without Pinky helping him out. They pinned it on the fruit. Nothing at all. Well, only in the East Blue. Heard some whispers of a gang war in the West and some sort of technological discovery in the South, but otherwise it's quiet. My cousin hears whispers of something going on in Alabasta, but it's mostly hearsay. Most of us aren't acclimated to their climate, so we rarely get any word from deep within their lands. Luffy nodded in understanding. Thanks for the heads up. Pass along a message to your boys that there might be some chaos in this area real soon. Don Krieg is probably going to pass through, and he is on my list. The seagull tilted its head. Should I inform the Marines nearby? No need. It's just a warning. Okay then, saluted the seagull, before flying off. Nice bird. Pinky always needed to get the last word in. Luffy chuckled as he and Brain started leafing through the news. As the seagull said, nothing exciting was published in the World Economic Journal this time around. Eventually, he flipped to the end to read the Sora, Warrior of the Sea comic. He needed to see what daily dose of propaganda they printed this time. Oh look, they are fighting the Germa 66 again. I mean seriously, Luffy understood they were based on the real organization that originated in the North Blue, but was it necessary to draw the villain's main henchman with curly eyebrows? Luffy froze. Brain. Was the cruise ship Orbit ever in the North Blue? No. Oh thank Oda. It was however almost destroyed in a Germa 66 attack 11 years ago. Oh crap baskets. Before being lost at sea in a storm 2 years later alongside the Cook pirates. Luffy froze once more. Goda damn it. Do I know how to pick them or what? That night, Zeph was sitting in his room going over the bills and supplies, planning out what they would need to order. It was only due to his rusted but age-honed instincts that he felt someone sneak behind him despite the fact his door was locked as were the windows. He reached in for the gun on his holster before a little flat black hand grabbed it. He watched in fascination as something that appeared to be a 2D shadow inflated into a colored 3D hand. He turned to face the boy who has been responsible for the restaurant's dwindling food supplies but increasing treasury. How did you get in? Made myself flat enough to get in underneath the door. Explains the lack of snails. Oh don't worry, they can hear and see everything just fine from the ship. It's why they know that your so-called troublesome son is currently asleep alongside the rest of your chefs. Luffy sat down on the chair opposite Zeph, unintentionally releasing some of his haki as he interlaced his fingers and balanced his head on them. You mind telling me what the hell is a Vinsmoke doing on this ship as a cook? Zeph was paralyzed. How did you? Zeph saw Luffy toss today's Sora comic on his table. The eyebrows on the henchman of the Germa 66 circled. Sanji let it slip about the orbit. Brain remembers everything he ever read. I managed to make the connection by accident. Zeph struggled but sighed in defeat. What do you want to know? Man, it's already been 4 days. I'm getting fed up with this place. You can only eat so much high-class food before the impact starts to weaken. Zoro was resting on the side of the Mary, trying his best to get his daily nap. Unfortunately, the humidity caused by the massive fog that came in the morning wasn't making it any easier. Damn weird weather patterns. Kuina was inside the bar tie since she wanted to read the news in peace. While Nami and Usopp were topside chatting since the weather wasn't conducive to training, they did find out that the moisture screws up Usopp's feathers in hybrid mode. Johnny and Yasaka were working in the lower levels of the Mary, prepping the unused rooms for food storage and preservation. Odds were leaning heavily in them joining the crew. They didn't know where Luffy was, but he was probably chatting with Zeph again. The man said outright that he wasn't going to give Luffy his log, but he decided to regale him with his past experiences instead. Luffy claimed that his stories were informative and enlightening as to what they would encounter in the near future. Oh well, still informed. Zeph enjoyed it though. Been a long time since anyone ever asked him about his past exploits besides Sanji, and even he has heard them all already. Zoro looked at Nami. How soon before we can leave? Luffy said 2 more days is all he can spare before we move on, then the Bartai chefs are on their own. Usopp suddenly felt the sensation to go on the higher level of the ship, which he decided to indulge. Zoro and Nami didn't notice this. You think Luffy will just up and abandon the restaurant? Not personally, but you can't blame him. I mean, I heard some of the stuff this Zeph guy did. And if he taught that Sanji guy that Kuroshi no Waza, black leg style, of his, then they should be safe, right? Zoro pondered this. While it's true that they have chefs who either used to be criminals and or pirates who can use weapons, it still only leaves 2 frontline fighters against a crew of 100, with Don Krieg as captain. I don't care how weak that guy is going to be when they arrive, he was still a captain of a giant flotilla, and he terrorized this blue for years. He's bound to have a surprise or 2 up his sleeve. Guys? The 2 looked up to see Usopp in his full animal form. I know I haven't gotten the hand of observation yet, but unless my eyes are deceiving me, isn't that? The 3 stared in the distance, seeing something vast and decrepit approach the Bartai. Luffy awoke suddenly from his meditation. So he has arrived. Indeed, added Brain. Like Jin said, 100 men? Well then, stated Luffy as he dusted himself off. Time to get to work. Pinky, ZRK. Yes, boss? Open the comlinks. Oto communication established. Usopp, Zoro, and Nami linked. The mentioned trio flinched to the sudden sound in their ears. You guys spotted the ship yet? Recognizing their captain's voice, they caught on to what was happening. Pinky? Yup. Den must normally communicate with each other using radio waves. Pinky takes the same concept and using his fruit, piggybacks on airwaves through vibrations. Limited range but handy in scenarios such as this. Any commands or plans, Captain? We're playing the reconnaissance game here, Zoro. Krieg doesn't know us, so he doesn't care about us. You guys observe what he has going for him from the outside, and we will take stock on the inside. I'll give you the command to when you can let loose. What's the command? Oh, trust me, Nami, you'll recognize it. Kuina flinched in shock from her reading as a wine glass shattered on the floor. She spotted every customer next to the windows looking outside, trembling with fear. Kuina observed the shape that formed into a ship, if it could even be called that. Despite being 3 times the size of the Bartai, with how severely it was damaged and wrecked, it could barely qualify as a ghost ship. The saber-toothed tiger mast was a nice touch. The people panicking and mentioning Don Krieg's flag over and over again seemed a bit much. Sensing a ping in her observation area, she only recently unlocked it, so she still wasn't used to the sensation. She spotted Luffy calmly sitting on a beam above them, nonchalantly observing what was happening. She gave him a look, but he merely waved in a clock-like motion, telling her to take a wait-and-see approach. He also quickly pointed near the entrance, where Diddy was hanging from the rafters, ready to jump down on anyone entering or leaving. She nodded in understanding. Despite everyone panicking and scampering around like rats on a sinking ship, chefs and customers included, only Zeph and Sanji seemed to be steady and calm. The fact they spotted Luffy's commands was not a factor in their behavior. Everyone hid in whatever corner or shadow they could find as a behemoth of a man slowly walked outside, chains rattling with every step. The door slowly opened before they got the full image of man being carried by Jin. The man was tall, that was a given. Muscular, with short gray hair and long sideburns, gauze wrapping his head from some sort of injury. He was covered in a regal attire consisting of a fur-lined coat over a yellow vest with black spots like motifs. Around his thick neck, there was a big gold chain. Can you give me water and something to eat? You could literally see the people's minds trying to comprehend what they were witnessing. If it's money, I got it as much as you ask. I don't know how long it's been since I've last eaten. Please give me water and something to eat. Kuina and Luffy spotted the pained look on Jin's face. She thought it was because he was ashamed of his admiral, Don, having to beg for food. Luffy knew otherwise. He heard Jin's opinion regarding Krieg. Clearly, he didn't want to do what Krieg was planning. While everyone was questioning themselves as to what was happening and if it was really Krieg, Sanji walked away to the kitchen. Captain? shouted Jin, catching the collapsing Krieg. Please! Just give my captain something to eat. He's starving to death. I have money! While everyone looked at each other conflicted, only for Patty to begin boastfully laughing. Oh, this is great! This is the notorious pirate Don Krieg. Kuina mostly tuned out afterward when they started shouting. Something along the lines that it was the best chance for the Marines to catch him, and that he would probably attack them all anyway after he finished eating. She only turned back in when she heard someone slam Patty's head against the wall and spotted the begging Krieg. Everyone watched in shock as Sanji gave them the same thing he gave Jin before. Take it, Jin. Give it to him. The man stared in shock, before nodding in thanks and giving his captain the food, despite the pained look he was trying to hide. As the man started eating with his hands, one of the older chefs, Karn, finally gathered his nerves and shouted at Sanji. Take away the food. Don't you know what kind of person he is? How his career started? He's the king of the East Blue, the sneakiest pirate of them all. It all began in prison, where he pretended to be one of the Marines so that he could kill the captain of his ship and take over it. Sometimes he'd raise a Marine flag and enter a harbor, then he'd attack the city and other docked ships. Or he'd pretend to surrender, and then make surprise attacks. He'll do anything to win. That's how he got to where he is now. So a snake? Big surprise, mumbled Kuina to herself. Everyone continued arguing until Don finished eating and lariated Sanji across the room with his arm. Honestly, who didn't see that coming? Apparently Jin, since he practically froze in shock. As the chefs watched in shock at their fallen comrade, the restaurateurs shouted and ran away. Don Krieg, what are you doing? You promised that you wouldn't hurt anyone as long as they fed you. That man saved your life. Don Krieg grabbed Jin by his shoulder and lifted him with one hand, pressing on, causing Jin to scream in pain. Yeah, it was good. I feel re-energized and refreshed. So that's why you came, coughed Sanji as he started getting up. Don Krieg smirked as he tossed Jin aside. My ship's ruined. I need a new one. You all leave after you've got your things. Don Krieg chastised Jin as he held on to his shoulder. You don't need their ship. Silence, Jin. There are 100 men still alive on my ship. All starving like injured beasts. First, everyone here is going to prepare food and water for them. Some probably starved to death by now, weaklings. Are you insane? Why in the world should we help you if you're just going to attack us afterward? We won't aid you, we refuse, shouted one of the braver chefs. Refuse? Don't misunderstand. I'm not ordering food. I'm giving you an order. Nobody ever disobeys me. Everyone looked in fear sans for Sanji, Zeph, and Kuina. Sanji, I'm so sorry. Despite Jin's plea, Sanji stood up proudly and began walking to the kitchen as if nothing happened. Sanji, where the hell are you going? The kitchen. I've got to prepare food for 100 men. Yes, that's how it should be, stated Don Krieg egotistically over the shock of the chefs. Don't get any ideas, Krieg, commanded Sanji, surprising the pirate. I'm aware of what I am doing. I know that you are a hopeless degenerate monster. But I don't care who you are, and I don't care what happens after the meal. I'm a chef. When people are hungry, I offer them food. That's all there is to it. For a chef, isn't that enough? As everyone registered what he said, Sanji gave Krieg a vile glare. But the moment they are done eating, I will personally deliver them all a course of pain for threatening my home. Good answer, boy. Everyone registered Chef Zeph as he dropped a giant sack in front of Don Krieg. Here's food for 100 men. Now get out. Chef Zeph, what are you doing? He's a killer, asked Patty as Zeph began to walk away from a shocked Krieg. No, he is a pittance. Isn't that right, Mr. Couldn't get through the Grand Line? Zeph crossed his hands as Krieg shook in anger. What? You think you're the only one who has ever tried going through that hell? I've seen bigger and stronger men than you pale at the mention of it. What made you think you were so special? What, you thought having a flotilla of 100 ships was good enough? A squadron of 5,000? Newsflash, Krieg. The Grand Line eats mooks like you're for brunch. I should know, I was one of the lucky few to get anywhere in that place. Hungry curiosity on Krieg's face quickly replaced the shock of being belittled by a simple chef. Yo-Yo Zeph the Red Leg. The man who fought Garp to a standstill. This actually even shocked Kuina. Garp the Fist was a legend, no doubt about it. The feats he supposedly did in his youth were pinnacles of power, strength, and as Zoro liked to joke, manliness. This was a man who could end fights with his presence, campaigns with his fists, and wars with his rage. Hell, half the stories about him seemed like propaganda to regular folk. For Oda's sake, there was one where he took out 3 sea kings with one punch. Unfortunately, when they asked Luffy about it, He admitted that the stories were in fact watered down at best, since it was actually 6 sea kings with his bad hand while he was asleep and hungover. Usopp made a small altar for Garp in his room after that, praying for even a smidgen of whatever made Garp the man he was. Johnny and Yasaku joined him in prayer daily while Zoro just intensified his training. Luffy liked to joke that Garp may have secretly eaten a Chikara no Mi, strength fruit, in the past, but since he taught him how to swim before he ate his own fruit, he just chalked it up to Garp being Garp, and drinking Sea King blood daily. Again, joking, but that's neither here nor there. He never did figure out what was in Garp's silver flask. So you're still alive, eh? The cook-cum pirate, one of the greatest pirates in history. Zeph stared down a hungry-looking Krieg. I'm alive, so what? Do you want a cookie for that? As you see, I make my living as a cook now, so it's not your concern as to who I was in the past. That's a nice way of saying it, but from the look of things, it's not that you choose to be a cook, but it's the only thing you're able to do, spoke Krieg gleefully as he stared at the man's peg leg. I've heard some of the legends about you. An expert at fighting without his hands, his legs so strong, they could break rocks, bend steel, and leave an indent in iron. You earned the name Redleg from your shoes being dyed red with the blood of your enemies. But it seems that you've lost that ever so precious leg of yours. I've heard rumors that it happened at sea, an accident of sorts. For a man like you to lose a leg meant you could no longer do battle. Why would I need to fight? I don't need my feet to cook, as long as I have a pair of hands. Just quit yodeling and tell me what you really want to ask. I know for a fact that you're one of the only people in the East Blue who has come back alive from the Grand Line. You must have kept a journal of your voyage. Hand it over. Zeph stared Krieg down. Why? Even if I did keep a journal, which in fact I did, why would I give it to someone like you? Because I need more than you. If I had more information to work with when I entered the Grand Line, I wouldn't have been. I'm going to stop you right there. The journal isn't just mine, it's the pride of my entire crew. It's far too valuable for the likes of you. I wouldn't have given it to you regardless of what you could have offered me. But what you just said solidified that you entered the line without a smidgen of info as to how it works. What? If you bothered doing anything other than gathering up your armada, you would have known that no crew ever traverses the same path in that hell. Every crew experiences the line differently. It's impossible to plan for it. Only your wit, skill, and dedication to survival can preserve there. Throwing horde after horde of people at it won't do you any good. Bullshit. I am the great Don Krieg, king of the East Blue. I had enough men, enough ambition. The only thing I lacked was information. That is the only reason why I failed. I must have that journal and organize another pirate fleet to get One Piece. Then, I'll become the Pirate King. Kuina and Zeph and strangely Sanji and Jin felt the disturbance in the air. Only Zeph recognized what it was, temporary loss of control of Conqueror's Haki. As the proverbial saying goes, someone pressed the wrong button, so the kid really does have it. Interesting. Those Zeph, and as such, Krieg tree off his coat, revealing his famous golden wood steel armor, which is fur-lined like the rest of his attire. His Jolly Roger was painted on the shoulder guards. Consisting of a chest plate, shoulder guards, and elbow guards, it was loaded with a variety of weapons, and everyone present only learned this because he opened up the machine guns and aimed them at Zeph. It is my right to take it from you over your dead body. All at once, a burst of bullets was shot at Zeph. But before anyone got a chance to react or protect him, the old man swung his peg leg across in front of him. As if by some divine force, the kick generated enough force not only to stop some bullets in their tracks but send some of them back directly at Krieg. Tempest kick? Shouted Kuina in shock. Nope, smirked Sanji. That was just one of the boss's soft pats. The hell is Tempest kick? Something I would have taught eventually if you stopped being such a rapscallion. You eggplant, replied Zeph, staring at a raging Krieg. In any case, that was the second mistake you made in the last minute. Oh, and what is the first? Claiming that you will be the Pirate King. Ha ha ha. Says who? Who here has a better claim to it in this room but me? Zeph pointed up to the ceiling. The kid above you does. And as one, everyone stared upwards, spotting Luffy looking down upon Krieg, barely restrained rage evident in his shadow-covered eyes. It was the kind of look you received when you ate up so royally that no amount of pleading and begging was going to get you out of your punishment. But as the saying goes, no wealth, no ruin, no silver, no gold can satisfy death but your soul. Only Zeph had ever seen that look before on Garp's face. Anyone on the receiving end of it didn't survive. Luffy jumped down, landing on the floor without a sound, even his snails unshaken. I don't know what barnacle-covered rock you crawled under from Krieg, but you are the last person alive who should be making a claim for that title. Oh? And who are you to question my right to it? Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Future Pirate King. A tick mark developed on Krieg's face. What did you say, boy? I'll pretend I didn't hear that. You don't have to, interrupted Luffy. I'm just announcing the truth. Krieg continued to glare. This is no game. Your kind of humor is the kind I hate the most. This was never a game in my mind. It is my mission, my goal in life, to gain the title. I will travel the Grand Line, I will find Raphael, and I will claim One Piece as my own. Your very existence is an antithesis to its message, and I can't allow you in good conscience even a chance at it. That isn't funny, brat, shouted an enraged Krieg. It may have been misinformation on my part, but even my fleet was defeated in 7 days in those waters. What makes you think you can make it? Because like Zeph, I don't plan to throw a horde of people at it and hope everything works out. Only the best of the best can survive the Grand Line, its very existence a test of dedication to their dreams. Everyone who I plan to gather from my crew will be judged not by their strength of body and mind, but by their convictions. You are nothing more than a glory hound-seeking narcissist who can see what's in front of you and admit that you were not ready and that you will never be ready. Had you listened to your crew like a captain should, you wouldn't have been kicked out so soon. Kicked out? You speak as if the Grand Line is a being. Luffy glared at Krieg. I have traveled all of the East Blue. I have prepared myself for 10 years to enter that stretch of ocean. I have seen things that would make you question your sanity, and give you nightmares for days to come. I have read accounts of people facing the most savage of depravities in their quest for power, and I have studied just what can and will probably try to kill me once I cross Reverse Mountain. I have stood in the presence of what could only be described as the living embodiment of nature more than once, which is more than most people get in a lifetime. So don't you go telling me that the Grand Line or the sea itself isn't alive. Like the stories of Calypso, she a fickle and dangerous mistress, one that should be respected if you choose to traverse her waters. Your arrogance is not only your undoing but the undoing of the nearly 5,000 men you lost to her and fate's whims. Those souls will drag you down in chains when you have to repent for your sins in Davy Jones' locker. During Luffy's entire speech, Krieg became only more and more enraged. Oh? And who do you think will send me to the great beyond to meet my maker? Luffy stretched his fist back as he prepared himself. If it is meant to be, then it shall be by my hands. Well, then, starred Krieg as more guns re-released themselves from his armor. Prove it. Luffy couldn't help but smirk. Gladly. Gome no. In less than it took to blink, Luffy shaved right in front of Krieg, leaving his fist right where it was, shocking and confusing the man. Bullet, Full Metal Jacket. Don Krieg had just enough time to put his arm shields in front of him to block the stretched incoming fist, but just barely. The sheer force of the fist catching up to where it needed to be propelled the man straight forward, shooting him into his ship into Oda knows what. Every chef present gained a shocked face before they ran outside to see what happened, Zeph and Kuina included. As Sanji was about to leave, his leg was grabbed by a still shaking and damaged Jin. Sanji, please, I swear this isn't what I wanted. I made him promise. I believe you, thank you. Sanji nodded before running outside and meeting the group, spotting the smoke on the ghost ship. Diddy was with Kuina standing by the chefs, hand on her sword, ready to go. The rest of the Straw Hats had joined the group as well, and Luffy, he stood proudly in front of them, waiting for Krieg to emerge. Well, shouted the man atop his ship. That caught me off guard, but it was still not enough to damage the great Don Krieg. On command, all his men arose cheering for their captain, hands loaded with guns and swords. Luffy raised a brow. Did you really think that we would come here hungry to capture the ship? I just wanted free food from you, so I put up the act. Now my men and I will raid the Bartai and kill everyone present, your puny pirate crew included. Krieg then realized that Luffy wasn't paying attention to him but instead looking somewhere in the distance. Hey, I am talking to you. Do you believe in karma, Krieg? What? Because I think yours has just caught up to you. Before anyone got a chance to ask, a rush of air came across the entire ship, followed by a slicing sound. Everyone on Krieg's looked around in shock until the familiar sound of a sword being resheathed was heard. On command, Krieg's ship was slashed into 3 parts. Everyone on the Bartai except for Luffy and Zeph watched in shock and awe as Krieg's ship began to sink and flood with water, the men aboard screaming in panic as the sea submerged them. All that could be heard over the Bartai shaking due to the sudden water displacement and savage waves was Krieg shouting impossible over and over again. It was only after the mist cleared and the largest chunks went under when everyone spotted the green flames of the one-person ship. That son of a bitch, he followed us, he really followed us, spoke Krieg in fear on one of the smaller floating chunks that he and what few of his men did. It's him, spoke Kuina and Zoro in unison. Even sitting, His appearance was unmistakable. He was tall and lean, with black hair, mustache, and sideburns that point upwards. Even at a distance, they still spotted his famous red eyes that gave him his nickname for resembling a hawk's. He wore black and red ornate clothing with a crucifix pendant, attire consisting of a wide-brimmed black hat decorated with a large plume, and a long, open black coat with no shirt underneath, with red, flower-patterned sleeves and collar. He wore white pants held up by a decorated belt, and tucked inside overly large boots in comparison to his leg size. And finally, displayed proudly on his back, was Yoru. Yoru, Knight, 1 to 12 Seijo or Wazamono, supreme grade swords, was literally one of the greatest swords in existence, if not the most famous in no small part due to its current owner. Displayed proudly for its notable lack of sheath, the sword was longer than its owner, stretching easily over 7 feet. Its ornate cross guard easily spotted above his head, the legendary black blade sticking out slightly due to its curve. Everyone stared in shock, fear, and anticipation as the calmly sitting Dracula gently drifted toward the restaurant. Only Zoro seemed to gulp in anticipation. "Bastard!" shouted one of Krieg's surviving men. "Why did you attack us?" "To kill time," shrugged Dracula. "Bullshit." As the man reached for both his pistols and fired, Dracula in the same span of time reached for his sword and pointed it at him. As the bullets approached him, he only needed to tilt his sword slightly to redirect the pellets elsewhere. "What? I'm sure I was right on target. It deviated." Krieg's men looked behind them in shock and recognized the famous pirate hunter standing with them, somehow having done so without anyone noticing all the way from the bar tie. He redirected them with the tip of his sword. As Dracula nonchalantly put away his sword, Zoro walked forward to the shocked and blubbering the men. "I've never seen such graceful skill." "A sword with power alone is not powerful," replied a glaring Dracula. "So you slicing this ship into 3 chunks was what, technique?" joked Zoro. "Of course. My full might would have destroyed the ship behind it as well, even part the seas for some distance." Zoro whistled while sweating in anticipation. "Damn it, so I am that far behind. But it's clear now. You truly are the strongest. I've been searching for you for some time now." "And for what reason would that be?" "To be the best," replied Zoro proudly as he tied his bandana. Dracula couldn't help but smile. "Fool." His smile did falter slightly into interest when he saw the sword he pulled out. "You've got time to spare, don't you? Let's duel, shall we?" Dracula looked at his sword. "I was led to believe that the Uchihano was lost a century ago. It was a gift from my captain. Your captain must have high expectations from you." "Me and my partner," said Zoro as he tilted his head toward where Kuina was standing, hand on her sword. "Both of us dream of becoming the greatest sword users in the world. Only fitting that we both have swords that can live up to such expectations." Dracula, blessed his eyes, actually looked at Kuina and then her sword. "The Wado Ikemanji as well. Truly, your captain was fortunate to find the two of you or foolish beyond all men's pleasure." In an instant Dracula appeared on the chunk of the ship that Zoro was standing. Only a fool challenges a man without being able to judge their chances. The moment you drew your sword proved that you have no idea of who you are talking to. Tell me, are you that brave? Or simply reckless? Neither. This is for my ambition. As Zoro went into his 3-sword style, he turned facing Kuina. "Remember, Kuina, you get him next time." "Fine, stupid barbet. One time we wager who faces Dracula first, and suddenly he gets the luck of the devil," grumbled the swordswoman. As everyone whispered and spoke in shock, Luffy glared at Krieg as he prepped his weapons. "Krieg, if you dare interfere with this match, your life is immediately forfeit. You know how the Umi no Ruru, rules of the seas, work and the price for breaking them." That alone caused Krieg to stop. The rules were an unspoken and unwritten abiding codes that all sea travelers lived by. Breaking even one of them, regardless of intentions, immediately gets you a black spot. Somehow, everyone finds out that you broke the rules, and will actively try to kill you. Getting the black spot immediately turns you into a leper, one to be removed by any force and anyone who sails the seas. Interfering in a match or fight for honor and skill is a big no-no. For sport, game, and battle is another matter. Dracula stared for a moment before taking off his cross necklace. Taking off the cap revealed it to be a tiny kagatana. "Unlike idiots who use their all to hunt their prey, this will be enough. Though you're famous enough to be called a swordsman, this is the weakest of the oceans, a place where you have lived and fought all your life. Unfortunately, I'm carrying nothing smaller than this." Zoro glared at the man before signing. "You know, if we had met before I met my captain, I would have believed that you were mocking me." That got a reaction out of Dracula. "Oh? And now I know I at least warrant enough interest from a swordsman of your caliber to at least make you take some sword against me." That was not what Dracula expected to hear. And tell me, what could your captain possibly have shown you that expanded your worldview to such a degree? Haki and the Rokushiki techniques, replied Zoro nonchalantly. Dracula tried, but he couldn't help but chuckle. So, even in the sea, someone is aware of those techniques. Yes, being shown those techniques would show how far away you are from my level. And yet you still face me. Well, you are the pinnacle which sword users try to reach and emulate. Seeing how I rank up against someone like you is not a chance I could forgive myself for passing on. Then show me what you can do, swordsman. I shall! Shouted Zoro as he ran toward Dracula, Onigiri. Dracula Kagatana connected to where Zoro's three swords met. But while he expected the attack to stop, he had to shift his position as he was actually pushed back in shock by the sheer force of the attack. While Zoro was surprised by how far away he was from Dracula regarding power, he couldn't help but smirk seeing as he did catch the man off guard. So he pushed onward. Everyone present watched in a mixture of shock and awe as Zoro swung his swords and fought against Dracula's minuscule one. Granted, he was putting up a decent showing of skill in the fight. But even the most plebeian of swords user could understand their difference in ability. Eventually, after what felt like hours to Zoro but what was actually minutes at best, he made an error. Toragiri! In an opening he didn't think he had, Dracula lunged forward, stabbing Zoro in the chest, a decent if minuscule distance away from his heart, but the message was clear as to where Dracula could have actually stabbed. Everyone was frozen as a light blood spatter formed underneath Zoro. Zoro panted heavily, all but defeated. And yet, why do you smile, swordsman? Do you wish for this sword to go through your heart? While it would be a fitting end to die by your hands, I can't help but laugh at the fact that it took fighting you to get it down. Dracula raised a brow and attempted to move his sword, before realizing that it was firmly stuck in Zoro's chest. Zoro smirked at Dracula as he raised his swords once more. Iron body really is a handy technique. Dracula managed to get away from Zoro's swing. Unfortunately, he felt the sweat on his brow and the slashes on his clothes. He realized that if it weren't for Zoro talking, the swing would have actually. Dracula stared at the man before him, his kagatana still in his chest. Kid, announce your name. Zoro smiled as he removed Dracula's sword from his chest and prepared for another technique. Roranoa Zoro, and your compatriot, is she as skilled as you? Her name is Kuina Shizukiza, and her father taught me everything I know about the sword. Dracula smiled as he reached for the black blade. I'll remember those names. It's been a while since I've seen such a strong will. As a reward, a gesture to a fellow swordsman, I shall face you with Yoru. I appreciate your offer. Both men faced each other in silence, waiting for the other to move first. Both got into positions, all their focus going into the moment. Santorio Oji? Dracula rushed forward, Yora at his side. Zoro blades spinning in his hands in preparation. Sanzen Sekai. 3 sword/blade style secret skill, 3,000 worlds. There was a gust of air, followed by silence as all waited for the first to react. Only Uchihano remained unbroken in Zoro's mouth. The other 2 swords shattered into pieces, a cut developing on his chest. I lost, thought Zoro as he started to put away his one good sword, not knowing how it remained unscratched. Only Dracula, as he wiped the small cut he got on his cheek, was close enough to see the thinnest of black sheens form on the sword in Zoro's mouth. The very same that managed to nick him and not cause it to shatter. Losing wasn't something I'd ever imagined possible to anyone other than Kuina, pondered Zoro as he slowly faced Dracula. So this is what it is to possess the greatest power in the world. Zoro spread his arms and presented himself to a shocked Dracula. What are you doing? Attacking from behind is a shameless act among swordsmen, smirked a still proud Zoro. Dracula smirked in kind as he slashed. Well said. Everyone stared in shock as blood shot out of the man as he toppled backward. Only Kuina's shouts were heard as she rushed toward her closest friend. No one knew about the mental debate going on inside Sanji's head, as he pondered why Zoro would so callously throw away his life for one's ambitions. Was death genuinely preferable over one's dreams? He flashed back to a point in his life when all he knew was the Iron Mask. As Kuina stood over Zoro, using whatever she had on her to tie up the wound, Dracula put away his sword. Don't worry, he managed to avoid the worst of it. He will live to fight another die. As if on command, but still in pain, Zoro managed to open one eye. Damn. Straight, I'm too young to die after just facing you. Then this is a message for both of you, commanded Dracula to Kuina and Zoro. Find your true self, true world, and become stronger. No matter how long it will take, I will await you both in my strongest form. Surpass the sword. Surpass me, Zeph smirked, for that eagle-eyed bastard to declare such words. Dracula looked behind himself. And you, boy, what is your mission in life? Everyone registered that Luffy somehow got behind Dracula without anyone, even Zeph, noticing. Shishishi why, Pirate King? Dracula smiled. That's a difficult path, harder than surpassing me. Luffy flicked his hat. Shanks said something similar right before I nearly shattered his shoulder with my fist. The dam finally broke, and Dracula laughed at the sky. So you are the reason that drunk was nursing a broken arm so long ago after visiting the sea all those years ago. He was pouting for days. His doctor told him no booze the entire time he was healing. Even Zoro couldn't help but chuckle at that. Looks like we both have someone to strive toward for Captain, eh? Indeed we do, Zoro. How are you feeling? Shitty, tired, bleeding, proud. Good, stated Dracula. Remember that feeling, remember this experience, strive for better, wouldn't want to make the next Pirate King unhappy for not having the greatest swordsman in the world? Damn it, I was just about to make a whole speech about that. Now I can only promise him that I shall never be defeated by anyone else ever again, except Krina. Wouldn't that have been rather cliché, boy? We are sword users. We live in a world of clichés. True, smirked Dracula. Keep the Kodagana. I have a spare somewhere. Let it serve as a reminder of this day. I shall. Good. Dracula turned and started walking toward his boat. Wait! Shouted Zoro. Yes? You've seen some weird shit in the Grand Line, so maybe you can answer this question for me. Is there such a thing as a Ken no Mi, sword fruit? Dracula paused. You know, I actually asked myself that once. As it turns out, no, there isn't. Good, no cheap knockoff sword users. There is, however, a ha no Mi, blade no Mi, somewhere out there. Damn it! Luffy, I was wrong, so sue me. Besides, you don't need it. I know that, but still, can you imagine fighting someone like that? Before the argument could get anywhere, someone had to interfere. Hold on there, Hawkeyes! Shouted Don Krieg. Didn't you come for my head? East Blue's greatest, Don Krieg? That was my initial intention. But I've had more than enough fun. I'm heading back to sleep, Don Krieg smirked. It may have been enough fun for you, but I haven't done my bit yet. Really? Really? How big of a fool are you, Krieg? Did we not just see him fight? Chastised Luffy. I care not, shouted Krieg as he armed his weapons once more. For I am Don Krieg. As he fired his weapons again, Luffy just sighed in resignation before standing in front of Dracula. Said bullets? Ricochet in every direction but the one Krieg was aiming for. What the, rubber human dumbass? Did I not demonstrate that when I punched you earlier? Krieg ground his teeth in anger. You mind if I take care of him, Dracula? Go ahead, he is no longer of my concern, stated Dracula as he jumped back onto his ship, sitting down, preparing to watch the fight. Luffy got curious and smelled the air before smiling viciously. You might want to restock on your boric acid. Your flame is running low. A sheer wave of cold pressed down on everyone present, actually knocking some of Krieg's weaker mooks out. What? Just saying, the flames are flickering. I think the Baratai has some they can spare. The cold lessened. Thank you, Straw Hat. But do not worry. I have enough fuel to last me for some time. Luffy laughed before looking back at a seething Krieg. Oh, I am sorry, were we ignoring you? That was the last straw. Men! Capture the Barity. A ship like that will be a perfect deception for our use while we replenish our resources and face the Grand Line once more. Sir, yes, sir! A horde of men closes to the ship shouted as they ran and jumped toward it. The chefs aboard were prepared for them, weapons in hand and all that, until they spotted something flying. Karasa has Shah. A murder of feathers hit the first wave of mooks closest to the Baratai, shooting them back into the water. If you lot think you can just go and capture this ship, you have another thing coming, called the hybrid Usopp. While frozen in shock at the changed man, Johnny and Yasaku attacked the man trying to board the ship from the side. For our Nakama, Nami stood by the chef's side, bow staff ready, having already figured out how to apply the finger pistol principle to the tips of her staff. Bring it on, you mooks. I dare ya. While Luffy's crew was defending the Baratai from three sides, the fourth was where the strongest of Krieg's crew was coming to, the ones who managed to kill others on deck for the meager scraps of food they had. Too bad that it was the side with Sanji. Krieg and others stared in shock at the force of the suit-wearing man's kicks. So Zeph did teach you something other than how to cook. Indeed the shitty man did. Krieg couldn't help but smirk as he spotted a familiar figure swim toward the Baratai. Well then, too bad, because my third in command is more than enough to deal with you. Sanji and others watched curiously as a giant of a man lifted himself onto the Baratai, actually causing it to shake slightly. He truly was a tower of a man, covered in giant metal plates front and back, including his knees, elbows, and fists. It is I, Krieg Pirate's invincible iron wall shield man, the great and dandy Pearl. Before Patty and the others got a chance to react, They were all backhanded across the deck, landing right at Sanji's feet. Paddy, Karn, you okay? How could they be okay? They were defeated by my killing punch, Pearl's present. Please, they are prouder men than that. They are cooks, the proudest of men in the seas. PSSHSH, who cares about a bunch of useless cooks? That was not the right thing to say around Sanji. What do you mean useless cooks? Please! No one is greater and prideful than me, the great Pearl. Pearl had just enough time to put up his hand to block the kick from connecting with his face. Are you so arrogant that you can only kick, chef boy? A cook's hands are his life, angrily spoke Sanji. They are too valuable to be injured in battle, even with the likes of you, Sanji shouted as he pushed Pearl away, keeping his leg in the air. These feet alone will be enough to defeat you. Impossible. In my last 61 battles I have won them all completely unharmed. Not even a single drop of blood has ever been spilled from me. This justifies how strong I am. Pearl clanged his encrusted pearl shield proudly. I'm the strongest of the strongest. No marine cannon can harm me. No man can touch me. Pearl never got around to finishing that statement as he was clocked in the back of the head with a roundhouse kick. You were saying? Smiled Sanji smugly, leg poised in the air. Pearl touched his face, noticing the blood coming from his nose, causing all the Krieg pirates who saw this to get into a tizzy and shake in fear. Blood, is this my blood? All of Krieg's men, to the confusion of others, started shouting for Pearl not to take it so badly, until the pearly bastard started hitting his shields together and set himself on fire, and shot out Pearls set on fire. Usopp had to stop fighting and hold Nami back from running into the blaze and grab the pearls herself. On average, a pearl's value ranges from $300 to $1,500 for a small one. Sanji could only stare mockingly at the panicking man. Really? Is this the best you got? Setting yourself on fire? Burn! 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 Sanji backflipped over the circle of blue fire that formed around the man, drop-kicking him into the neck. Don't you dare burn this restaurant. You dare to attack Fire Pearl, someone who is even feared by beasts, you baka. A chef worth his salt isn't afraid of getting burned by a little fire. Sanji was saying this while lighting another cigarette using Pearl's flames. The enraged Pearl kept fighting Sanji until out of nowhere, a mass crashed on top of Pearl's head, knocking him out. Everyone started to see a spiked mace on a chain broken at giant mast. Said chain was connected to a shocked Krieg. Said Krieg was looking at an annoyed Luffy. What? Did you lot think that we would just stay on the sideline and watch you fight? Captains fight each other as well in real time. Yen never understood why some shows just have people standing on the sidelines while their friends fight. Granted, later on, they emphasized that fights were occurring at the same time as others but shown through separate episodes. Figured I should point this out. Click. Everyone on the bartai stared to see Jin hold a sawed-off shotgun to the back of Zeph's head. I'm sorry Sanji, this should have gone so much differently. Sanji stared at the shaking man. Be it from rage or grief, hard to say. A conflicted man is a conflicted man. You want to save this man, don't you, Sanji? So heed my words and stop fighting. I don't want to have to kill this man. Stop fighting? Not a chance, Jin. Sanji glared down at Zeph. You look pathetic, old fart. In that state, you can't even order the cooks around to fight, can you? I don't want to hear all this crap from a small eggplant. Who are you calling puny, asshole? Stop treating me like a kid, then stop following me around like a kicked dog. Sanji chopped before glaring back at Jin. Aim that gun at me. Jin looked even more perplexed. Why? Does it matter, Jin? Smiled Pearl as he got up. If he is so eager to die, let me do the honors. Don't you dare move now. I owe you one for my nose. You move? The old man gets it right, Jin. Jin could only look down in shame as Pearl went on a bludgeoning spree that no chef, or Straw Hat, could stop. Why are you doing this, Sanji? If you just abandon this restaurant, everyone will be saved. A bleeding Sanji, fire still in his eyes, looked to Jin. This restaurant is the old man's treasure. I'm the one who took everything from that old fart. His power. His dreams. That's why I don't want that old fart to lose anything anymore. It all came back to Sanji. The orbit, the storm, the cook pirates pillaging them, him falling overboard, Zeph jumping in to save him, the storm eating both ships, leaving them as the only survivors. Them stuck together on that accursed rock for 47 days before a ship passed them by. Zeph being forced to eat his own leg while Sanji got all the food. Them nearly dying, meeting the Reaper more times than would like to admit. Sanji stood up defiantly, despite his injuries. If I don't place my life on the line as well, I won't be able to repay the old man. Jin could only stare in shock. Why are you standing up, Sanji? Even if I can make this restaurant last for just one moment longer, I will stand proudly for that as the promise I made to this man. Jin's hand was already shaking in hesitation, his promise to Sanji ringing in his head. Jin! As your captain, I order you to shoot the man. For convenience sake, just believe that this all happens really fast, and Luffy and Krieg haven't really started fighting yet. Shots and weapons have been fired though. I can't heed the one who offered to feed our men. Jin, you bastard! Why are you trying to save these weaklings? You want to die with the rest of them just to pay back that chef for saving your life? That was too much for Jin at his point. It's not about death. Dying isn't paying him back. That's not how it works. He saved my life so I can live another day. How is sacrificing it supposed to be the same? Only a weak person would act like that. Sanji was flabbergasted by such a response, but Luffy and Zeph smiled fondly. At least someone understood the message. Pearl, in anger, set himself aflame once more. Then if you won't kill the man, then I shall. As Pearl ran forward, Jin made up his mind. He dropped the gun and took out a pair of tonfas with ball weights on the ends. He spun and swung it with enough force to stop Pearl in his tracks and smash right through the giant shield on his chest. The force was enough to propel the guy straight into the water, from which he didn't emerge. Whoa! Awed Johnny and Yasaku in unison. Whoa indeed, added Nami and Usopp in turn. Jin looked up and pointed his tonfa at his captain. There is only so much I can tolerate, Don Krieg. I can tolerate pillaging. I can tolerate murder. Hell, I can even tolerate an expedition into the Grand Line and the misfortune of facing Dracula. But this? This is too far. These people have shown me nothing but kindness despite what I have done in the past, and were willing to feed our crew no problem. Consider the debt I owe you revoked. Gasps were heard all around from the remaining Krieg man. You dare? Shouted Krieg as he pulled off one of his shoulder shields, terrifying all his men into reaching for something on their side. You dare defy me? As he put it on his hands, the front opened up, revealing a cannon, as all the remaining men put on gas masks. If you care so much for those damn weaklings, then suffocate with them. MH5 bomb. No! Shouted Jin, as he took out his own mask and ran toward the still weak Sanji, seeing as the rest of the people got the message and started running inside the baratai or into the water. But it was too late. The Krieg pirates were either underwater or wearing masks by the time the cannon was fired. In the panic, only the calm and collected Dracula, who everyone seemed to forget about, managed to watch in shock as to what transpired. Luffy, who was standing by Krieg's side, shaved in front of the cannon and ate it. Everyone's mouths dropping to their knees, even Zeph's, at the sight of it all. They watched a boom occur, and Luffy expand to giant proportions, pink smoke coming out his nose, ears, and mouth. You fool! Shouted Jin, mask forcefully on Sanji's face as he tried pushing it off to watch what was occurring. MH5 is lethal to anyone that breathes it. Jin stopped talking in shock as he watched Luffy deflate, shrinking to normal size. And yet, he wasn't releasing any of the gas. His form, however, looked off. Probably should have mentioned that Pinky and Brain were currently on Diddy, who were collectively watching the whole thing from the highest point available. You know, I keep having to remind people today that I am a rubber man far too much for my liking. Krieg watched in shock as the boy stood proudly before him, only smiling and sweating profusely as he dusted himself off. It was only when he heard the burning sounds as his sweat hit the wooden floor that he dare ask, What the hell? On command, Luffy spits out a solid purple cube. Plah. That was one impure bomb you made. Any good doctor would have probably treated the symptoms without problems if they had the necessary meds on hand. How are you? Do you know how durable and insulating rubber is? I mean, you would think a material made out of only carbon and hydrogen would be easy to deal with. But no, rubber is damn tricky stuff to work with. So guess my surprise when I found out that one of the most common ways to vulcanize rubber is with sulfur. When I looked into it more, I realized that even certain types of rubber are fundamentally resistant to all forms of acids, bases, chemicals, and even poisons. So that got me thinking, if I can insulate certain parts of my body, like say my mouth, esophagus and stomach, with a hybrid rubber composite of my design, and seal in a gaseous or liquid chemical inside my stomach, and put it under extreme pressure and heat, what would happen? Luffy smiled evilly as he shook his hands and sprayed more of his acidic sweat around him. Hell, even his skin looked a little deformed as small smidgens of gas escaped from his pores. Took me a long time to figure it out. Got myself acclimated to a lot of things thanks to small dose exposure. Doubt there is but a handful of things that can actually poison or harm me now. But in any case, I figured out how to use my stomach and my powers to break down any harmful chemical and compound before it becomes harmless and inert. Everyone was flabbergasted by this reveal. Damn handy thing in our line of living. Unfortunately, it has a small side effect. It's not a perfect process, so unfortunately, some stuff manages to slip through. Luffy stated this nonchalantly as he observed his body. I break it down eventually, or I just find a way to store it somewhere in my body until it breaks down. I jokingly refer to this state as acid trip. Get it? Because I am carrying harmful chemicals in my body around until. Bullshit. That's absolute and total bullshit. No fruit can do such a thing, shouted Krieg. Really? Are we playing this game? This would be considered average for people in the Grand Line, dumbass. We live in a world where people get superpowers from eating a fruit that tastes like a jockstrap that was cooked in sewer water and left to dry in the sun for 3 days. Who are you to say what I can't or can do with my abilities? Krieg only continued to stare in anger at Luffy. Dracula still sat watching at the sideline in shock at what Luffy just did. Kuina and an awake Zoro were of the same emotion as well. By the way, spoke Luffy as he pointed behind him. Since Jin is no longer part of your crew, you mind if I steal him from you? That sort of loyalty and honor is to be rewarded. That broke the camel's back. Krieg shouted and ran toward Luffy, forming his famous exploding battle spear, as he prepared to kill the smiling boy. Too bad he never realized that it was too late. By the time he felt the blood enter his throat and noticed he was frozen in the air, he saw the black fist going directly through his body and his spine. As his weak hands dropped his battle spear, which was caught by Diddy and quickly stored away as he joined Luffy by his side, Krieg heard the last words as the light left his eyes, and listened to the rattling of chains in the distance. The last thing he saw was the shadowed demon face of Luffy. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot who bothers asking for permission from a dead man? Luffy leaned to his ear. Say hi to Death for me. He'll give you an express ride straight to Jones' locker. Trust me, we're good friends, my credit is good. Everyone stared stupefied at what just happened. Before any of the remaining terrified Krieg pirates had a chance to swim meekly away, Luffy released a targeted Conqueror Haki at them all. Ah, he said dementedly as he wiggled a finger back and forth. Did you lot think I forgot about you all? Everyone watched as the pirates all collectively fainted, passing out in the middle of the water. While everyone expected them to remain floating on the water, as physics dictated, they were all shocked when the water seemed to pull all the floating pirates deep below into its depths. They continued to stare, as when the last men finally disappeared, Luffy walked up to the edge of his wooden chunk, and threw in a few pieces of belly before putting his hat to his chest and made a prayer. I offer tribute to the goddess Calypso, so that she may ferry the spirits of the dead lost at sea to where they need be. Let them be judged as they should be, and may they suffer pain for all eternity serving aboard the Flying Dutchman. To finish it off, Luffy made a 3-finger slash, looks like a trident over his heart before he put the hat back on his head. Zeph, the first to regain control over his body formed shock, stared directly at Sanji. Boy, if you don't join that man's crew, I swear to Oda, I will kick your head upside into your own ass until you forget your name. No need to tell me twice, Pop, gulped Sanji in fear. You mind getting off, Jin? Oh yeah, sorry. Luffy lifted the body of Krieg before he moonwalked, which shocked a lot of people, to Dracula's boat and dropped him on board. Think that will be enough to convince the Marines you did your job? More than enough, nodded Dracula as he strapped the body down so it wouldn't move. Before I forget, what is your crew name? I will have to make a report for those in HQ. Luffy smiled. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Dracula twitched at the name, Monkey as in Monkey D. Garp? Yep, stated Luffy as he leaned forward to whisper to the swordsman. He's my grandfather. Dracula sweated a little. Then your father is busy and not information that should be tossed around willy-nilly. No? Dracula smirked. So you're the kid Shanks put his hopes into? You know he always talks about you, never by name. Just calls you the rubber boy who's going to change the world. Luffy laughed to the heavens. Well, who can blame him? It's true. Dracula joined in Luffy's laugh before calming down. You realize this will put a target on your back? Luffy smiled savagely. Good, let them. I want them to keep their eyes on me. Dracula's smirk disappeared. If you become an enemy of Marines, I will be obligated to stop you. You said the same thing to Shanks before he accidentally figured out your weakness. Dracula unleashed the full blast of his own Haki straight into Luffy. And you better be aware that only you and Shanks know this secret, meaning I will have a very short list of people to go after if it ever reaches the wrong ears. Capiche? Crystal saluted Luffy as he moonwalked back to the Baratai. Well, Mr. Mihawk, we have a restaurant to fix up, so I believe our business has concluded. Dracula nodded. Indeed. Until we meet again, Monkey D. Luffy. As Dracula's ship began to sail away, he gave a quick look to Kuina. Remember, girl, you fight me the next time we meet. Hope you're a better match than your boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend, shouted Kuina in denial. Sure, smirked Dracula as he disappeared in a mist that came out of nowhere. Everyone watched Dracula disappear until Zeph turned and faced everyone else. Well, what are you idiots waiting for? You heard the kid. Get your collected asses and start cleaning up this mess, shouted Zeph. Luffy turned to his crew. Nami, Johnny, Yasaka. You guys can swim. See if there's anything of value that's still there on Krieg's ship. Kuina, get Zoro's bruised and bleeding ass back on the Mary and make sure he stays there and heals up. Jin, help her. Sanji, get cleaned up and start preparing a meal for us all. Oi, since when was I part of your crew? Shouted Sanji. The minute your pops gave me his blessing to take you with me. Welcome to the party. Cheered Luffy as he started helping out as well, tuning out Sanji's shouts. The repair and clean up of the Bartai took the rest of the day and lasted into the night, which led to a party. It was officially for the fact the Bartai still stood against the might of the Krieg pirates. Unofficially, it was a celebration for Sanji's upcoming departure with the Straw Hats. He argued and fought back, but eventually, he gave in to his true feelings. Combined with what Jin said earlier, Sanji finally thanked Zeph in tears for everything the man has done for him and that he would never forget what he had done. Zeph and everyone on staff, Patty and Karn included, cried as well and toasted to Sanji's prospects as a pirate. The same toast was going on the Straw Hat sides as well, as they toasted to the reluctance of Jin, Johnny, and Yasaku. Jin joined since he honestly had nowhere else to go, and he figured he better chance at figuring out what he wanted out of life traveling with the Straw Hats. Sanji was already a given. Johnny and Yasaku decided to join seeing as how Kuina and Zoro were already part of the crew, so what else were they going to do in the East Blue without them? Besides, what better way to get stronger than traveling with a crew such as this? Everyone was merry. They drank, they ate, they played strip poker. Well, tried to, Nami kept winning. As the party went, a smiling Sanji managed to make his way outside for a smoke break. As he enjoyed a drag, he was met by a smiling Luffy, with Pinky and Brain back on his shoulders once more. So not how you expected your week to go, huh Sanji? You're telling me, smirked the new Straw Hat chef. Luffy raised his hand. Mind if I bum one? Sure. You smoke? Luffy borrowed his lighter as his lit the cigarette and took his own long drag, taking advantage of his rubber lungs. Try not to. Got into the habit due to someone I know. I prefer stronger stuff though. Really? Luffy knocked on his chest. Rubber lungs. Very low chance of carcinogens actually doing anything to me. You did it to look cool and be an adult. Too late to drop the habit now. Ya damn habit, spoke Luffy silently as he gave Pinky a look. Sanji spotted the snail start vibrate, and the noise around them died down in mute. Pinky made a dead zone so we can talk without anyone overhearing us, said Luffy seriously. Sanji stared, waiting for his new captain to say what he wanted to say. I spoke to Zeph about where you came from after you slipped about the orbit. Sanji froze. Normally, most would ignore it as a simple slip of the tongue. I mean, who actually knows what the orbit actually was? Unfortunately, Brain did as well as who attacked it in the past. Sanji gulped. How much do you know? Don't get your knickers in a twist. Zeph only confirmed what I suspected. What I want to know is why someone like you ended up all the way up here. Don't worry. I won't tell the crew. That's your business and yours alone. Everyone has their secrets, me included. But as a captain, I have to know my nakama. Sanji took a long drag of his cigarette as he considered his words. Dad was a megalomaniac. You have to understand, the Vinsmoke family once ruled all of North Blue. Granted, it was for 66 days, but the Germa kingdom still exists. To judge, it doesn't matter how much control and power they actually have thanks to their underworld dealings. All that ever mattered to him is to gain back the rule that he believes is rightly his with military might. It's kind of why he is so dedicated to science and technology. He always wants to be ahead of everyone, the pinnacle of modern warfare. He unintentionally became so technologically advanced even in the minor things that even the likes of the Yonko and Marines want a piece of his tech. When I was still around, espionage was always a big issue. In any case, his hunger for science is what got Dr. Vegapunk arrested by the world government. Really? Yeah. The two were part of a rogue science group that discovered the lineage factor, the blueprint of life itself, present in all living organisms. They figured out that by manipulating it from a young age, you can change the growth of life forms. Hell, they figured out that even eating a devil fruit changes the damn thing. In Oda's universe, lineage factor is basically DNA. My Luffy knows this but simply not commenting on it. Okay, kind of get why that's a big deal. But what does that have to do with you? I don't know why my mother married my father. My mother, she was kind, caring, she had a strength to her, compassion that transcended beyond mother to son. I don't know, maybe she truly saw something in Judge when they were in love. But after my sister was born, something changed. Judge wanted to modify my brothers and me. We were quadruplets, by the way, with the knowledge he gleaned from the lineage factor research. He wanted to give us power, even though it would have made us into emotionless psychopaths. So what did she do? Seeing as you are here means he got his way, mostly. I think around the 7th month, she managed to consume a drug to counteract whatever the hell Judge did to us as we were developing. However, it only affected me and bedbound her. As you can imagine, the fact my brothers showed signs of enhancements while I did not alleviate my father's opinion of me, especially when he discovered what my mom has been teaching me in secret. She taught you how to cook? No, she taught me what it means to be human. Cooking was just a way for us to bond and get closer. All I ever wanted to do was make her smile, hoping that by eating my cooking she would get better. There were bitter tears on his face as he put out his cigarette. I never got a chance to see that dream come true. Judge had enough of the son he considered a failure. Eventually, he just locked me up deep within his castle dungeons. He put an iron mask on my face and erased me. He even let my brothers come in and beat the crap out of me, hoping that somehow, the enhancements would awaken within me. Eventually, Mom died, and he decided to finalize my removal. He staged a state wake to mourn my passing sometime after my mom's, informing the kingdom that I had died in an accident. Soon after that, he decided to stage a war in the East Blue. After the German kingdom crossed the red line into the East Blue, Judge ran into me after I managed to escape my cell. He allowed me to go, to leave the kingdom on the condition that I never tell anyone about my relationship to that man. Oops, Luffy snickered. So that's how you managed to get on the orbit, not alone. My older sister, Reiju, bless her soul, was born before he perfected his research and didn't have as many mental modifications as my brothers. She's still superhuman, but she pretends to be more emotionless than she really is to make sure Judge doesn't catch on to her real feelings. She helped me escape to the orbit in the confusion of whatever battle they had that day. The rest, as they say, is history. They paused for a moment. What was your mother's name, Sora? Luffy just stared at Sanji. Wait, did your father? Yes. What better way to taunt me in the ideals my mother preached by having them personified as the hero that constantly faced off Germa 66 but never manages to defeat them? Wait, your father used his power to create a comic just to taunt you with your mother's name and beliefs? It came out right around the time I escaped, so I am going with a definite yes. Oda, damn it, your father is one sick. I know, I lived with the man. Still, that's my story. Luffy finished his cigarettes and threw it overboard. Thanks for telling me. I am not going to force you to tell it to the rest, but someday the issue will come up. There will be a wanted poster for you. Your dad will realize you've gone active, probably, but I don't care. Shishishi. Good enough for me. Pinky, turn it. One moment, Captain. Both men were interrupted by Brain. Yeah, Brain? Tell me, Sanji, what exactly did your mother drink to counteract what they did to you? Was it to stop the changes or undo them? I don't know, not something I ever asked. Why? I am currently scanning your body and based on what I am seeing, what she took was not so much a counteragent, but rather, and mind my euphemism, a lock. That was not what Sanji wanted to hear. What? Based on what you said, I managed to find what your father did to you with his knowledge of this lineage factor. I compared your being, what makes you you, to Luffy's, who has eaten a devil fruit, and the rest of the people on board, and I managed to narrow down what Judge did to you. So wait, I was changed in utero? But how? The body is a very, very complex organism. Even if the modifications in you are inactive, they are still in you, locked away by whatever your mother took. I don't know why only you were affected. Maybe you were the first it managed to reach before your father stopped its progression. I don't know. There is a good chance that if you ever fathered a child, he or she would inherit those modifications. That shocked both of them. Really? It seems so. I don't know how to go about it, but it is the realm of possibility to undo the lock. Silence. What exactly would happen if the seal is undone, other than the usual enhanced abilities and recovery rate? Hard to say. I don't know exactly what your father wanted from the modifications. I see some spattering of what appears to be an exoskeleton in your skeletal structure that would probably grow and expand like he intended. I can only assume that there be some form of a muscular and neural overhaul. But otherwise? Unknown. What I can tell you that it will most likely be sudden, very draining on your body's nutrient and fat deposits, and painful beyond all reasons, so nothing new. Luffy looked at Sanji. Are you actually considering it? Sanji shrugged. Not really. Lived all my life without the enhancements, and I still became the badass I am today. I know I am above normal human strength what with Pops training me. But come on, what are the odds that we will run into someone with the know-how to undo the lock? Poink. I sense adventure, great danger, and a reindeer. What? Ignore the snail, Sanji. He does that sometimes. Luffy faced Sanji. So anything else? Sani took a drag. Not really. Feel better though, like a weight has been lifted. Good, smiled Luffy. Come on, we have a party to get back to. Sanji nodded before pausing. Oh wait, one more thing. What did you mean when you mentioned boric acid to Dracula? Oh, that? Boric acid is a common ingredient in roach killer. Pause. Wait, why does he? Sanji. I need plausible deniability here. I didn't say anything other than what boric acid is used for, so Dracula can't go for my head. Whether or not someone knows what catsaridophobia is another matter altogether. Sanji froze. He smiled. He tried covering his mouth. He failed. And he laughed straight to the heavens. Next day, after the crew has woken up, said their goodbyes to the Bartai, and set sail. Sanji, Jin, Johnny, and Yasaku were all wincing, silently swearing up a storm as Luffy stood above their kneeling forms, baton in hand. We did warn you that he would do it, smirked Usopp. It's basically your initiation into the crew. Indeed it is Wormeater, so shut your beak, shouted Luffy, causing Usopp to go ramrod straight. Luffy was in what everyone liked to refer to trainer mode. Screw them. Luffy was just channeling hunter-gatherers. Now, you square lot have been drafted into the shitstorm that is the Straw Hat Pirates. However, unlike Zoro and Kuina who have the cojones to keep up with my warm-ups, and Nami who's not ready yet, I have a proposition for 3 of bastards. Diddy! Bring out numbers 106, 105, and 37. Also, get me the thing. What thing? You know the thing, damn you. The one Bello gave me for that shitstorm a few months back. Yes, Captain. On command, Diddy reached into his portal to the remaining crew's confusion and took out 4 small chests. 3 had numbers on them, but the 4th seemed more personal. It had hearts drawn on it. Before anyone asks, Bello Betty helped train me, so get your minds out the gutters. Everyone sat up straighter while the rest of the crew watched. Now I have made my opinions to the crew regarding devil fruits rather clear, so if you want to know them, just ask and they will tell you. In any case, I have resources, and only a fool doesn't use what they have. Yasaku! Johnny! Yes, Captain! Shouted the pair. Luffy kicked 2 chests to them, opening them from the force. Everyone looked inside and saw that both have a single cherry in each one with swirls on them, except one was white, and the other was black. Don't know why, but those 2 always come as a pair. In any case, the white one is the Kiryo Kiryo no Mi, lightweight, and the black one is the Hibi Hibi no Mi, heavyweight. I don't care which one eats what. I saw you bastards yesterday, and neither one of you can swim if your life depended on it. Jin, yes. Luffy smirked. You get a rather nifty little bugger. Kikrevio repeat, displaying a rather odd-looking blue-green pineapple that seemed to twist onto itself. That is the Kaiten no Mi, rotation. I have high hopes for that fruit, and based on how you wield those tonfas, even its basic abilities will be a boon to you. Basic abilities? Inquired a confused Jin. Again, asked the older crew members. They will explain everything. Luffy kneeled down and opened the lock on the last chest, taking out what appeared to be a black mask. I have connections to the Revolutionary Army, so from time to time, they threw some assignments my way. This here is something special that the South Army commander whipped up. Sanji stared at the mask his captain gave him. As he lightly touched it, it morphed under his hand. However, the hand holding its inside didn't feel anything. Think of it as a twisted Hanya mask. The inside will form to your facial contours, but the outside can be manipulated to make anything one wants. However, the bastard made it so that the holes will always connect to where they need to be. Basically, one can alter the distances and dimensions of one's face without actually affecting your real face or hindering it in any way. This is genius. It's not imitating anyone or the likes, but for espionage and counter-identification based on things like eye distance and mouth placement. This is. The eye holes also have a lens that can alter eye color, and it comes with a voice modifier. Like I said, Hanya masks. Sanji smirked and smiled. This will do, Captain. Usopp raised his hand. Am Captain Luffy? It's Sanji's story to tell, Blackbeak. But in simplest terms, Sanji doesn't want certain parties to know that he is going active when his poster shows up. Also, for everyone's benefit, Eggplant, act out of character when you wear it. Knowing the people after you, They probably have similar quirks. Sanji twitched at the eggplant comment but took the rest in stride as he breathed out calmly. In that case, we might want to add another level to that by giving me a false name. What do you have in mind? Sanji stared at the black mask in his hand, memories beating at his skull. He smirked at the irony. What was once his greatest shame and fear is now something that would be the source of his power and fame, the last thing people would see before passing out or dying. For some reason, I am thinking Prince Philippe. Luffy caught the laugh before it managed to escape him. The man in the iron mask didn't exist in this world, so for Sanji to reference it in such a manner. How about Prince Zeph Noir? Zeph Noir, spoke Sanji, tasting the words. Has a ring to it. Luffy nodded, smiling. Good. You three make up your minds about the fruit and test them out. The rest may give you ideas as to how to work them. As Luffy went inside and locked the door, he heard someone outside scream out how disgusting the fruit was. Pinky, contact Bomber. Pinky nodded. Ring ring ring. What's with the sudden call, Captain? Did something happen to Diddy? Diddy is fine. I'm calling in to check on you. Read your bounty went up again. Yeah, the operation went south real fast, Captain. Still got everything done. Revolution East HQ gave me the all clear. In writing? Of course, in writing. Pinky wasn't there to translate like he is doing now. Good. I gave Bro the heads up that we will soon be in the Grand Line. I think he's checking the backlogs to see if there's anything left we got to finish in this blue before we transition to the higher stake missions. Good, I'd been getting bored. Logue Town? Make your way there. With the gang war going on there, you should be able to sneak in easily enough. Look for the Barto Club. I heard they had some dealings with the revolutionaries. Rightio, Captain. See you there. See you soon. Somewhere in the Grand Line. In a dark room surrounded by mushies linked to television screens and hordes of paperwork. At the desk under candlelight sat one big news Morgans going over reports. Sitting proudly in all his white feather glory was one tall humanoid bird. With his blue top hat with a large striped feather in it, a light blue button-down shirt with a yellow bow on the top, red and white checkered pants, a dark cape, and shoes that fit his bird-like feet, he looked like some bizarre college professor or reporter. Rather not that far off considering he is the president of the World Economic Journal. What most don't know is that he is also one of the emperors of the underworld. Even fewer people know about a particular little organization he runs on the side to aid in his business ventures. He heard someone land behind him. Knowing who it was, he just commanded. Report, Seagull. In the shadows behind him stood a giant seagull hybrid, dressed in what appeared to be a messenger gear with a blue flock of seagulls haircut. The news crews have confirmed the rumors. Raven has been found. Morgans put down his pen. And it has been consumed. Currently it is in the marksman of a newly formed pirate crew in the East Blue called the Straw Hat Pirates. And that person is still alive. Why? Seagull gulped. 3 reasons, sir, all justified, I assure you. Morgans slowly swiveled his chair around. Oh? Please enlighten me. First, a suitable location for the fruit to reemerge is not anywhere close by. Strawberries are rather rare in the East Blue, and the devil fruit requires that the fruit is not harvested at the time of emergence. Fair enough. What else? The one who ate the fruit is one Usopp Geppetto. Geppetto? Isn't Usopp Geppetto of the red-haired pirates? His son? Yes, sir, nodded Seagull. They are in communication with each other, meaning that Usopp is aware of his standing. Damn it. That will make things trickier. Don't want a Yonko after us. And third, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates is one Monkey D. Luffy. Morgans froze. I'm sorry, my ears must be clogged. Did you just say that the captain of a pirate vessel is a monkey? Yes, sir. He is his grandson. How the hell did that marine's bastard grandson become a pirate? Oh right, should specify. In the anime and manga, it always seemed like that dragon's identity, as Luffy's father and his connection to Garp, is only known by the highest of highest positions in the Marines and world government. I can't for the life of me remember if Dragon was ever a Marine, but I doubt he would have lasted long enough for someone to write down about him for someone important to spot or become synonymous with his father. That or he just used his organization to remove all mentions of him. In any case, people not knowing who Luffy's father or Garp's son seems to be a theme in the source material, so I'm sticking with it. Morgans rubbed his head wearily. This complicates things. Your orders, sir? Morgans cuffed his chin in his hand in the traditional thinking pose. Inform the court, that's priority 1. Who do we have in the East Blue? No one I would trust with this mission, sir, even if it is Peacock and Swan. True, they aren't suited as fighters. Condor? With emus, sir. Falcon? He is currently involved in the war with Capone Beach. I thought we were losing. We are, sir. But Falcon wants to at least weaken and damage Beach as much as possible before he pulls out. Smart. Never thought Carmine had it in him. He has Duck and Goose with him. Oh, never mind. Those two know how I think best. Sigh, guess we leave them alone for now. Worry not, Raven will be in my hands once more, and in the possession of the court in turn. Yes, sir. Shall I take my leave? You may. I have work to do. The underworld has deposited many jobs the consultant of crime must resolve for them. Shall I have Turkey bring in your thinking food? You may, now go. Seagull nodded before jumping and flying off elsewhere. Morgan stood up from his chair and walked up to a wall, revealing a giant map of the world, with news articles and notes connected to pins and markers by string back and forth across it. Morgan's cracked his neck and hanged his hat elsewhere. He opened his eyes, which while once yellowish and bird-like, were now black with a splattering of red within them. Time for the Gazenci know me, probability, to get to work. For Moriarty Worth Morgan's is on the job, somewhere in the East Blue. Kazan was getting tired of peddling. The cardio benefits were fruitless at this point. He should have really taken the marine vessel that was offered to him. But he was so used to riding his bike everywhere that he didn't even consider it. Ring ring ring. Era what? Don't what me, Akiji. You're taking your sweet time in the East Blue. Have you tracked down your target? Would be easier if I had more than a description to go off, boss. You have what you need to find the perpetrator, Akiji. I was more concerned about the weather reports I've been getting. Just what the hell are you doing, flaunting your powers like that? This isn't the Grand Line where the constantly shifting weather undoes your fruit for you. There are repercussions to your power in the East Blue. Sorry, boss, I'll try restraining it. Good. I have some good news for you. I have reports that your target is probably heading to Logtown in the near future. If you pedal there now, you might cut him off before he gets into the Grand Line. Wouldn't it be better for us if he does get into the Grand Line? Negative. With the information and cargo he has to be cut off before we lose him in the chaos of paradise. Kazana sighed. Will do, boss. I am on my way to Logtown. When you get there, make contact with Smoker. He'll tell you everything you need to know about the town. Sir, yes, sir, Fleet Admiral. Of the trio that ate the devil fruits, Luffy could honestly say that he did not expect Johnny to be the one to get so far ahead of the others. Granted, the heavy fruit was the most straightforward of the three, but still, in summation, the fruit gives the user the ability to increase the weight of anything they want. That's it. There were some nuances to the power. Like the fact that contact has to be established first, but after that, the ability could be activated or negated at a distance. Had to be reapplied afterward to increase the weight again. But that was a non-issue for now since contact wasn't needed after the first time. Unless user was knocked unconscious. Johnny decided to talk to the others about my fruit and power discussion before progressing. Clearly it showed. The first thing he confirmed about his power? It only affected mass. For some odd reason, density was a non-issue when it came to his ability, as he indicated when he made a piece of ham weighed 500 pounds and had Zoro cut it no problem. Same for clothes and pieces of wood. Oh yeah. His power works on anything that isn't technically alive. Plants being the apparent exception, but not pieces of fruit once off said plants. Everything else was affected by it: clothes, weapons, books, bullets, cannonballs. The last two gave him ideas. He also realized that the power affects him as well when he accidentally increased his own weight by rubbing the back of his head. Took him some time to figure out how to undo it, and to lift his hand to do so. So far, he's been trying to figure out how to manipulate his power at a distance. He says increments are hard, and as far he could figure, there was some unwritten rule about how heavy he can actually make an object before his power no longer allowed it. Makes sense on some bizarre level. No one wants to accidentally create a black hole, primarily since he isn't affecting density. Pretty sure that bypasses a few hurdles. There's a thought. Quite a few scientific phenomena are restricted due to laws of physics. Wonder if he can get around a few of them now? Questions for later. My physics is pretty rusty. Luffy asked what he planned to focus on afterward. Johnny smiled and lifted his sword, channeling it through my weapon to make my opponent's clothes ridiculously heavy. Bless my soul, we have a lateral thinker. Luffy decided to leave Haki and Rokushiki training after he figured out how to manipulate his power mid-swing and in action. Carefully managed weight control is damn useful when you consider the weapon coming at you can suddenly shift in weight. That and for dodging. It's amazing how suddenly making one part of you heavier can shift your direction swiftly enough to avoid a blow. His partner was a different story, and it showed since Yasaku was apparently the more gung-ho of the pair. Until he decided to listen to the others, he struggled to grasp the benefits of his fruit. He did pick up on its uses rather quickly after observing Johnny's attempts at it, so he was just probably a kinesthetic learner. His fruit was basically Johnny's opposite. He made things lighter but not weightless as it turned out. Admittedly, not very harmful sounding. But with time, the knucklehead figured out the nuances of his ability, and its support capability. When he realized that using his fruit indefinitely on items didn't drain him in any way, he went on a spree and touched everything on board, except for a few things, like Zoro's weights. Wearing clothes and shoes that are almost weightless isn't much, but when you consider swinging swords that maintain density? Even Zoro eventually relented when he felt the benefits in his hands. In the middle of combat, a second matters. Making Mary lighter took a little longer and actually drained the guy, but he jumped back rather quickly. We began making great speeds after that, especially when he got to the cargo. After that, Yasaku started experimenting combing his ability with weightlifting. Turns out, from an outside perspective, Yasaku appeared to have Herculean strength. Luffy had to admit it had an intimidation factor to it. Ripping up, say, a chunk of land or building and casually tossing it at an enemy made one hell of a statement. For now, Luffy observed Yasaku getting used to his now almost weightless body by practicing moving without crashing into anything. Hey, he was using leg muscles trained to carry around hundreds of pounds, not grams. Give him a break. Shishishi pun. He decided to leave the man alone for his devices for now. It was Jin who needed his undivided attention right now. Suddenly transitioning from normal human restraints to outright puppet limbs can throw anyone off their game. Okay, maybe not puppet, but it's damn close to the description. See, the most apparent effect of the rotation fruit is that it gives almost every part of the user's body the ability of independent rotation. Meaning, while the user gains an impressive range in all body rotations, they also gain the ability to rotate parts of their body in ways entirely against nature. Joint points are the obvious example since it's easy to envision them being able to turn full 360 degrees. But the fruit goes further than that, making every conceived slice, like with Buggy's chunks but even in thinner sections of the body rotatable. The user can literally have half the arm below the elbow rotate one way, and the remaining 3/4 of the arm rotate the other way, without hindering the rest of the torso. Hell, the only rotational restraint is rotating horizontally, i.e., down the body center. Luffy really wanted to have Jin toy around with what else the fruit was capable of, but frankly, until he got the hang of his new unrestrained biology, he wasn't getting anywhere. It was hard enough for him to walk without focusing on his leg not to collapse on itself, and he means it literally. Still, the spinning top of doom incident was pretty funny. Sanji was easy enough. Luffy made Johnny turn straps of leather into weights for arms and legs for everyone to use, but he made an unusually heavy set for Sanji to walk around and train with. Zeph already covered the basics of what Luffy had in mind for Sanji. All that was left for the captain to do was to try and unlock one of his Hakis. He didn't really see Sanji with any preference for one over the other. Compared to Zoro's strength-focused approach and his own speed-oriented one, Sanji looked more like a balanced fighter. And while the lack of arm usage may be a hindrance to most, the ungodly leg strength made up for it. Out of everyone on board, Luffy had high hopes for Sanji since he was the best candidate to learn all of the Rokushiki techniques. Too bad he wouldn't be able to use the 6-king gun that needed hands. Pause. Wait a minute. Who says that it needs arms? Shishishi scratched that. Sanji will learn all of the Rokushiki techniques. This I swear. At the moment Luffy had that particular thought, a cold shiver went down Sanji's back. Had he turned around and observed Luffy, he would have spotted his evil smile. He already had enough training from him. And he had the nerve to believe that Zeph was a tough bastard when he trained him. As Luffy sat on his spot upon Mary's ram head, he was meditating and pondering on his current crew and their new additions. Sanji was a mess at first. His amorous nature was not something beneficial for unit cohesion. One can appreciate women at a distance and make a joke without acting on it, but Sanji's behavior was a little too close to outright perversion. His chivalry and creed against even injuring women is one thing, something that Luffy couldn't really refute against him considering his history, but his distaste against serving men was something else altogether. So 3 birds, 1 stone. If Sanji couldn't restrain himself, then the crew would do it for him. Luffy gave everyone on board a baton, yes, he had extra, and just told them to smack Sanji if he was acting too much like an arrow cook. Zoro's words. When Sanji got angry and asked why no one else was getting such treatment, Luffy stood and commandingly stated, "Everyone had vices and character flaws, even me. But there's the notion of being in control of them rather than them in control of you." Everyone had to agree with the statement, especially Nami. She, and everyone on board, knew how great her greed was, but she didn't let it control her actions. Did she slip up? Yes. But that same greed is what kept her alive all these years and made her so good at money management, something that every pirate and crew needed. Same for Zoro's drinking. He drank, yes, but only when he was sure nothing was going to happen. While that sounds like an oxymoron considering that they were at sea and storms could occur at any time, this was the East Blue, not the Grand Line. So, reluctantly, Sanji lived with the beatings. There were a lot of beatings. He was getting better, if slowly and in increments. That and he was too good of a chef, not cook, to lose. Yasaku and Johnny got along well with everyone. They were admittedly a little guarded against Jin, but they were like peas in a pod with Usopp. Calling them the Tinkerer Trio was not exactly out the ballpark with the discussions they have had in Usopp's workshop. A lot of gadgeteer possibilities were suddenly unlocked, what with Yasaku's fruit applications, especially when layered with Johnny's fruit. The crew heard evil cackling coming from that section of the ship many times in the last few days. Luffy shrugged. Everyone has their quirks. Jin felt like an odd man. He wasn't used to being part of such a light-hearted and stress-free environment, but Luffy was making an effort to make the transition more comfortable for him. For now, he spends most of his time getting used to his fruit, or driving the ship. After a few days passed, a certain discussion came up as they began approaching Nami's home. It all began during lunch when Nami got the blackboard out. "Alright everyone, we're only a day away from the Konomi Islands, so I think it's time you guys get up to speed about who we will be facing." On cue, Diddy flipped the board around, displaying a few hand-drawn posters with only Arlong's being a wanted one. Nami gathered her breath slowly, preparing herself for the story she was going to reveal to her crew. "My earliest, or rather first memory, is waking up in a battlefield in a village that no longer exists, being carried by a girl only barely older than me, covered in blood and bruises. That caught everyone's attention. I don't know why the village was at war or why the girl and I were in danger. All I remember is a marine commander by the name of Belmir Zephyrus finding us, protecting us, and later taking us in as her own." Breath in, breathe out. "Nojiko and I went to live with her in Kokoyashi village after she retired from the Marines. Those were the happiest days of our lives, living in our small little house, growing and selling tangerines. Nojiko cleaning mom's guns, me drawing maps, and mom cooking us lunch." You could practically feel the shift in emotions when Nami continued the story. "Till he came to the island 10 years ago. It started off like any other day, save for a small childish spat I had with my sister about hand-me-downs. I was in the village when his ship docked out our port when those savages ran into the village and started capturing everyone. Once they gathered everyone in town, their captain, Arlong, came in front and basically told us that he owned us and every other island around us. Then he imposed a fee. A 100,000 belly for every soul every month." Splinters shot into the air, as more than one crew member crushed whatever wooden thing they were holding on to by their rage. Many fought back, they were removed. Some just resisted, they were made examples of, like the sheriff. They thought they got everyone in the village until one fisherman spotted the smoke coming from mom's house since we lived a little away from the main district. She fought back when they came for her, being a former commander and all. She even managed to take a few out permanently. That wasn't in her favor. Eventually, Nojiko and I were captured, and she had to stand down. And in front of the whole town, Arlong made his final example by shooting her. Silence. No one should ever see their mother die in front of them. It would have ended there if Arlong didn't find one of my maps. See, despite them being masters of the seas, none of Arlong's crew could draw a map to save their lives. And here I was, an 8-year-old who could do something useful for them. The next 2 years of my life was me, a candle, hordes of clear paper, and a stack of books, in a locked room without any windows. I was a prisoner in Arlong Park, constructed with the blood money Arlong and his men drained from the islands, month after month, year after year. Eventually, the inevitable happened. I charted all of the East Blue for him. Fearing for my life, I pleaded for any other way to show my worth. Arlong, in a rare moment of kindness, made me an offer, 100 million belly for the freedom of my village. I was young and feared that if I didn't do what he asked, he would kill the people that were left in the village. My tunnel vision is probably what prevented me from going to the other Marines in the blue, or even hiring mercenaries to save the village. My drinking to forget the pain probably didn't help, but hindsight is 20/20. Breathe in, breathe out. Before I ran into Luffy, I was finishing up my last job. The map of the Grand Line would have been worth a pretty belly, enough to finally reach my goal. Despite the situation, Luffy had to admit, stealing that much money in 8 years is no small feat. Honestly, I don't know what I thought was going to happen when I gave Arlong the money for my village. Frankly, Luffy's notion that Arlong would have just lost it and make me do it all over again seems damn probable at the moment. Nami quickly regained her wits and took charge. So instead, we are all going to free the village and not lose a belly over it. Who's with me? The jackal smiles and gnarls were all that Nami needed to hear. Good. Here's what you need to know. Their base of operations is Arlong Park. It's mostly a place where the fishermen live and lounge around, but it's where they are all primarily located throughout the day. It's on a coastline, so the option to attack from the sea is available but not advised. My recommendation? Frontal assault. While an average fisherman is about 10 times stronger than your average human, the higher-ups are particularly savage. As she described each person, name pointed at their picture on the board. At the top, we have Arlong. While he has a giant saw-like sword called Kiribachi, he prefers to fight up close and personal. You would think it because of how much stronger he is compared to everyone he faces. In actuality, it's because it would bring him close enough to bite his opponent. Most don't know that he can dislocate his teeth and regrow them almost immediately, using them like them castanets to bite his victims via his hands. But even without any of those things, he is still dangerous, more so for his savagery and for his endurance. Luffy, when you fight him, you can't let him get into the sea or the pool in the park. Don't worry, Nami, he shouldn't be a problem. I have long surpassed normal human strength, as have most on board this ship. Nami nodded. The next guys don't really have a hire since they all answer to Arlong, but they are the strongest members of the crew. First up is Chu. Don't let his lips fool you. This guy's primary form of attack is firing bullets of water so fast that they shred anything they make contact with. A marksman, eh? Smiled Usopp. Even looks like a whiting. I'll take care of him when he shows up. Next, we have Kurubi. Don't let his demeanor fool. He is in some regards even crueler and haughtier than Arlong, as he sees all human to be useless. He is also a level 40 practitioner of fisherman karate. While strongest underwater, even on land it's not something one should ignore. Plus, his arms are particularly suited for the devastating punch-based techniques that make up the style. So take out his arms, and he's basically useless, right? One good kick should do him in. I'll take care of him for you, Nami Swan. Nami nodded to Sanji. Next is Hat-chan. He's an oddity. In what regard? Inquired Zoro. He's sort of the outlier of the crew. In all the years I've been around him, I've never once seen him attack or injure a human in any way. Do the grunt work and obey Arlong he does no problem, but he is unequivocally the nicest fisherman I have ever met. Luffy leaned forward, elaborate. He was more often than not my caretaker when I was making maps. He fed me, took care of me, and even snuck me out some days just so that I could get enough sunlight to function. It was like he related to me on some level. Luffy paused for a moment. Nami, did Hat-chan have a tattoo of a sun anywhere obvious on his body? Nami thought about it. Well, yeah, but so did everyone else including Arlong. Except his is more noticeable since it's on his forehead. That's because it's not a tattoo, Luffy grumbled. Everyone looked at Luffy in confusion. I am willing to bet that only Arlong and Hat-chan, and maybe the other two you mentioned, have the sun mark burned into their skin while everyone else has a tattoo. Usopp's eyes bulged. Burned? Luffy sighed in resignation. Two famous figures in fisherman history fought for their betterment, Queen Otoheim and Fisher Tiger. While the Queen had a more passive and political approach, Tiger was more proactive. Long story short, Tiger was captured by the Celestial Dragons and branded as a slave. He was abused, tortured, and humiliated by his masters. Years later, Tiger managed to escape, but after seeing all the slaves left behind, he could not bear the thought of their suffering and decided to return to free them. Thus, he committed a taboo so magnanimous that his name is spoken in sheer awe even by the older generations. What did he do? Asked Sanji with some fear, his cigarette in ashes as he forgot to breathe in its nicotine smoke. He broke into Merigios, home of the Celestial Dragons, by climbing up the cliffs of the Red Line with his bare hands. Silence. Pure and utter silence. There were no words to describe the sheer will and strength necessary to do such a feat. When Garp told Luffy the story in his youth, even he hastily admitted that probably couldn't do such a thing unless he was in his prime, and not due to lack of effort, but more because he didn't inherit the luck of the D, as he called it, to pull off such a middle finger to Kami. That was how difficult the climb was. When he got there, weapons and all, he attacked the Holy Land to free the slaves from the world nobles. Due to understanding them as fellow slaves, Tiger did not discriminate against the humans and freed slaves of all races there. Among those human slaves was someone who I know personally, high up in the Revolutionary Army and a Shichibukai. Zoro did a spit take. A warlord was a slave? Who the hell was it? This is actually top secret, since Shanks learned it from Mihawk, who heard it from another warlord who was close to Tiger. The slave who became a warlord was Boa Hancock. The sheer aura of rage that originated from Sanji even caught Luffy off guard. Everyone swore he was actually on fire. Where? There's a reason her and her sister lieutenant's backs are never shown in pictures. But you didn't hear that from me, Sanji glared, the aura of flames barely restrained. When I get the chance, they will burn no woman, and no one deserves to experience such horrors. Say what you will, but Sanji had his priorities straight. In any case, with the fishmen slaves he freed, Tiger changed the shameful dragon hoof mark brand into a symbol of a sun by burning them once more. He also took them in as part of his pirate crew, creating the Sun Pirates. Among their members were two rather well-known figures, Arlong and Jinbe, better known as Knight of the Sea. Jinbe, a warlord. Nami stared, individual pieces of information finally connecting in her head. How famous were the Sun Pirates? So afraid were the Marines of Tiger's people retribution for his death after the battle of Full Shout Island. They did what they could to appease them, making Jinbe a warlord a part of it. With the broad powers he got, he managed to single-handedly to destroy fish people and mere people human trafficking to almost nothing in the following years. Unfortunately, as a consequence, the few that get captured are sold for ridiculous prices and forced him to be stuck in the Grand Line to carry out his duty to protect his people. Considering that Arlong was technically under Jinbe's protection, crew and race-wise, but had a total hatred of humans, he did the smart thing and left Jinbe's sphere of influence. The rest is history. Nami stared at her captain, as did everyone else. So Jibe's role as warlord is why no Marine has yet to interfere? I doubt it. Arlong would never dirty his ego by using Jinbe as a shield. It's more likely that he is bribing whatever Marine is monitoring this section of the East Blue, who is probably using his Sun Pirate status as plausible deniability. Nami turned to Brain. Brain, who's in charge? Paperwork lists one Nezumi, a Marine captain of the 16th branch. He has whiskers befitting his moniker. If the schedule is still the same, he should be making a discreet pass around the islands in a few days for his donations. Yasaku and Johnny looked at each other. Bronze Bull? No, the people need to see him suffer. Lingchi? Water torture? Too slow. Needs to be more poetic. Everyone looked at Usopp in shock as he only shrugged. They have historical interests. Who am I to question their hobbies? Unfortunately, they may need to change targets, interjected Luffy to the duo's horror. Oh, don't get me wrong, Nezumi will pay his pound of flesh, but he needs to report back to his bosses after we are done. The fishmen besides Hachan, however, are fair game. But leave Arlong for me. So Hachan, he gets one chance, Nami, stated Luffy as he raised his finger for emphasis. Regardless of how long Hachan was free, some slave behaviors are hard to get rid of. Answering to a master is one of them. Especially one of his own people who may have been directly responsible for saving them. Nami breathed out. We aren't going to be subtle, are we? Nami, that ship sailed a long time ago. Before he got a chance to say anything else, the boat shook violently, catching everyone off guard. Turning around, everyone spotted the thing responsible. A giant sea cow with a gold nose ring stared at the ship in confusion and interest. Nami? Asked Luffy. No sea beast should be in these waters, meaning that he belongs to someone. His name is Momo. He is Hachan's personal pet, but he obeys Arlong's order out of fear. He is a coward at heart. Luffy nodded and walked to the sheephead mast and stared the cow straight in the eyes. Then he unleashed his Haki. The cow started sweating and shaking in pure fear. Nami vouches for you. You stay out of our way, and your owner, the good one, will live after we are done with his crewmates. Do you understand? The cow nodded rapidly, its life flashing before his eyes. Luffy nodded in turn before turning off his Haki, calming the sea beast down. The fact he reacted to his Haki meant that Momo indeed was a coward, regardless of his youth. Zoro, Sanji, get me some rope. We just got ourselves an express route to Arlong Park. Arlong sat at his throne, a nagging feeling at the back of his head not going away. He's been feeling twitchy for days now, and it showed, as not even Sake seemed to soothe him anymore. He would typically ignore such an ongoing thing, but Nami was due to return soon, and with the last of the belly to boot. That mouse Nezumi is bound to come today or tomorrow for his payments, so she is cutting it close. He could only sigh and wait out such a feeling. Said feeling quickly went away when the front gate of his park exploded inward, crashing into his abode. In the midst of the confusion and his rage, he managed to run outside as the smoke cleared. What he saw made him go apoplectic. Nami, you traitor's bit. That was as far as Arlong got before Luffy released some of his Haki. Didn't want anyone passing out and missing in their punishment. Shut your mouth, Arlong. You crossed the line first. Like you really weren't going to betray her first. Silence, you human. Do you know who you are speaking to? Depends. Do you want me to call you a traitor to both Tiger's and Jinbe's message of ending the cycle of hate, Or do you want me to admit that looking at you reminds me that I haven't had shark fin soup in some time? Clearly, either was something the shark wanted to hear. Oh good, silence, excellent choice. Everyone, go wild. I want Arlong to myself. Don't you look down on me, you pathetic. Goma Goma no bazooka. Arlong didn't even get a chance to say anything before he was shot back into his throne room. All hell broke loose after that. So, you're Hachan? Asked Zoro calmly as he slashed his way towards the octopus man, ignoring the mooks suffering from non-fatal injuries. Luffy was very clear on that. And what if I am? Asked the man holding his 6 swords. Zoro calmly tied up his green bandana on his head. He feared that the fighting would exacerbate his wounds, but Luffy warning him not to train and Kui not taking care of him, Mihawk's chest slice was mostly sealed up. Fighting with one sword, even it is the Uchihano, did make it slightly more challenging. Nami put in a good word for you. I was ordered to leave you alive. The fishman paused, a conflict of interest clearly shown in his eyes. I am sorry, I have my orders. Zoro silently readied his sword. What does Arlong have on you? Hachan readied his swords. A debt I can't repay. Is any debt worth what he has done to the people in this village? Any debt is better than the alternative to the death I would have endured. Zoro frown deepened. Understood. Our captain informed of your potential past. He has plans for the nobles, you know? Hachan paused slightly. Do you think he has a chance of actually accomplishing them? Indubitably, smirked Zoro. Hachan's hesitation stopped wavering. Make it good. If anyone suspects otherwise and manages to escape, Arlong's people will know. Arlong has more people? More than you know. Zoro's smirk becomes demonic. Then it's a good thing Luffy wants to make an example of all of your crewmates. So be it, spoke Hachan earnestly as he pointed all his swords together out in front of him with their back edges all pointed to each other, and arranged in a circular array over his chest to block an attack. Takatsubo no Kami! Shouted the man as he charged. Zoro quietly readied his sword. This will be good. The swords clashed, sparks flying, a creature of the sea facing a demon on the field of combat. As she kept resheathing her sword, Kuina thought that she would be off sushi and sashimi for some time. The sight of so much blood was really disconcerting when faced with screaming men in pain. Either the accounts about fishmen's strength and durability were wrong, or Luffy's training was more intense than she realized. Shiver. Rule 1 of Luffy's training: don't talk about Luffy's training. Granted, her meager understanding of observation Haki was more than enough to anticipate the enemy's attacks in a short circumference around her. But to a swordsman, the length of the sword was more than enough. In any case, her Itorio II bird style got a workout. She didn't even remember why she decided to name her techniques after birds. Maybe it's because of her fascination with them that her techniques were named on the behavior of birds that inspired them. Hien was meant to represent the downward descent of a swallow, as she slashed down her sword. Tsubame Geishi reflected the swallow's ability to return high into the sky, as she bypassed another fishman's paltry defense. Kamidori was meant to swing side to side like a robin in flight. Kamidori Joshua was for the robin rising once more after blown down, as she pretended to finish her swing, before quickly reversing and catching the enemy unprepared. Hakidori was for the rapid movement of a hummingbird in motion, her sword as swift as the bird's beak, leaving stabs in everything her gaze fell upon. Hakidori Nomura was for the bird resting and savoring the nectar in a beautiful flower, reflected in her catching a fool off guard and slashing after he thought he had caught her blade. Canaria was for the beautiful singing of the canary, heard by all, reflected in the circular slash that mowed down 7 without fault. Kanari Chinmaku was for the silence followed when it stopped. A defensive technique, done by her quickly spinning the blade in front of her, useful for blocking projectiles thrown or fired. The fool won't live long. Tsuru, such a beautiful and peaceful bird. And yet the crane technique named after the long-legged species was her more brutal attack, reflected in the direct upward stab that was currently felt by the one who dared throw daggers at her. He was going to lose that arm. He dared risk scratching Wado Ikimonji, Kurinkyachi, the crane catches, to reflect the bird's long neck as they reached for fish below them. She usually preferred using it to stab enemies in the feet, catching them off guard. Too bad his head was in the way. Luffy will make an exception, so, smirked the long-nosed liar. You're Chu. Oh? You recognize my greatness even at a distance? Spoke the big-lipped freak haughtily. Nah. I can smell bullshit a mile away. I should know, I lie for a living. The man's smile disappeared. Know your place, filthy human. No fishman, spoke Usopp commandingly as he shifted seamlessly into his hybrid form, thanking Luffy's training. Know your place. Birds eat fish. So come on, Blowpop. Usopp raised his wings at the ready to fire. Make my day. Hyapatsu Mizudepo! Shouted Chu as he started minigunning bullets of water. Usopp, Still a coward despite the hellish training of his captain, did the smart thing and used his one universal advantage over everyone. He went to the air. Indeed, air superiority was worth any price to experience the feeling of flying. Too bad he couldn't really enjoy since Chu had the nerve to shoot a giant ball of water he called Mizutaiho. Karasa Danmaku, Raven Barrage. If shot was a pistol, then barrage was a shotgun that fired a flurry of arrows straight down at Chu. At least the fisherman had enough skills to evade them over, and over, and over again. So clouded was he in keeping his attention on the bird, he didn't even notice that all of his other crewmen were in the ground covered in Sharp's feathers like some BDSM-inspired porcupines. Chu finally managed to reach higher ground and fired a constant stream of water. Mizudepo, Usopp expected something like this. Luffy may have taught him how to hone his animal instincts, but he didn't need anything like that to see that Chu landlocked himself to a higher platform to reach him with his water. Avoiding the singular stream, Usopp dived down toward the stuck fisherman like a bird of prey, which ravens were not, unknowingly, at the time, using observation Haki, something that Brain would mention later. Yes, Brain is watching and recording everything for later. Karasa Jumanji, Raven Cross! Shouted the Raven Man as he landed on the ground, only hearing Chu scream in pain and fall while a bloody X formed on his torso. The marksman in him wanted to finish the fight with a ranged attack, but the coward, the pragmatist in him, just wanted the fight to be over as soon as possible. Besides looking around at all the other fishmen, all hit in non-critical but crippling targets, more than made up for this lackluster finale. Usopp couldn't help but laugh, or caw in this case. If you asked him a year ago if he ever expected to end up in such a situation, he would have laughed at the person for believing in his lies. Come to think of it, he told Kaya a story in the past of being a samurai, ending a fight similarly. Weird. As the fighting was going on around them, a standoff was occurring between a chef and a karate master. So, growled Sanji as he lit a fresh cigarette. You're Kurubi. The Ray Fishman got into a standard karate pose. I am you, Bug. How do you know of me? Sanji took a drag. Nami was rather descriptive about you, especially in the hardness of your arm blades. Kurubi had the nerve to smirk. Ah yes, I had to make examples of the town mongrels on occasion. She would be very informed of my mastery of fishman karate. You filthy human, just stop talking already. I don't need to hear the words of a dead man. Pause. What did you say? Another drag. I am many things. A great cook. A chauvinistic bastard at times. A pervert that's at least trying to reform. But above all, I am a knight. Or at least to believe I am one. Oh, Sanji reached into his jacket, taking out the mask Luffy gave him, staring at the face he made beforehand. You know, Luffy told me when we were training that there would be times that I would be forced to do things that go against my moral code. He figured that I would be too honorable in combat, expecting the best out of anyone I would fight. As we started to talk, we realized my only real issue was hitting a woman. Everything else, well, Sanji put on the mask and glared at Kurubi, who flinched. The mask appeared to give him a visage of a traditional knight's helmet, but on closer inspection, the curvature and lighting gave it a much grimmer appearance of a skull. And who are you supposed to be? Sanji dropped his cigarette and raised his leg. You may call me Zeph Noir, the fallen prince of a kingdom in the north. Kurubi laughed. Such pretension. Prepared to be put in your place, you filthy human. And they met with a resounding boom, fish fist to a human leg. What followed was a fight worthy of two masters, which thankfully Brain recorded for future reference. As the battle progressed, Kurubi's smirk faltered little by little. His fist, which he was proud to say could shatter 100 tiles with his high Kumigawara Seiken technique, was getting blocked again and again by this human. For every punch of his that was avoided or blocked, he was hit with a kick as the human nonchalantly kept his hands in his pockets, his face hidden behind that ridiculous mask. Sanji just kept all his focus on the fight, making sure he didn't lose control. An epaulet, shoulder here, then a left jigget, leg, followed by a poitrine, chest, and cell, lower back. Sanji couldn't help but recall the days when Zeph taught him how to tenderize meat. Eventually, Kurubi's rage got the best of him. Here he was, bruised and bleeding, while his human opponent was standing in front of him, not an injury in sight. In a fit of desperation to turn the tide, Kurubi twisted his head, shooting his hair and tying it around Sanji's leg, smirking as he dived into the pool. What he expected was to drag the human into the water, in which his strength would be enhanced even further. Unfortunately, he could not, as his head literally snapped back. As he tried pulling forward, above the water surface, Sanji watched curiously as the fisherman repeatedly tried to drag him into the water. In a fit of his own annoyance, Sanji pulled his leg, dragging Kurubi back onto the tiled floor, actually ripping the hair in the process. What the how heavy are you? Sanji stood proudly, looking straight at the fishman in front of him as he raised his pants, undoing the leather belts on his lower legs and ankles, tossing them behind him. When they hit the ground, craters formed underneath the two straps. How this shouted Kurubi in shock and anger. Why would you fight with such weights on you? Are you looking down on me, Flanchet's stomach? The rage behind the voice would be the last thing Kurubi would hear, as Sanji underestimated his own strength and actually punctured the fishman through and through. Pulling out his leg slowly and shaking it at least partly dry, Sanji looked down on Kurubi, who at the moment was looking up at the man. His mask, while still black, shimmering in red from the blood on it. Why? Sanji glared. Because I wanted it to last longer so you could suffer. Honorless bastard were Kurubi's last words before collapsing, coming from a hypocrite. I'll just ignore that. Had you had any honor yourself, I would have treated this fight differently. Sanji looked down on his shoes, thinking about Seth's old moniker. I guess I'll be inheriting your title as well, Pops. Sanji glared around, spotting the quivering fishmen around him. By the end of the massacre, he would genuinely live to Seth's old title of Red Leg. While all the fights were currently happening outside, Diddy was fulfilling his job as reconnaissance/infiltrator by doing just that. On his shoulder were two snails serving as a lookout, with Brain monitoring everyone's fights. Poink. There sure are a lot of maps here, Brain. Indeed, Pinky. Nami is more gifted than she lets on. All her maps are geometrically and topographically sound, and I can only state this because I have the necessary reference to verify. The fact she managed to do the same with limited resources and intuition alone is staggering. Diddy paused his storage of all the years of Nami's work. Luffy told the trio that Nami only had terrible memories of the room. He wasn't about to let all her years of work go to waste. He will ask for forgiveness rather than permission in such a situation. Brain, are you saying she extrapolated the map features such as altitudes, mountain ridges, and ocean currents from accounts and past atmospheric data? Inquired Diddy. That is the only thing that makes sense. She combined her prodigy-level intuitive understanding of meteorology with past events to design the maps you are storing away. If I weren't aware of the bad blood in these pieces, they would be considered works of art in certain circles. TWIK. Really, Brain? Brain gave Pinky a look. Everyone needs a hobby. Some people collect books, some collect elephant figurines, and other collect maps. Before Pinky could reply, Diddy interrupted. All done, good. Let's go join the others. And before that, yes, Pinky, don't you both think we should also pick up that? Brain and Diddy looked to where Pinky was pointing, both shocked they somehow missed it, Brain most of all. On the wall in what appeared to be Arlong's room, considering it was opposite of Nami's, was a giant black pole with 6 saw-toothed patterned black blades, resembling a shark's saw-like teeth. Its handle is that of a katana's, but without a guard. Is that Kiribachi? Diddy went up to it and lifted it off the wall despite its size. As the three looked it over, they noted that the thing was ridiculously dirty. Whatever original color it had was hidden by the black smudge and rust that pervades it. Sheesh, you'd think Arlong would take better care of his things, muttered Diddy as he took out a cloth from his storage. My concern is how I didn't see such a thing, started Brain before Diddy shouted in pain, dropping the sword on the ground. Arg. What's wrong? I don't know. I removed some of the smudge and rust, and I felt pain when I touched the metal underneath. Brain looked closer to what Diddy was referring to before his eyes bulged and a smirk appeared on his face. Diddy, you've hit the proverbial motherlode. Now I understand why I didn't spot it. Brain? Asked a confused Diddy. Take that thing by the handle and drag it outside. A certain someone needs it more than its previous owner. The previous owner? Asked a confused Pinky. You know what they say, Pinky, finders keepers. As she swung her staff around and avoided all of her crewmates attacking her, Nami couldn't help but have a few thoughts going through her head. Were they always this weak? And thank Kami observation Haki is so useful being the predominant ones. The other thing going through her mind was catharsis by proxy and a release of the guilt and pain she has been carrying for nearly a decade. For every fishman she knocked out, she felt relief for a lie she committed. For every fishman she stabbed by applying the finger pistol principle through her staff, she felt forgiveness for every belly she had stolen. For every drop of blood that they spilled, she felt a sensation of thanks for every blood they spilled from people she grew up and had to push away to keep them safe. And in all of that, she couldn't help but let tears to fall down her face as she brought vengeance upon the fishmen that terrorized her village for all these years. But she wouldn't be complete not until she had her revenge, not until HFL. Johnny couldn't help but regret the fact that he wasn't as skilled with his Dedeo sword as Zoro and Kuina were. He honestly felt that he wasn't suited for the bounty hunting job like Yasaka was. Yasaka was always the fighter among the duo, He was just the guy making sure they survived any way they could. But as he fought the fishmen, putting up less and less of a fight, he couldn't help but recall the reason as to why the two got into the business. He remembered the days when their families ran a simple shop, one part fishing and the other part specialty product preparation of what they caught. As their ancestors did before them, Johnny became friends with Yasaku, both the next inheritors of the family legacies. Until that day, the day the two kept trying to forget. It seemed ironic when he later recalled the fighting. It was when one particular fisherman swung a crooked sword at him that Johnny got his second wind and parried. Then, in a moment of instinct, Johnny used his fruit power. He focused his ability, channeling it through his sword and into the enemies. By chance, the fisherman's clothes were also touching the sword at the moment, causing his clothes' weight to increase rather than the sword's, making the fisherman collapse onto the ground, the weight cracking the tiles underneath him. As Johnny was catching his breath, he wasn't currently surrounded by enemies. He noted the blade the fisherman was going to use on him. He couldn't help but chuckle as he lifted it up and looked at it, smirking at the failed product that some foolish blacksmith made. It was beaten up and slightly dented, but the shape was unmistakable. Instead of a traditional curved or straight blade, the forger made two 90-degree angles in the process, forming three sides of a square on the Ned, and in the confusion, somehow made the cutting edge on the inside of the angles. Johnny laughed at the shape, for which he would blame the adrenaline because he swore it looked like a hook. As the bizarre notion entered his mind, Johnny could help but look down at the struggling fisherman, too weak to remove his shirt, laying struggling stomach down and neck exposed. Johnny's mirth has long since dispersed. Johnny would swear up and down that he didn't know why he did what he did, but he walked up to the immobile fisherman and put the sword beneath the fisherman's head like a reverse guillotine. Johnny would never forget the panic and fear that appeared on the fisherman's face as he put the sword to his neck. Johnny couldn't help but giggle at the odds that he would find such a fitting sword for his fruit. He needed to immortalize the occasion. Before he lifted his blade, he took in the moment. "You may be rusty and dented, but I'll fix and shine you right up when this is over. I don't know if whoever made you even considered that you needed a name for such a failure, so to mark the occasion, I'll give you one. So raise your head, Wabasuk, the penitent one." Shing! Wabasuk would later become as well known as Mito's sword, if not for its appearance, then for its horrifying usage by its equally infamous user. Its victims would curse to the end of time and held the nameless blacksmith who dared discard such a sword and who had the idea to even forge it. For there were just ways to die that were considered too cruel, Wabasuk being at the top of the list. Yasaku was seriously regretting the fact he didn't train with his fruit more. Sure, he was faster than everyone else around him, but he kept overshooting his distances and nearly falling. He managed to get a few with his sword, but in his opinion, his Dedeo just too short to take advantage of his speeds. As if hearing his plea, "Yasaku, watch out!" Registering Diddy's call, Yasaku jumped back before looking at what he tossed him. Unfortunately, he didn't get a chance as crater formed around a giant freaking sword. "That's Kiribachi!" shouted a random mook. "They had the nerve to take Boss's sword," added another. "Kill him before the human gets his filthy hands on it," commanded a third. Taking the suggestion offered, Yasaku grabbed the blade handle. Realizing how heavy the thing was, he applied his fruit ability, thanking Kami that his power didn't affect structural integrity. He noted that it was a little difficult applying it to the blade itself. He felt as drained as when he used his power on Mary, but he managed to lift the damn thing, freezing everyone in shock. As the fishermen tried registering the human lifting their boss's weapon, Yasaku rushed in, using his new reach to bisect quite a few fishmen as he zipped by. He underestimated the sword's sharpness. As he observed the carnage, he noted that the blood on the blade seemed to be acting as a detergent on the smudge on it. Yasaku walked to the pool and washed the sword in it, revealing not metal as he expected, but rather a bluish-gray stone underneath, with the teeth just being the sharpened parts. "What the hell?" Diddy landed next to him and smirked. Either Arlong didn't know what he had, or he never bothered learning what his sword could actually do. "You know what this stuff is?" "Indeed," answered an equally smirking brain. "What you have in your hands is a weapon made entirely of sea stone." Yasaku's eyes bulged. "Sea stone? You mean the stuff that drains devil fruit users' power on contact?" "But I made it lighter." "Devil fruit powers can still affect sea stone, as long as it isn't directly touched by the user, that is." Yasaku looked down at his hand, which was holding the handle, which was directly connected to the stone. Yasaku stared at Diddy. Diddy stared at Yasaku. Both gave each other shark-like grins. "Wanna fricassee some fish, men?" stated Yasaku as he heaved his new sword over his shoulder. "Frankly, I prefer my fish grilled," replied Diddy as his fist started glowing and giving off heat. Both turned to another incoming horde of fish men. "This will be fun," stated both hungrily in unison. Jin smirked, enjoying the rush of the fight as he progressed through smashing another fishman in the face with the iron ball on the top of his tonfa. He finally figured out how to apply his fruit in combat situations. As if asking for another demonstration, another contender approached from the side. It took him forever to learn to coordinate his body's rotation individually. But eventually, Luffy figured out how to trick him to think two different things at the time. He didn't know where his captain got the idea to make him draw a square with one hand and a circle with the other, but it worked. Now, he had enough skill to pull off his trick. He still didn't settle for a name, but it was effective in its simplicity since it was a basic fighting technique. First, his whole leg rotated. Then, as the leg stopped, his torso continued. Finally, his whole arm rotated as well. The whole process looked near instantaneous but required a multitude of steps to pull off, as well maintain accelerated rotational speeds in the arm compared to leg and torso. The result? If the math was right, about 20 times more force behind his swing if the transfer of energy and momentum was right. The fishman's head didn't stand a chance. It exploded like a ripe fruit. Jin smirked as another one bit the dust. Unfortunately, Jin was still having some problems, so he accidentally overstretched and tripped, falling down to the ground. On reflex, Jin put his hands outward, catching his fall. Upon making contact with the ground, however, Jin forgot that his fruit was still active since his arm was still spinning. What happened next surprised him. As he touched the ground, his arm stopped spinning, but in exchange, sections of the tile floor around him started rotating in turn in various directions and speeds. As a consequence, a lot of fishmen were caught off guard, some in mid-swing of their weapons, injuring their crewmates. Jin stood right back up, looking at his hand in shock. Thinking it over, he realized that Luffy had never actually told him that his fruit was internal. As if to test a hunch, Jin looked around, quickly spotting what he needed. He picked up the nearly round piece of stone and on a whim, applied his fruit's power to it. It didn't take much as the stone started rotating on its axis, spinning and spinning and spinning. Jin didn't know why the thing didn't stop, but rather than question it, he shot it with his thumb like a marble at the closest target before it started burning its hand. He didn't not anticipate the damn thing shooting out of his hand like a bullet, going through not one, but 3 different fishmen before it made contact with a wall and continued rotating. Jin couldn't help but smirk, realizing that never fathomed applying his fruit in such a way. He looked down at his tonfas, particularly the balls on them. Applying the same principle as his limbs, he closed his eyes and focused. Almost immediately the balls, while still attached to the tonfas, started spinning. Eventually, the contact between the stationary metal bars and the metal balls started producing an ungodly amount of friction, which thankfully centered all around the balls. The fishmen stared in shock at the human who now had glowing burning balls of metal at his disposal, making a horribly distracting screeching sound as well. "So who wants daddy's belt?" smirked Jin. "Shishishi." Jin finally figured out how to apply his fruit outside his body. "Knew he would get it, damn you human!" growled Arlong. Luffy continued ignoring the fishman. Honestly, the way Nami described him, he figured he would be more of a challenge. To be fair, he was stronger than most fishmen, but he was beyond his level with what Garp put him through. Still, looking around at the remains of their fight, it was depressing. Hordes of shark teeth littered the shattered tiles, as well as what would probably add up to be pints of blood. All Arlongs. Arlong, in turn, looked like some ragdoll that got dragged around by a savage dog. He was black and blue, well, dark blue considering his skin tone, with a nose broken in 3 palsies, a shattered knee, fractured ribs, and an arm twisted in the wrong direction. Luffy stood in front of him, clothed a little cut, but otherwise, no worse for wear. Didn't even need to use armament Haki when the fool tried biting him. How, you may ask? What most didn't know, or forgot, is that all of Luffy is made of rubber. So when he was younger and messing around with the Gomu Gomu no rifle, he asked himself a question: what else can I twist? Since his rifle got its power from the twisting his arms did, Luffy started wondering if he could do the same thing internally. He couldn't think of anything until years later when he managed to strain a muscle and had an idea. Muscle is made of muscle fiber, which, if he remembered his biology, was basically like a rope made of myofibril, which in turn is made of myosin, which when observed through a microscope, appeared like strings wrapping around each other to make a larger coil. So Luffy took the concept and stretched it to the limit, turning his muscle fibers into rubber springs with how tightly wound up they were. It was because of how long he has been doing this technique that he could do it passively at this point. As a result, while he appeared to be a scrawny kid, all of his body was one giant wound-up spring coil of power, waiting to release all the pent-up energy. Granted, he had to redraw them every time he released too much energy at once, but otherwise he was loaded. As a result, He was unintentionally walking around with what appeared to the uninformed observer to be a continuously active iron body. But back to the fight. And to think you used to be a threat to the Marines, Arlong would have responded. But Luffy shattered his jaw a while ago so he couldn't talk, even if his teeth grew back already. Luffy sighed in resignation. Still, it was a nice warm-up for what is to come. Something pinged on Luffy's radar. He quickly moonwalked, spotting what triggered his observation. Haki. Hey Nami, what? Shouted said navigator as she finished dispensing some rage. You may want to get to the front gate. The villagers are coming up to see the commotion, and they're being led by some man with a pinwheel on his head. That's Genzo, the town sheriff, shouted Nami as she ran to the gate, stepping on fallen fishmen along the way. Luffy observed his surroundings, spotting that everyone was finishing their fights. Diddy, yes, Captain? Do you still have the thing you stole from Buggy on you? Diddy reached into his storage, taking out a cannonball with a clown face on it. Okay, good. Everyone, start rounding up survivors in a puddle on the double. Yes, Captain, shouted everyone in response. I want this place cleared out for the showstopper. Nami ran outside the gate, stopping right in front as a horde of people stopped their approach. At the helm was Genzo and Nojiko. Nami, replied an average-sized young woman with light blue hair, tan skin, and tattoos, in a voice mixed with concern and happiness. What is going on inside the park? Well, Nami started off, rubbing her head in worry. Let's just say that Arlong has finally been taken care of. Neko, the town doctor, was first to recover from the shock. How? I found some people who helped, stated Nami with a sweat drop forming on her head. Nojiko looked at Nami accusingly. Which people? As Nami was about to reply, someone beat her to it. What is the meaning of this? Everyone turned to the sound of the shouting man. He wore a grayish-blue button-up marine coat, but with rat ears attached to the cap, which fit his rat whiskers rather well. Genzo looked rather perturbed. Captain Nezumi, you came earlier than expected. Any reason why? Nezumi and his cohorts sweated a little, but he regains his fluster quickly. The 16th branch received reports that there were pirates in the area, so we came to investigate. Are you questioning the integrity of this marine? I would, interrupted Luffy as he walked out of the park with everyone else, still in battle mode. Considering that A, there are no such reports for pirate activity in this area, and B, Arlong has lived in this place for years now, and you've done nothing about it ever since. Nezumi looked for any way out of the situation before looking up and smirking. I don't know what you are talking about. All I see in front of me is a nameless and decrepit little mansion. Everyone looked up, realizing that the sign for Arlong Park has fallen off some time ago in the ensuing battle. Oh? Smiled Luffy a little too wide. In that case, I guess we have to remove this little eyesore then. Usopp, will you do the honors? Usopp, still in his hybrid form, reached out for one of his tail feathers. Unlike the feathers of his wings, the tail feathers were more extended, thinner, and much sharper. Grabbing its end like a throwing dagger, Usopp turned around and spotted his target. Karasasasu, Raven Snipe. The feather traveled long and true, striking the buggy ball dead on in the center of the destroyed structure. What followed was a boom so powerful that everyone sans pirate was blown back and knocked down. Nami looked at Luffy, the fishman. Diddy can store live things as long as they are knocked out without any issues. And Hatchan? He put up a good fight, answered Zoro, with a dozen or so small scratched on him now. Really couldn't figure out how to fight against arms without bones till the very end. Kuina looked at him somewhat annoyed. You just finished recovering from your last injuries. Did you have to get new ones so soon? As the pirate crews kept talking, the town looked as the source of their fears and nightmares disappeared in smoke and fire. Nezumi and his crooked crew looked at their source of easy money burning away. He had to blame someone. Unfortunately, before he got the chance, someone grabbed his mouth and kept it closed, lifting him up one-handed. So, growled Sanji, you're the one who allowed Arlong to live on this island for so long uninterrupted? Nami Swan suffered because of you. An aura of rage and fire started to come off Zeph. Zeph, we need him alive. The aura dimmed as the marine was dropped on the ground. As you wish, Captain. Good, glared Luffy. Everyone, tie them up. I want them to witness what we are about to do. Some hours in preparation later. You know, I really have nothing against you personally, muttered Nato as he was finishing Hatchan's injuries. But why am I hiding you away from everyone else? Because I can't risk being spotted and reported by Nezumi and his cohorts. Luffy told me some of the things he planned to do to my old crew, and it's better if I don't see it. Nato replaced the gauze. That bad? Plausible deniability. But can't Nezumi claim he saw you as part of Arlong's crew? But Doctor, I was part of Arlong's crew, smirked Hatchan as he pointed at his head. We were both part of the original Sun Pirates. Nezumi can shout to the heavens that I was at Arlong's side for nearly a decade. I will rebuttal that I am simply a traveling fishman perfecting his takoyaki recipes by experimenting with East Blue fish. Who would you believe? Nato laughed a little. Takoyaki? Really? If that's your dream, how did you get topped in with Arlong? Hachan smiled faltered. Arlong was literally the one who dragged me out from hell. Tiger may have been my captain, but my life debt was owned by Arlong. He held that over my head for a long time. Both sat in silence. How bad is what's about to go down really going to be? Hachan only gave Nato a haunted look. He told all the kids and of the weak constitution to go home. He tied all the Marines who conspired with Nezumi up and in the front, and he set up recording equipment. It will be nothing short of the seventh circle of hell for them. Remind me again, is that the one with the acid rain or burning desert? Luffy said he wouldn't be that short-sighted. So all of the above. And Arlong? Hachan started quaking in fear from that. It will be nothing short of horrendous, especially for a fishman. All the fishmen who were still alive after the destruction of Arlong Park were rounded up into a huge pile. Very few of the townfolks were still present, their figures only revealed by the glowing fires in the dead of night. Nezumi and his crew were all tied up to the side with the cameras, away from everyone else but with a clear vantage of what was about to happen. Arlong was kept separate from everyone else as well, covered and bound in chains rather than special rope, unlike his crewmates. His mouth was gagged open for some reason, wound up so tight that he couldn't even move his jaw to talk. He had a clear vantage view as well. Luffy and his crew stood in line, looking down with a vengeance upon the fishmen. The townsfolk just glared like hungry wolves with a mixture of uncertainty. Finally, someone's patience broke. So what are you waiting for, you human pirate filth? Are planning to starve us to death or something? Luffy continued to glare. Brain. Pinky. Is the camera rolling? Said Snails smacked the Marine's recording mushy awake as it started rolling. It is awake. It has enough memory for a few hours. Good. Jin? What don't you show our friend what we have in mind for them tonight? Jin nodded and walked up to the fishman, grabbing and dragging him front and center to the empty clearing in between all the groups. The fishman smirked as he got up, thinking he was going to fight to the death since his restraints were removed. Oh, he was so wrong. Before he knew what was happening, Jin grabbed his arm. All that followed was shouting of pain. Everyone, sans crew, watched in horror as the fishman began to spin, rotate, and twist onto himself from where Jin grabbed him. Limbs and bones collapsed into themselves, and the fishman twisted and contorted himself like a pretzel. No, he looked more like he had gone through a bloody blender. It lasted for less than a minute, but it would haunt people for years. Some of the town's civilians dry heaved or threw up. The fishmen and Marines watched in horror. Jin, covered in blood, released the hand he was still holding on to, the only part of the fishman that didn't have the telltale rotational marks. You were right, Captain. This is a powerful fruit. Now, what was the order we settled on? Like Luffy said, everyone was getting their pound of flesh. He offered the civilians the chance to enact their revenge, but only Genzo was willing to do the killing. Everyone else did stay though. But everyone on the Straw Hat crew got a chance. One by one. There were a lot of fishmen who were kept alive for this particular purpose. Zoro and Kuina practiced some of their more risky moves on the ones they got. Usopp decided to see if he could actually peck someone to death, and how far his claws reached into someone. Turns out rather far. Nami went through half a dozen staffs from the force she was putting into them as she smashed her sacrifices to death. Jin needed to perfect his technique. That and practice aiming his spinning pebbles of doom. He didn't try bullets yet, even Diddy got a shot in. Like he said, he liked his fish grilled. He did prefer starting with tongue though. There would be a lot of sunbathing for him in the future. Yasaku wanted to test if his new blade actually worked as a saw. It didn't. Too many shards of remains spilled out. Johnny was probably the one who got the most creative. Sometime he would see if one could die from their clothes crushing them to death. Sometimes he put a tile on their restrained torso, slowly making it heavier and heavier until their ribcage collapsed. Out of curiosity, he put a pebble on top of one to see if it can go through a skull if heavy enough. It can. Usually, he just guillotined them with his new sword. Zoro and Kuina promised to show him how to fix it up. Luffy just laughed at the fortune of finding such a perfect weapon. Sanji, Zeph Noir, showed a rather in-depth knowledge of nerve clusters and anatomy, particularly the kind needed to prolong pain and torture during interrogation. He even finished up a few by killing them via Ling Chi, or more commonly known as death by 1,000 cuts, and Judge had the balls to say his son learned nothing from him. Luffy just watched. He stood by Arlong's side making sure he didn't close his eyes and watched as his crewmates were killed off one by one, until he was the last one remaining. That's when Luffy finally entered the field, with Arlong at his side. No one even registered Diddy dragging something covered in a blanket. You know, I twisted my brain trying to figure out how to break you. I wondered, what form of punishment could I do that would horrify a fishman to his bones? Then, when I gave my new crewmates their devil fruits, I had my epiphany. Diddy dramatically unveiled what he dragged in. A glass box just large enough to contain Arlong filled with water. Said fishman looked at Luffy as he was the stupidest man on the planet. His eyes gained a terrifying degree of fear when he spotted Diddy giving his captain an odd-looking fruit. Nami was first to catch on. No, that's just. I wonder, grinned Luffy as he started pummeling the fruit into a juice and pouring the juices into Arlong's open mouth. What will happen to a fishman when dropped into water after he has consumed a devil fruit? What followed is something that was the stuff of nightmares. Arlong, tied up in chains and repeatedly dropped into the water, almost looked reminiscent of Chinese water torture cell. No one knew this, however, except for Luffy, since escape artists weren't a thing in this world. It's why this little innovation of his was such a surprise. It was fascinating watching, however. Arlong's gills tried to work and let him breathe underwater, but all that did was prolong his suffering. To have all your energy, and even possibly your life, drained out of you while your body's natural breathing mechanisms kicked in and kept you alive in your natural environment. It was befitting of poetic justice if any deserved it. Finally, after what felt like an hour, Luffy finally stopped and threw the shell of Arlong back onto the ground. A shell because by this point in time, Arlong's mind was long gone. Like Luffy said, he wasn't going to be the one to end it. He reached behind his back and presented something to Nami that Genzo kept after all these years. Nami stared at the pistol and then back at her captain. It's the same one he used. Nami slowly lifted the gun and walked up to a kneeling Arlong. The last thing anyone saw that night before the shot was Nami holding the pistol to Arlong's head, the same way he held the gun to her mother's head. It took a week for everyone to recover. Luffy spent the first 2 days making sure his crewmates were okay after all the lives they claimed. Usopp had it the worse. He spent a lot of time talking with his dad and Kaya via Pinky to get his bearings. Johnny and Yasaku were better, but they weren't used to it as well as Jin, Zoro, and Kuina. Sanji had no reaction to it. As soon as he took off his mask, he went back to his original womanizing and suave personality. Luffy decided to pay his chef extra attention from now on. Wouldn't want to risk dissociative identity disorder. Nami recovered in her own way. She gave the village all the money she had stolen over the years to help them in rebuilding. She and her crew, she loved the sound of that, spend the next few days fixing up the town. In her downtime when everyone else was talking, she spent time with her sister Nojiko. They prayed at Belmere Grave, they took care of the Tangerine Garden, and Nami had Nojiko cover up that vile Arlong pirate's tattoo of her shoulder that got damaged in the fight. It's a pinwheel now, a homage to Genzo, the closest thing to a father figure the two had. Hapchan left the island as soon as he could, not willing to push his luck with the people after what he was forced to do while in the village. He did, however, gather all the Marines and delivered them to the closest base, with evidence compiled by Brain at hand. As he expected, his son Mark gave him some leeway despite what Nezumi kept screaming. He was long gone before the Marines managed to confirm that he was actually part of something bigger. But unfortunately, the storm came over the horizon. The storm being that messenger crew delivering the day's paper as the crew was waving goodbye to Kokoyashi village. As Nami paid money to the greedy rat, her words, a horde of wanted posters fell out of the news. Everyone on crew reached for their own and stared. Johnny's poster had him holding up Kiribachi over his shoulder, covered in blood, the visage of a man and clear through the picture. Yasaku's poster had his sword held in front of him, solemnly staring directly at the camera, as if daring the person to insult it. Both of their bounties were the same, 28 million belly. Jin looked at his poster. His image was only slightly updated, but it was his regular appearance, and without any part of his body rotating. The only evidence that something was off was his tonfa balls being glowing in the picture. When they took it was beyond him, he considered Brain, but he liked his new bounty, 33 million belly, higher when he was part of Krieg's crew. Usopp's poster was him in his hybrid form, floating proudly in the air, arms crossed, wings open to the sides. No picture of him in human form though. The name was right, even the family one. 24 million belly, a decent start. Nami had herself fighting with her staff, smiling all the way. 16 million belly, smallest of the crew. Kuina had herself pausing hand on the sword ready to strike and priced at 30 million belly. Zoro's picture was older since it had him with 3 swords rather than his current one, but at 50 million belly, who was he to complain? Sanji's poster had his name listed as Seth Noir, Black Knight mask in all of its glory, his eyes giving a red glow. Shame he couldn't cover his blonde hair. His 45 million belly bounty was the third highest. Monkey D. Luffy was the only one to gain an epithet among the crew, Straw Hat. He would have been smiling, especially with his new 65 million belly bounty, but unfortunately he couldn't. His entire focus was on Diddy's bounty poster. It may have been only 18 million belly, but it was the wanted alive part that solidified the fact that things were about to get messy. Game on, Marines. Game on. Earlier in the week, Sentomaru, captain of the Marine Science Unit, was carrying a folder as he traversed the labyrinth of the base he was currently in. As he approached the last room he ever wanted to see, he knocked before entering, shivering at the cold of the room. He always hated the man for leaving his fruit power on as he staggered forward, dragging his massive frame forward. The man sat behind the desk doing paperwork, his visage covered by darkness, as he looked up at the man. Yes? Sentomaru gave him the file. This came in from the East Blue. I came as soon as I confirmed the findings. The man opened up the files, quickly spotting the picture of Diddy. Did he have the scar? Unconfirmed, sir. But Nozumi's reports before he was disposed of were verified by a recording delivered with him. The man waved his hand to continue. The captain of the newly dubbed Straw Hat Pirates, one Monkey D. Luffy, gave Arlong a devil fruit before proceeding to water torture him. After he was killed, said fruit was quickly found and given to the monkey, who stored it away. Silence passed, the sounds of a clock ticking the only thing present before it suddenly stopped and shattered. I want that monkey brought to me alive and whole. Is that understood? But sir, I am just the commander of the science unit. I don't have the authority. Did I stutter? No, sir. Then figure it out, Sentomaru. Dismissed. Same time, Grand Line. Moriarty Worth Morgan stared at the poster of Usopp that Seagull had just delivered to him from the East Blue. Seagull. Yes, sir. The East Division head is Rock, isn't he? Is he handling the issue? Yes, sir. He can't attend the issue himself, so he sent in Pelican and Ostrich to head him off at Logtown. Good. Dismiss Seagull. As Seagull left, Morgan stared at the picture of Usopp in his hybrid form, crumbling the picture. I don't like things that don't go as planned. No, I don't like them at all. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow Slixick for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.